महाविद्यालयों के परिसरों से चिर सुशोभित श्रेष्ठ गुरुजन कर रहे नित्य छात्र और छात्राएं दीक्षित
सदचरित्राचार पावन साधना संकल्प संयम
नवल वैश्विक चेतना नव क्रांति संस्कारों का उद्गम जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम
श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम
ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम
ज्ञान का
Shankarabharnam Pallavi, composed by Padma Vibhushan Guru Kelu Charan Mohapatra, that combines grace, precision and storytelling. Start the music once again. Start the music once again.
प्री-लोडेड गानों वाला कीपैड फोन धमाकेदार साउंड के साथ कारवा मोबाइल।
Thanks so much, Tara, for such a mesmerizing and an enchanting performance. A nation is advanced in proportion to education and intelligence spread among the masses. Beloved Swami Vivekananda, it is in the spirit of serving the nation by imparting a holistic, student-centric education that Shaheed BhagatSingh College is striving towards achieving unprecedented, and it's swiftly yet firmly treading on the path to attain greater heights. We would like to share our journey.
दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के दक्षिणी परिसर में आने वाला शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज देश भर से आने वाले विद्यार्थियों का पसंदीदा कॉलेज है। भारत के महान सपूत और कोटि कोटि युवाओं के प्रेरणा स्रोत सरदार भगत सिंह के नाम पर 1967 में स्थापित ये कॉलेज उनके सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रयासरत है। 5 दशकों से ये कॉलेज शैक्षिक उत्कृष्टता और गुणवत्ता का पर्याय माना जाता है। इतिहास के आईने से देखें तो यहाँ पहले शैक्षणिक सत्र में 3 पाठ्यक्रमों को लेकर 134 विद्यार्थियों और 10 शिक्षकों के साथ इस कॉलेज की शुरुआत हुई। 1967 में रोपा गया ये पौधा अब बट वृक्ष का आकार ले चुका है। 10 पाठ्यक्रमों के साथ चल रहे इस कॉलेज में आज 3600 छात्रों को 170 शिक्षक गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा प्रदान कर रहे हैं। नेक की टॉप रैंकिंग में शुमार शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज उत्तरोत्तर सफलता के पायदान चढ़ रहा है। इस कॉलेज से शिक्षा प्राप्त विद्यार्थी आर्थिक, सामाजिक, राजनीतिक और तकनीकी क्षेत्रों से लेकर बॉलीवुड तक में अपना परचम लहरा रहे हैं। या यूं कहें कि 50 सालों में इस कॉलेज से जो भी प्रतिभाएं निकली, उन्होंने राष्ट्र के निर्माण में अहम भूमिका अदा की। पिछले 5 दशकों में कॉलेज का बुनियादी ढांचा, पिछले 8 महीनों में कॉलेज के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को विकसित करने के लिए लगातार रात दिन काम चल रहा है। आपने कार्यभार संभालते ही सालों से चल रहे तदर्थवाद को खत्म कर 82 परमानेंट शिक्षकों की नियुक्ति की। शिक्षा के मॉडल को कैसे बेहतर बनाया जाए, प्रोफेसर अत्री इसको लेकर हमेशा प्रयोग करते रहते हैं। देश भर के गांवों, कस्बों और शहरों से आने वाले विद्यार्थियों को सही शिक्षा और मार्गदर्शन मिल सके और समय पर क्लास लगे, ये उनकी पहली प्राथमिकता है। केवल इतना ही नहीं, बीते 1 साल में कंप्यूटरीकृत लाइब्रेरी, नवीनतम तकनीक पर आधारित कंप्यूटर लैब, स्मार्ट क्लासेज और ज्ञान प्रसार केंद्र का निर्माण भी किया गया है। दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय का ये पहला कॉलेज है जिसमें छात्रों और शिक्षकों से जुड़ी सेवाओं को ERP के सक्षम पोर्टल से जोड़ा गया है। अब सभी छात्र अपनी लाइव अटेंडेंस देख सकते हैं और अपने असाइनमेंट ऑनलाइन सबमिट करा सकते हैं। विद्यार्थियों में आत्मविश्वास, अनुशासन, धैर्य के साथ स्वस्थ शारीरिक और मानसिक विकास हो सके, इसके लिए खेलों को भी पूरा प्रोत्साहन दिया गया है। इसके लिए खेल की आधुनिक सुविधाओं से युक्त अलग से विभाग भी स्थापित है। कॉलेज में हम ऐसे युवाओं का निर्माण करते हैं जिनमें दृष्टि और विचार की स्वतंत्रता है, जिनमें नए को जानने की जिज्ञासा है, अपनी संस्कृति और सभ्यता का गौरव है। कुल मिलाकर कहें तो उनकी दृष्टि अपने विश्वविद्यालय के लोगों, निष्ठा, धृति, सत्यम की भावनाओं को अपने अंदर सहेजने वाली है। हमने दुनिया की गति को देखा है। हमारे टीचर्स के बौद्धिक कौशल पर हमें गर्व है, जिन्होंने अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में बेहतर प्रदर्शन किया है। हमने बच्चों के समग्र विकास को समझकर हैप्पीनेस सेंटर, गांधी स्टडी सेंटर, इंडियन नॉलेज सेंटर, इंटरनेशनल कोऑर्डिनेशन एंड डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम, शहीद भगत सिंह स्टडी सर्कल, सेंटर फॉर स्किल डेवलपमेंट जैसे केंद्रों को भी स्थापित किया है। शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज में कॉमर्स, अर्थशास्त्र, राजनीति विज्ञान, भूगोल, गणित, इतिहास, अंग्रेजी और हिंदी के प्रतिष्ठित विभाग हैं। इनमें व्यापक शैक्षणिक अनुभव रखने वाले शिक्षक पूरी निष्ठा के साथ अपना अनुभव नई पीढ़ी को प्रदान कर रहे हैं। हर विभाग अपने आप में नायाब दृष्टिकोण रखता है। शिक्षा के लिए इनके पास मजबूत विजन है, ईमानदार प्रयास हैं। ये शिक्षक अपनी अपनी जिम्मेदारियों को अच्छी तरह से समझकर प्रयास भी करते हैं। अपने विद्यार्थियों को G20 विजन की थीम के अनुरूप तेजी से विकसित हो रहे वैश्विक वातावरण में गंभीर रूप से सोचने और जिम्मेदारी से कार्य करने के लिए तैयार करते हैं। आप सभी हमारी इस अकादमिक यात्रा के सहभागी हैं। आप और हम मिलकर मानवीय विकास में सहायक नए प्रतिमान तलाशेंगे जो दुनिया को एक बेहतर भविष्य दे सके। ये एक खोजपरक दृष्टिकोण है, सामाजिक आर्थिक विकास और मानवीय उत्कृष्टता की एक यात्रा है। साथ ही वैश्विक स्तर पर आर्थिक असमानता दूर करने एवं टिकाऊ, संतुलित, सर्वसमावेशी, दीर्घकालिक विकास को बढ़ावा देने की एक पहल है। नई विश्व व्यवस्था और विकसित भारत के लचीले दृष्टिकोण पर आज के अंतर्राष्ट्रीय G20 सम्मेलन का जश्न मनाने के लिए आप हमारे साथ शामिल हैं। G20 की अध्यक्षता भारत को उन निर्णयों के लिए बहुपक्षीय प्रोत्साहन को समझने का एक मूल्यवान अवसर प्रदान करती है, जिसके दूरगामी परिणाम होंगे, जो मौजूदा विश्व व्यवस्था को एक नई दिशा देगा। आप सभी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के साक्षी बने, इसके लिए मैं आप सभी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
कीपैड फोन धमाकेदार साउंड के साथ कार्बाइल।
We need 2 minutes to set up the dais. May I now request Principal Professor Arun Kumar Atri and the Conference Director Dr. Jairam Meena to escort the dignitaries to the dais. We welcome you, Anju ma'am. Our Chairperson, Governing Body of Shaheed BhagatSingh College is with us right now. Thank you, everyone. India's growing importance within the G20 has been particularly notable. It has been a part of G20 since its inception in 1999, recognizing its status as one of the world's largest and fastest growing economies. Since then, India has played an increasingly influential role in shaping the group's agenda. India's prominence stems from its economic potential, demographic advantage, and geopolitical significance. The world's most populous country and a rapidly developing economy, India's participation in the G20 discussions is crucial for addressing global economic issues, poverty alleviation, sustainable development, and climate change. In recent years, India has actively engaged in G20 initiatives advocating for reforms in international financial institutions, promoting digital financial inclusion, and addressing challenges related to terrorism financing and global health crisis. Its contribution to the G20's efforts to foster economic stability and sustainable development underscores its growing importance in the global arena. India's voice and influence within the G20 are likely to continue to expand as its economy and international standing continue to grow. After all, we don't have to engage in grand heroic actions to participate in change. Small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world, observed the American historian and philosopher and a Second World War veteran Howard Zinn. With this affirmative thought, may I now request the Principal, Professor Arun Kumar Atri, to welcome the Chief Guest of the function, Professor Jagdish Mukhi, with a small plant and a bust of Shaheed Bhagat Singh. Welcome back to your home turf, sir. Thank you, sir. I now request the Chairperson Governing Body, Professor Anjuvali Tikku ma'am, to welcome the guest of honor, Professor Nageshwar Rao, with a small plant and a bust of Shaheed Bhagat Singh. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I request the Director of the conference, Dr. Jairam Meena, to welcome the guest of honor, Professor Dhananjay Singh, with a plant and a unique token of remembrance to reminisce that they visited Shaheed Bhagat Singh College. Thank you so much. I again request the Principal of the College, Professor Atri, to welcome our Chairperson, Shaheed Bhagat Singh College, Professor Tikku. Thank you, ma'am. Professor Yogesh Singh, Honorable Vice-Chancellor of University of Delhi, has consistently offered prodigious motivation and matchless support to our institution, including his invaluable contributions to the organization of this conference. Unfortunately, due to an unexpected last-minute commitment, he is unable to attend the conference in person. However, he has graciously sent a video message extending his heartfelt wishes for the success of this conference.
morning to all the distinguished delegates attending this prestigious international conference. It's a matter of great pleasure that Shaheed BhagatSingh College of our university is proudly organizing an international conference on a significant theme of resilient approaches for the new world order and Vikasit Bharat. To commemorate our resounding success in organizing this historic G20 summit at the newly built Bharat Mandapam in Delhi, with effect from 9th September 2023 to 10th September 2023, I would like to convey warm wishes to the organizing team of the international conference for their relentless efforts in this direction. This 18th G20 summit is historically significant on many counts. This summit was attended by most number of heads of the states, governments, which has never happened in earlier 17 summits. The new Delhi Declaration, which is an outcome document of this summit, is the largest summit declaration having 83 paragraphs and 42 annexures, where each paragraph had complete consensus of all the G20 member states, which in itself is a phenomenal diplomatic achievement of our nation under the stellar leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. African Union, comprising of 55 nations of African continent, was included as a permanent member of G20 Forum on the proposal moved by Honorable Prime Minister of Bharat at the inaugural session of the summit named One Earth. This initiative gains significance from the fact that earlier European Union comprising of European nations was a member of this group. Now, the inclusion of African Union has made the group more balanced in representation in terms of contemporary global geopolitical realities. Interestingly, the earlier colonizers in the group has been balanced with the earlier colonies, making it truly representative in nature. Significant progressive deliberations at the G20 summit and several bilateral meetings held on the sidelines of the summit with the world leaders has constructively impacted our foreign policy initiatives and has helped Bharat to make a mark in the new world order as a prominent voice of global south. I am sure that the significant measures taken by our nation for its 1.4 billion population through people-centric approach of governance and optimum utilization of the limited resources in the right direction under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister will prove to be the cornerstone for making Bharat a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. At the conclusion, I would like to congratulate Shaheed BhagatSingh College once again for their constructive endeavors in conceptualizing this international conference on a very pertinent issue which I feel has a far-reaching impact on our national development and on global geopolitics, especially in the critical areas of climate crisis, blue economy, energy efficiency, disaster management, and sustainable development, amongst others. I would again like to thank all of you for the success of the international conference and my good wishes for everything. Thank you very much.
1500 preload.
Thank you, sir, for your kind message. I now request the conference director, Dr. Jairam Meena, to address the audience and apprise us all about the theme of the conference.
Thank you, Shikha. Respected Principal, Professor Arun Kumar Attri, Chairperson of the Governing Body, Professor Anuvali Tikku, Chief Guest of the Day, Professor Nageshwar Rao, Guest of Honor, Professor Dhananjay Singh, Chief Guest of the Day, Professor Jagdish Mukhi. Guest of Honor, Professor Nageswar Rao. Guest of Honor, Professor Dhananjay Singh, Member Secretary, Indian Council of Social Science Research. And sitting of the dais, former colleagues, former principals, former GB members, distinguished speakers of the conference, invited guests, college alumni, delegates, international delegates connected online, college alumni working or studying abroad connected online, fellow colleagues, friends, dear students present here. I, Dr. Jairam Meena, as director of the conference, welcome you all to this one-day international conference on the theme Resilient Approaches for New World Order and Viksit Bharat. As Sikha has briefed some about the conference, this conference aims to explore the dynamics of G20 for Bharat, specifically in terms of role that Bharat can play in shaping the rules for new world order and making ourselves a developed nation by 2047. The conference is composed of 2 plenary and 3 technical sessions, followed by the valedictory program. Plenary session 1 includes 3 renowned speakers, Professor Emeritus S.D. Muni, JNU, Professor Harshvi Pant, King's College London, Mr. Tilak Devashar, member of National Security Advisory Board, Government of India. This first plenary session will be moderated by Mr. Pratik Joshi, who is a PhD student of University of Oxford. Plenary session 2 includes 2 renowned speakers, Professor Emeritus Prabhat Patnaik, JNU, Professor Emeritus Christoph Scherer, University of Kassel, Germany. And this session will be moderated by Professor K.B. Bhanumurthy, former Dean of Commerce and Business, Faculty of Commerce and Business, University of Delhi. And the sub-themes of 3 technical sessions are Economy and Commerce, Sustainable Development, Culture and International Politics. We expect that day-long discussion among the speakers, paper presenters, participants would help in identifying some resilient approaches for new world order in which Bharat can play a central role. This is what led us to choose this topic as the theme of the conference. In last, I would like to take opportunity to say that our college has been organizing various national and international seminars and conferences in recent years at the departmental level. I mean, various departments have been engaged in organizing various seminars and conferences at the department level, but this is the first international conference that is being held at the college level, where each department is participating to organize it. And the last, I would like to say thank to the principal, Professor Arun Kumar Atri, who has supported us by financing this conference wholly by the college. And in the last, once again, I thank you and I welcome all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Meena, for shedding light on the objective of this conference and setting the stage for the same. I'm sure all of us eagerly await the opportunity to hear the galaxy of eminent guests and academicians who are joining us today. Now, I would like to invite the principal of the college, Professor Arun Kumar Atri, a visionary leader and a great motivating force for all of us. With his progressive outlook, ardent leadership, and stellar guidance, the college has set a path to grow and excel in its truest sense. In under a year, he has become the raison d'etre of stupendous growth and upgradation of the college infrastructure and all-round development of the members of the college fraternity. It gives me immense pleasure to invite him to address the audience.
Honorable Professor Jagdish Mukhi ji, the chief guest for the occasion, Governor, former Governor of Assam and other states, Professor Nageshwar Rao, Honorable Vice Chancellor Indira Gandhi National Open University, Secretary ICSR, Professor Anju Wali Tikku, Chairperson Governing Body of Shaheed BhagatSingh College, Conference Director Dr. Jairam Meena, Organizing Secretary Pallavi Manchanda, my colleagues from the morning and evening college, the other faculty members and the students, a very good morning and namaste. It is a pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you to this historic event, G20 International Conference that Shaheed Bhagat Singh College is proudly organizing on the theme which is very relevant in contemporary times, the resilient approaches for new world order and Viksit Bharat. First of all, I would like to highlight why we have chosen this theme, why this theme is so pertinent in the contemporary times. All the young minds, all the faculty members and students, you might be observing that in the past some time, especially in the last 7 years or so, 8 years or so, India's position in the world is changing. India's importance is changing, dominated by some powerful groups or powerful nations like US, USSR, Europe. But now, with the visionary leadership of the Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, you can see the time is changing and India is able to take its own stand. Whether it was Ukraine or Russia war, you might have seen that India was able to decide its own terms. Whether it was COVID. Recently, we have proudly hosted G20 conference, a G20 summit in New Delhi. And the motto you might have seen, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. Now what does it mean? The India has tried to give a message to the world that we believe in inclusiveness. It is not possible. On the same earth, you have a different vision, you have your own objectives, and your goals, your objectives cannot affect my goals or my objectives. So India believes in inclusiveness, and India has proven it. During COVID times, when the countries like US, they were focusing on their own survival, their own well-being of their citizens, India was not only fighting with the crisis which was going on, but was also helping other nations. This is what we mean, one earth, one family. India has adopted, when we say resilient approaches, what do we mean by that? Resilient approaches where we are able to bounce back. क्या कभी किसी ने देखा है, क्या कोई बता सकता है कि इंडिया किसी को दुश्मन मानता है? India never takes any country as enemy country. वो तो दूसरे लोग मानते हैं तो वो माने, हमारा भारत देश नहीं मानता. This resilience, this acceptability, this सहनशीलता कहते हैं ना, कि हम बड़े एक्सेप्टेबल हैं, हम बहुत सहनशील हैं, ये हम दिखाते हैं, ये हमारा भारत देश दिखाता है. And the kind of leadership we are having, it percolates down to the lowest level. Now, when you talk about a developed nation, can we become developed nation? What are the hurdles in becoming a developed nation? Whenever you talk about development, I will start from the very basic thing, the development that we are seeing in the college. I had a very small institution in Delhi University, Shaheed BhagatSingh College, एक institution है, उसका हम development की बात सोचते हैं, तो क्या हमारे दिमाग में आता है? तो imagine when we talk about development of the entire country, what will come to our mind? And what hurdles the top leadership would be facing in developing this nation? It comes to first, हमें students को भी देना पड़ेगा, हमें teachers को भी देना पड़ेगा. So infrastructure is the backbone of development. But when we talk about infrastructure, we have to make it inclusive. कहीं development में कुछ लोग पीछे ना छूट जाएं. So same thing is there. When you talk about development of the country, the development has to be inclusive, where every section of the society, जो गरीब से गरीब व्यक्ति है, जो हाशिए पे बैठा व्यक्ति है, वो भी उस डेवलपमेंट का भागी बन सके. That is very important. When you talk about development, the basic difference between the approach of developed nations and specifically India या भारत, वैसे हमारे भारत का संविधान कहता है, आर्टिकल 1 कहता है इंडिया दैट इज भारत. सो कुछ लोग बोलें कि भारत और इंडिया दोनों एक ही हैं, is a union of states. So the model that we adopt, पॉलिटिकल साइंस वाले विद्यार्थी और टीचर्स ज़्यादा कनेक्ट कर पाएंगे इसको, कि द डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज दे हैव टेकन द मॉडल ऑफ डेवलपमेंट बेस्ड ऑन 3 E's. 3 E's मतलब efficiency, economy and effectiveness. They talk about efficiency. They feel that through money, the per capita income, when everybody is having the per capita income, higher per capita income will make a developed nation. But India has a different approach towards developed nation. Here we go for E5, efficiency, economy, effectiveness, and apart from these 3, we have equity and ethics. What is equity? Equity सभी लोगों को साथ लेके चलना और इक्वालिटी विद रीडिस्ट्रीब्यूटिव जस्टिस. जब हम ये बात करते हैं रीडिस्ट्रीब्यूटिव जस्टिस की, बेसिकली भगवान ने देखिए सबको अलग अलग बनाया है. द नेचुरल डिफरेंस विच इज बीइंग देयर इन द इकोनॉमिक स्टेटस, इन द सोशल स्टेटस, वी कांट डू एनीथिंग विद दैट, बट द गवर्नमेंट कैन क्रिएट अ डिफरेंस. We as an administrators can create a difference. We have to support those who need the support. So with ethics and equity, we are going to make the changes. Our college is working hard on various fronts to develop, make it a knowledge center. You have seen in the video that the idea is to एक ज्ञान प्रसार केंद्र की स्थापना की है, जल्दी हम उसका उद्घाटन करेंगे. The idea is to disseminate knowledge to every section of the society, every student who is sitting in the rural area, who doesn't have the money to have the access to quality education. We are trying to reach out to that student. Our goal in college are 2,800 students of Shaheed BhagatSingh Evening College. जब हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात कर रहे हैं तो हम पूरे देश के बच्चों को, हमारा कर्तव्य बनता है कि हम उन तक वो बेस्ट नॉलेज, वो हम पाठ्यक्रम जो वो पढ़ते हैं, जो किताबों में पढ़ते हैं, उसका सही ज्ञान उन तक हम पहुंचा पाएं. और ये जो नॉलेज सेंटर हमने बनाया है, इससे हम वो लेक्चर्स जो हैं, ये फॉर्मेलिटी के लिए नहीं होगा, ये रियल सेंस में होगा. सो दिस इज व्हाट एन आइडिया that you can also come. Everybody, I invite everyone to be a part in this development of the college and contributing something to the development of the country. This college is named after the great son of India, Sardar Bhagat Singh. And he has said this, Bombs and pistols do not make a revolution. The sword of revolution is sharpened on the whetting stone of ideas. So ideas important hai. So come with an idea and change this country, change this world, change this institution. I once again thank you all for chief guest, Professor Jagdish Mukhi ji, who is the integral part of our college. He's been so kind and, a humble man who agreed to our invitation and was saying that I can just come as a simple delegate. I need not to be, made the chief guest. But sir, it's an honor that you have accepted our invitation. And Professor Nageshwar Rao, another humble man, and we owe to you our NAC grading, sir. You were there, and he is a very disciplined man, very upright man, and dedicated to his duty. And that was seen during his NAC visit. He maintained perfect neutrality, what is being expected from an academician and an administrator. And he gave the ratings purely on the merit, nothing else. Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot, sir, for gracing the occasion. And Professor Dhananjay Singh, thank you for sparing. I know that he is not well. He is having some sugar and BP ups and down going, but he has taken out his precious time and has come to grace this occasion. And I want to thank Dr. Jairam Meena and all my, the organizing secretary and all the teachers, those who have tirelessly working day and night for making this, and the students, volunteers, making it a grand success. So, thank you once again.
On everyone's behalf, I extend my profound appreciation for your inspiring words, which I am sure have not only kindled deep curiosity and relentless zeal among the students, but also pumped electrifying energy into the distinguished guests of the audience. Your invaluable and inimitable contribution to the college and your vision for educational and academic institutions for the Bharat of 2047 is wholeheartedly acknowledged by all of us. Professor Anju Wali Tikku is a professor in the Faculty of Law, University of Delhi, from where she also obtained her PhD. Dr. Tikku's academic career spans several years with a strong background in administration. She has held various positions, including senior lecturer at the Faculty of Law. She also worked as a lecturer at the campus. Thank you. Ma'am, please, it's my privilege to read it.
I'll just
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
नमस्कार, मंच पे आसीन मुख्य अतिथि प्रोफेसर जगदीश मुखी जी और सभी सदस्य जनों से मैं माफ़ी चाहूँगी, थोड़ी सी गुस्ताखी की है मैंने। शिखा जी को मैंने बोलने नहीं दिया बिकॉज वी आर ऑलरेडी रनिंग बिहाइंड शेड्यूल एंड एज चेयरपर्सन आई बिलीव दिस इज़ समथिंग घर के लोगों की बात नहीं की जाती ना, तो जिस किसी ने देखना है वो देख सकता है। Just briefly informing you that I have been into academics since 1989 as a teacher, and I continue and consider myself to be a teacher even today. With Mukhi ji, जब मैं सीढ़ियाँ चढ़ रही थी तो हमारा थोड़ा सा ये रहा कि पहले आप और पहले आप। वो कहने लगे मैं तो यहीं का हूँ, तो मैंने कहा नहीं सर आप यहीं के तो हैं, लेकिन आज जो आयोजन है उसके हिसाब से शायद आपको पहले ही चलना चाहिए क्योंकि आप यहाँ के हैं, लेकिन आज आप मुख्य अतिथि हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच प्रोफेसर जगदीश मुखी जी। अत्री जी ने कहा कि गवर्नर रहे हैं आसाम के, मैं प्रेफर करूँगी आपको प्रोफेसर साहब बोलना क्योंकि राजनीति में बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती हैं, बट एंड सिंस दिस इज़ एन एकेडमिक इंटरैक्शन, thank you very much for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion and somewhere inspiring each one of us that being a teacher, you can raise the highest ladder even in the governance. Thank you once again, sir, for accepting and joining us together on this occasion. Professor Nageshwar Rao ji, VC, IGNOU. Let me confess that I did not have any opportunity of interacting with him, but whatever little I have been able to gather and gauge at this moment, I can understand the kind of humility and the persona he happens to have. And yes, he has been a role model in his individual capacity as a member of NAC and having been the VC of IGNOU means a lot, wherein lot many courses, lot many students from different sections, strata, and region of India happen to take their education. Of the subject, that when we are talking about this conference, I'll not take much time since Dr. Meena and Professor Atri have well informed us as to what is the background material on the basis of which we have started off and we conceptualized holding of this international conference. Very well timed, very well thought about, because when I demanded and I asked for the concept note, I realized that it is not only talking about SDGs, it is talking about much more beyond that. And even if we leave everything else behind, there is something like peace, good institutions, and happiness that we all need to achieve and emulate. And through this conference, with the backdrop of G20 summit, wherein we happen to be holding the presidency, and there were a lot many thoughts coming to my mind that now we are going to hand over this presidency to Brazil. We have a couple of organizations with different nations together. We have G20, now G21. We also have BRICS. We also have SARC. We also have G7. So just it connected that when we talk about BRICS, in BRICS, majority of the nations are developing nations. And SDG is primarily relevant and important with reference to developing nations. India, in that 5 nation grouping, BRICS, Brazil, China, South Africa. India is in the middle. Read BRICS, BRI. And now we are handing over the presidency to Brazil, which comes first, an acronym BRICS. So we are leading the path for sustainable developmental goals and handing over with much higher benchmarks to Brazil to follow us. And keeping in mind today's perspective, the thought process and the motto that we have given, wherein we talk about Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, ये आज का नहीं है, हमेशा से हमारा ये भाव रहा है. और वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की जब हम बात करते हैं तो जैसा प्रोफेसर अत्री ने कहा, बहुत खूब कहा, कि जब तक मेरा पड़ोसी खुश नहीं है, खुशहाल नहीं है, तो मैं भी खुशहाल नहीं रह सकती हूँ. It's primarily that understanding and aspiration which is extended on the global scale, so that we say one earth, one family, one future. And if we are looking forward to a conjoined, cohesive collective, we need to ensure that we are not a rights-based society, rather we achieve and we aspire to be duty-based society, so that once we are performing our duties and responsibilities, somebody's rights is being fulfilled automatically, naturally. तो जब हम लोगों को एल्बो आउट नहीं करेंगे, हम उनको इंक्लूजन की बात करेंगे, हम उनको साथ लेके चलेंगे, हाथों का ही फेर है ना, भाव बदल जाता है. एक आप ऐसे लेके चलिए और एक आप ऐसे कर दीजिए, उतना सही फ़र्क है, बट वो भाव जो है अंदर से आता है. तो मैं इस मौके पे सिर्फ इतना ही कहूँगी. आई वॉज जस्ट गोइंग थ्रू द कॉन्सेप्ट नोट and the technical sessions that have been laid down, wherein we talk about economy and commerce, sustainable development, culture and international politics, जहाँ पे आपका climate change भी बहुत ज़्यादा important है आज की तारीख में. So we have macroeconomics, we have microeconomics. I would only cajole and persuade you to let us think together positively on a note that we do not elbow out people.
Delegates to this international conference on resilient approaches for New World Order and Viksit Bharat. Great opportunity for me to be present over here and listening that how to move ahead. The change is inherent in nature. It is not going to help all of us. The other approach is look at those changes. Even if some adversities are there, make yourself confident to deal with that situation. And this approach is the resilient approach. Not at the top, but we all have to look into that particular idea, which may help all of us to have that sort of confidence to deal with those adversities, which may help us to move ahead. Your own college is a great example in this endeavor for the last few years, the way you moved ahead. It is your resilient approach. Looking at the adversities and try to build your own structure, own operations, own activities, keeping in mind your goals and aspirations. And that is what we all need to look into it. One glaring example which the world as a whole has faced, and we all know that how that pandemic has affected all of us. Many of your friends, many of your colleagues, they lost their lives. And those who are affected, still they are suffering with the after effects, side effects of that pandemic. Again, here we can see there are two approaches. One, wait that let this pandemic be over. We can't do anything. We are helpless because we all were asked to sit in our house. No need to come out. Offices were closed. Nothing is to be done. The other approach is no. It's a challenge. It's an adversity. And this adversity has to be challenged by us. We have to bounce back. Whatsoever our energy is there, whatsoever our strength is there, we have to see that how we can cope up. And the result you found that in our country, we were the first few countries which have got their own vaccine. That vaccine has become a lifeline to all of us. That vaccine we have not only used for our own people, it is for the globe as a whole. So many countries, they are being supported for this endeavor. In the field of education also, you all might be knowing that when the pandemic is going on, some Western countries, they moved to us. edX and Coursera. And what basically they talked about is that in the field of education, we may use the technology. We may like to look into the option of course-based learning. Only one course, have the studies, get the certification. It was not possible earlier, and no one was thinking about it. Then new education policy has come up. In our own country, we are having our Shyam platform, which was not so popular. Of course, it was set up in 2016 by the Ministry of Education. We were having only 50 to 60 lakh learners for that. It is very, very strong. Change. Disaster. Change. Disaster. You see that predict everything. And we see that for everything, we are having the resilient planned. It has also helped us to see that we can cope up with all those, even in terms of natural disasters. So what basically this thrust is, that resilient approaches. This has become the new buzzword in the new world order. And we all have to be mentally prepared to look into that domain. It is our own approach. We have to be innovative. Look at the case of Japan. During the Second World War, it has lost everything. The Second World War, it has lost everything. One approach there is, हमारा तो सब कुछ खत्म हो गया. Let us wait and maybe someone will help us. No. They all started working. And you see amongst the top 5 countries of the world in terms of the countries. Small country like that, Japan, can also grow with this resilient approach. Then we all adversities, coping up with those negative environment, the challenges. COVID is not the only challenge. Education is not the only challenge. Climate change is not the only challenges. Now in the new world order, you'll find that every day you all are facing new challenges. And for that, our mental strength is that we must adopt this resilient approach. And this is the buzzword of the new world order. And here, we all have to come forward to see. Don't look at only the principle. We all have to come forward and to see that how our Shaheed BhagatSingh College can also cope up all the adversities which in the field of education we all are facing at the college level, at the university level, or at the national level also. I once again thank you all for given me an opportunity to be with you this morning. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your enlightening thoughts with our audience. We once again thank you for sparing your valuable
nations, the world, go through different cataclysmic times and moments. So this is a moment of transition, obviously, an important where inclusivity, as many of my previous colleagues have talked about, has been emphasized upon. The mere fact that it was a masterstroke, and I'm not an expert in international relations, but in terms of geopolitics, a masterstroke to include African Union, and thereby somehow neutralize the influence of China in Africa. And Africa, with its 55 countries, is going to be extremely important in economic terms, in trade terms, in terms of geopolitical interests of India. That's a masterstroke. And it comes from a great deal of efficiency in diplomacy. In Chanakya, that's why I said you cannot distinguish in India, you cannot separate the past from the... Chanakya has a term called mantra yuddha. That's a mantra yuddha is a concept in Chanakya. That of course there are differences between powers and power structures and nations. Through mantra, you can actually make people agree to what you want. And that is why India's core interests have been expressed and translated as global interests. And that's the success story of India as far as G20 is concerned. It's not a small movement. Well, there are forces, there are ideas and ideologies both within the country and outside, obviously. Ideologies which are based on creating bheda. If you look at the Indian philosophical tradition, our living traditions, we've moved from bheda to abheda. That is our strength. There are ideas and ideologies that emphasize upon bheda, that we are different in terms of communities, different in terms of castes, all sorts of differences, obviously. We have to transcend that. That is what now that is what we have gained, and that's where we look at. As Professor Atri was mentioning, a transition from a unilateral global order to multilateralism, obviously. Now, multilateralism in terms of, again, the way the nations are connected politically, or multilateralism in economic terms. I'm not a specialist in economics, but of course, being at JNU, of course, has this advantage, and many of my JNUites would know that that we get lots of ways to think about things, obviously. So economic multilateralism, of course, is something which is going to be very, very important. as far as microeconomic funding is concerned. I'm sure this is going to be raised by people, by experts. Macroeconomic stability, the flow of finance, and India has played a huge role, obviously. One of the great achievements as far as G20 is concerned is the way it has kind of approved, Russian food, supplies across the globe, obviously, in order to cut on inflation, and provide food security, especially to developing countries and least developed countries. Least developed countries and developing countries come to have numerous references in the G20 declaration. So in that context, we are moving towards one Earth, one future, and one family. The Prime Minister, in his opening remarks, obviously talked about the differences, like global North, global South. These are all fashions, basically. In literary culture studies, generally I'll ask people, where does the term global South come from? Where did the term third world countries come, third world nations come from? These terms are, of course, they have certain historical, political origins. They're created elsewhere, especially in the United States of America and the powerful countries, and they're used to peddle ideologies, obviously, to people who need to be controlled and governed economically in trade terms. When the Prime Minister made his opening remarks, he says that we need to move beyond this this difference of North and South and East and West. And obviously developed and developing countries is going to be extremely difficult. But the agreements that have been reached, especially on environmental sustainability, obviously, on cyclical economy, that's what traditionally we were cyclical people in terms of, even in our households, traditionally, that it was very difficult for us to kind of to leave out things that we used. That's a cultural tradition that we had. That's why I said if we're talking of the new world, we need to, all ideas and principles contained in our oral tradition, and that is why G20 makes culture very important. I come from culture studies, so you might say I'm a little biased towards it, but now culture cannot be separated from politics. Even I was talking of Kautilya's Arthashastra. Okay, he begins with Anveshiki, obviously, philosophy, the traits, of course, of Vedas. And he argues that law subsumes dharma. In other words, culture, of course, is an intrinsic part of these discourses, and we have shown that. So we have this. We have this in us. But historically, of course, in all the post-colonial history in India, there was a thinking, both within India, of course, in the universities and the colleges. I'm not saying that I'm a product of that. I must say I'm proud of it. I'm not saying it very sweepingly. But generally, the idea is this, that these notions are primitive, obviously. If you say we are all one. Now, India historically never invaded with sword, but it reached to the world with the strength of its knowledge, the Jnana Parampara, obviously. Southeast Asia, in fact, texts have gone everywhere. But when Amitabh Ghosh, of course, in Great Derangement, talks about the fact that 19th century is the key moment where the human self was forever dissociated from the non-human self. And then we need to go back to the classics, whether it is the Ramayana or the Mahabharata or the Greek classics. Then we talk about it. The fact that there is an inseparability of the self. I gave the example of the yoga, the Kapalbhati, and with a certain purpose. With a certain purpose that we have a tradition. We're talking of environment today, like in the Upanishad, of course, in one of the Upanishads, I think it's Satyakama who goes, the teacher tells him that go and you have 100 cows, and when the number of cows grow to 1,000, come back. And he comes back, the teacher asks, well, you look quite knowledgeable. What has been the secret of your knowledge? He says, I've got all my knowledge from beings other than humans. And he takes several examples. Now, that has been the core of self in India. Self has never been Descartesian in India. Self has never, I think, therefore I am. Even in Buddhism, in the Buddhist thought, of course, the mind is a part of the body. we have a concept of guna, of course, in philosophy, right? The three gunas in philosophy. Nobody takes this, no philosophy professor would take this seriously unless pointed out that Erich Schrödinger, who won the Nobel for quantum physics, was trying to resolve the key paradox that he got from Vedanta. So what I'm trying to stress, and I must talk about ICSSR, because of ICSSR I'm here. I'm sure I'm honest about it. I mean, without ICSSR, I don't think I would have this place. And thank you so much for giving ICSSR this place. Now, we have been thinking in ICSSR, obviously, is that, and of course, there are several projects that we've announced on tribal studies. I grew up in Arunachal Pradesh. Social science research in India has to think about, I won't call it Indianizing methodology, but critically thinking about the tools and methods that we have been using. I was in Northeast, I was talking about, in Assam specifically, there was a conversation. I think one of the surveys, of course, at the national level pointed out that close to 80% people in Meghalaya are landless. And the professor at NEHU, with whom I was having this conversation, pointed out that this shocked him. And he went to the questionnaires that were used. The questionnaire says, do you own property? Do you own land? And the Khasis, or people from the Jantia Hills, they don't have a concept of owning land, of course. They said, well, I do have this land. This land comes from my ancestors. This belongs to the community. But I'm not an owner. I'm just giving an example to stress that we need to think about when we go to, especially to the communities, and ICSR in near future is going to stress upon it, that we need to be critically confident of doing social science research, whether they're methodology, whether they're empiricists or they're constructivists. It's an amazing thing to say that the linguistic turn in social sciences that actually influences categories and concepts in various disciplines, including women's studies, come from linguistics. What I'm trying to say is this, that we need to, as we go ahead, as we look into the future, as we look into Viksit Bharat, by 2030, we're going to have 24 crore people with skills, obviously. We're moving towards that. There's a great emphasis on that. The national education policy lays that emphasis. At the same time, we need to look at our strength, our intellectual strength, obviously, in order to become a developed nation for making life livable and, I must say, enjoyable, because happiness is the ultimate end of life for everybody, for the poorest of the poor. That's our responsibility. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the event in spite of your extremely busy schedule and for sharing your enlightening thoughts on the theme of the conference. Now, it is time to welcome the chief guest of the function. I feel extremely honored to introduce the assembly to Professor Jagdish Mukhi, who began his career at Shaheed BhagatSingh College. Kindly allow me, sir, to give your illustrious introduction to our audience. Professor Jagdish Mukhi is a distinguished figure in Indian politics and academia. With an illustrious career spanning various roles, he has left an indelible mark on the nation. He served as the governor of Assam for an impressive 5-year term, during which he also oversaw the states of Nagaland, Manipur, Meghalaya, and Mizoram in additional capacities. In August 2016, he assumed the prestigious position of Lieutenant Governor of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, where he exhibited exemplary leadership. Professor Mukhi's journey in public service began as the first finance minister and education minister of the Delhi government. His commitment to public welfare was evident throughout his political career, with an astounding 7 consecutive terms as an elected member of the Legislative Assembly. He was leader of opposition in Delhi Assembly for a long time. He was honored with the title of Best Planning Minister of the Nation by the then Union Planning Minister Pranab Mukherjee. Additionally, he received the Best MLA Award in the Delhi Vidhan Sabha not once but twice, reflecting his exceptional service to the people. Professor Mukhi's academic journey is equally impressive. He earned his master's degree from SRCC, University of Delhi, in 1967. Before venturing into politics, he joined the Department of Commerce Shaheed BhagatSingh College in the year 1969. He was awarded a PhD in finance in 1995, and his contributions to education were recognized with an award of D.Litt, a testament to his dedication to academia. Professor Jagdish Mukhi's multifaceted career, encompassing politics and education, reflects a lifetime of service and dedication to the nation and its people. His achievements and contributions continue to inspire generations. May I now request you, sir, to finally inaugurate the conference and address the audience.
Honorable Chief Guest of the function today, Professor Nageshwar Rao, Vice Chancellor of IGNOU University. Honorable Guest of Honor, Professor Dhananjay Singh Ji, Member Secretary, ICSSR. Chairperson of Shaheed BhagatSingh College, Professor Tikku Ji. Principal of the college, Shri Arun Atri Ji. Director of the conference, Dr. Jairam Meena Ji. Secretary of the conference, Ms. Pallavi Manchanda Ji. Bureaucrats and academicians, faculty and students of the college, alumni, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. I feel honored to inaugurate the International G20 conference organized by Shaheed BhagatSingh College. I congratulate college fraternity to have chosen a topic of which is very close to my heart. The objective of the conference is to explore India's role in New World Order and its journey towards becoming a developed nation by 2047 in harmony with the Honorable Prime Minister's visionary goals. We have today galaxy of eminent speakers in the conference who will give their presentations and dwell in detail on the subject. I shall simply mention very few points. Friends, we know well that Prime Minister Modi has played a significant role in elevating India's importance in the world order during his tenure. He has initiated economic reforms to boost India's growth and international strategies. Initiatives like Make in India, Digital India have attracted foreign investment and promoted entrepreneurship. Shri Modi's foreign policy has focused on strengthening diplomatic ties and strategic partnerships with countries worldwide. His active engagement with world leaders has elevated India's global profile. He has pursued a neighborhood-first policy, strengthening India's ties with the neighboring countries and enhancing regional stability. He has also worked to bolster India's presence in the international organizations. Under the leadership of Shri Modi ji, India has committed to significant renewable energy goals and has played a proactive role in international climate change negotiations, earning recognition for its efforts. Shri Modi ji worked to modernize India's military and enhance its capabilities. His government's focus on defense partnerships has bolstered India's strategic position in the region. The Prime Minister has leveraged India's rich cultural heritage to strengthen diplomatic ties. International Day of Yoga, for example, is celebrated worldwide, promoting India's cultural influence. Modi government has prioritized infrastructure development, including transportation and connectivity projects, which are critical for India's economic growth and regional connectivity. Shri Modi ji's leadership during global crises such as COVID-19 distribution efforts have been pivotal in addressing the pandemic in the region. India has become a fastest growing economy in the world during Modi's government, and we have become fifth largest economy and are going to become third largest economy of the world by 2028. Friends, taking all these facts into consideration, pursuing the policy of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and looking to the vision and commitment of the government, we shall be moving steadily to make our country as a developed nation by 2047. With these words, I inaugurate this important conference today, and I recollect the day when I decided to join as a teacher in Shaheed BhagatSingh College. Why I am saying is this, at that time, joining Bhagat Singh College looked like why I have chosen it, when I could join any best college of the university. And reason was our then head of the Department of Commerce, Dr. A.B. Ghosh. He called some of our friends from the same batch of 67 batch and persuaded us to join this college because he wanted to develop this college as good as Shriram College of Commerce as per commerce is concerned. I was going to join Hansraj College, but he persuaded me. And I remember that was the time when we recruited students for BCom honors with 45% marks only. Today, I feel proud in the presence of the Honorable Principal and the Chairman of the governing body that our college has grown so much, which is evident from this standard of this seminar which is being organized by our faculties. Thank you very much. And I really told the principals I would prefer to sit and attend this conference as one of the participants, but somehow it is a great honor given to me. I convey my thanks to hold the faculty and our principal and the chairman of the college. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your motivating and enlightening thoughts with our audience. We are heading towards the conclusion of the inaugural session. I now request Dr. V.A.V. Raman, Coordinator of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of the College, and Principal Professor Ratri, to present a memento of gratitude and appreciation on behalf of the college to our chief guest of the function, Professor Jagdish Mukhi. May I have a big round of applause, please? Thank you, sir. I now request our senior faculty and college bursar, Dr. D.R. Saklani, and Chairperson Ma'am, Professor Tikku, to present a memento of gratitude and appreciation on behalf of the college to the guest of honor, Professor Nageshwar Rao. Thank you so much. I request the Staff Council Secretary, Dr. Varinder Kumar, and Principal, Professor Ratri, to present a memento of gratitude and appreciation to guest of honor, Professor Dhananjay Singh. Sir's burst was left in the beginning while welcoming. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. I request the organizing secretary of the conference, Ms. Pallavi Manchanda, and director of the conference, Dr. Jairam Meena, to present a memento of gratitude and appreciation to our dear chairperson, ma'am, Professor Anju Tikku. Ma'am, please. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that humility. We have been really blessed that all our guests have been humble enough and they are gracing the occasion today. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request the organizing secretary, Ms. Pallavi Manchanda, to propose a formal vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Shikha ma'am. At the very outset, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our dynamic Vice Chancellor of the University of Delhi, Professor Yogesh Singh, who has been instrumental in setting the vision for this legacy institution. I pay my sincerest gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Jagdish Mukhiji, former Governor of Assam, Nagaland and Mizoram, guest of honors, Professor Nageshwar Rao, Vice Chancellor, Indira Gandhi National Open University, and Professor Dhananjay Singh, Member Secretary, ICSSR, New Delhi, for gracing us with their presence during the inaugural session. I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank the chairperson of the governing body, Professor Anju Valitiku, who has thoroughly inspired us to bring this conference to life. Our principal, Professor Arun Kumar Atri, has been the backbone of this conference, and the entire organizing committee is grateful to sir for giving us the time, space, support, and energy to make this conference a resounding success. This conference wouldn't have been possible without the organizational support and dedication of all the faculty members of Shaheed BhagatSingh College, whose sense of camaraderie, helpfulness, and synergy have stood as a beacon of inspiration throughout this conference. I would take this moment to appreciate and thank all the student volunteers of Shaheed BhagatSingh College who have so diligently and actively performed each and every task given to them. I would also like to wholeheartedly thank the non-teaching staff of SBSC for the logistical and technical support. I extend my warm wishes and appreciation to the SULIP staff and the security staff for their uncompromising support throughout this period. I extend my sincerest regards to the paper presenters for being a part of this conference. I would also like to pay my gratitude to the guests and speakers for having taken out their valuable time to be with us here on this occasion. Finally, my special gratitude to all the participants who have come from all the corners to this very conference, and also to the members of the Dr. Ambedkar International Center for having given us the time and space for this conference. Last but not the least, I would like to thank our dear director, Dr. Jairam Meena, for believing in me and giving me the utmost support whatever way possible. Thank you so much, everyone.
May I now request to kindly rise for national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you so much. I request everyone to join us in the foyer on the first floor for high tea. We shall reassemble here at 12 for the first plenary session of the conference. Please walk up the stairs and leave the auditorium from the two gates, students from the left and the other guests and delegates from the right. Please follow the decorum as decided. Thank you. Request to students, please kindly maintain silence while walking out of the doors. NCC cadets, please maintain discipline and decorum in the auditorium while the movement is being.
नहीं है, ये मोबाइल फॉर्मेट हो गया। मैडम आपका आशीर्वाद बड़े
ये मोबाइल में इसीलिए खींच रहा है। हाँ भाई,
पीटीसी कर देते हैं सर।
ड्यूटी पूरा होना चाहिए।
लाइट बैटरी चार्जिंग नहीं कर रहा, तुरंत चला गया।
बंद हो गया
देख रहे ऑन बाइक
हाँ?
में
सर वो इसीलिए रोक रहे थे बाहर गेट पर ना। इन सब हरकतों की वजह से।
इधर आ जाओ। सही बात है। रोल भाई, रोल कपिल भाई।
दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज की तरफ से आज अंबेडकर इंटरनेशनल सेंटर में एक G20 कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया गया। इस आयोजन में मुख्य अतिथि के तौर पर असम के पूर्व गवर्नर जगदीश मुखी भी मौजूद रहे। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थीम थी किस प्रकार से भारत का कद निकल गया। दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के कॉलेज शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज की तरफ से आज अंबेडकर इंटरनेशनल सेंटर में एक G20 कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया गया। क्या हुआ?
आवाज आ रही है। बोलना है बार कपिल।
माइक चेक माइक चेक माइक चेक।
बोलो।
माइक चेक माइक चेक माइक चेक माइक चेक।
अभी तो ठीक है।
आवाज नहीं आ रही क्या?
ना।
नहीं आ रही? क्या बात कर रहे हो? दोबारा से निकाल के लगाऊं कि नीली वाली तार में ना ये दिक्कत है।
बोलो सर।
माइक चेक 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 चेक।
चलो मैंने कैमरा में ऑन कर दिया, इस पर कर लेते हैं। रोल करें?
हाँ हाँ करो।
रोल।
दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज की तरफ से आज अंबेडकर इंटरनेशनल सेंटर में एक G20 कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया गया, जिसमें मुख्य अतिथि के तौर पर असम के पूर्व राज्यपाल जगदीश मुखी भी मौजूद रहे। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थीम थी कि भारत का विदेश के अंदर बढ़ता हुआ कद। जिस प्रकार से भारत ने G20 की मेज़बानी की और एक दबदबा दूसरे देशों के सामने दिखाया, इस संगोष्ठी में उन सब पहलुओं पर विचार रखे गए।
दो ले लेना।
I request everyone to settle down, please. We are shortly going to start with our plenary session 1.
प्रीलोडेड गानों वाला कीपैड फोन धमाकेदार साउंड के साथ कारवा मोबाइल।
Audience is requested to kindly be seated. We are about to start.
Welcome to the first plenary session of the G20 International Conference on Resilient Approaches for a New World Order and Viksit Bharat. I hope we all are feeling energized after the strong dose of caffeine or nicotine. India, as a G20 member, has consistently been dedicated to fostering peaceful, sustainable, and inclusive growth through its vision. As a significant member of the Global South, India's aspiration for a peaceful world demonstrates its faith in collaboration and teamwork to overcome different issues and accomplish shared objectives. India's goal for a peaceful world include several initiatives such as fostering sustainable growth, combating climate change, and preventing terrorism. The International Solar Alliance, which aims to promote solar energy in the fight against climate change, has been actively supported by India. India's goal of a peaceful world has another crucial component, that is, combating terrorism and advancing international that terrorism has on people's lives, because it has experienced terrorism firsthand. India believes that cooperation and coordinated action are the only ways to fight terrorism effectively. Gender equality and women's empowerment are essential to India's vision for a peaceful world. India is a major proponent of increasing manifold the rights of women and girls because it recognizes their importance in fostering social harmony and sustainable development. India is resolute that the G20 countries must work together to achieve these objectives on a global scale. Since India's vision for a peaceful world reflects its commitment to creating a better world and advancing global development, its new avatar as Viksit Bharat will indeed prove to be the vanguard of resilience in the new world order. In the light of these dynamics, we look forward to finding some of the solutions and insights of the new world order in this first plenary session of the conference. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome the illustrious panel of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Tilak Devashar, Member, National Security Advisory Board, Government of India; Professor Harshvi Pant from King's College, London; Mr. Prateek Joshi as the moderator of the conference, and another speaker who is on his way, Professor Emeritus S.G. Muni, who is shortly going to join us in the session. Can we all have a big round of applause to welcome them? Kindly join us on the dais, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Our first speaker, Mr. Tilak Devashar, is currently a member of the National Security Advisory Board. He is also a consultant with the Vivekananda International Foundation. He is a former Special Secretary, Cabinet Secretariat, Government of India. During his professional career, Mr. Devashar specialized in security issues, especially pertaining to India's neighborhood. He is the author of 3 widely acclaimed books on Pakistan: Pakistan Courting the Abyss, Pakistan at the Helm, and Pakistan, the Balochistan Conundrum. All these books have been published by HarperCollins India. I request the Staff Association President, Dr. Amrita Bajaj, to kindly come and welcome our first speaker. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out time and gracing the occasion. Our second speaker for the day, Professor Harshvi Pant, is the Vice President at Studies and Foreign Policy at Observer Research Foundation, New Delhi. He is a Professor of International Relations with King's India Institute at King's College London. He is also the Honorary Director of Delhi School of Transnational Affairs at University of Delhi. Professor Pant has been a visiting professor at the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, a visiting professor at Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, a visiting fellow at the Center for the Advanced Study of India, University of Pennsylvania, a visiting scholar at the Center for International Peace and Security Studies, McGill University, a non-resident fellow with the Wadhwani Chair in US-India Policy Studies at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, Washington, D.C., and an Emerging Leaders Fellow at the Australia-India Institute, University of Melbourne. Professor Pant's current research is focused on Asian security issues. His most recent books include India and Global Governance, A Rising Power and Its Discontents, Politics and Geopolitics, Decoding India's Neighborhood Challenge, America and the Indo-Pacific, Trump and Beyond, New Directions in India's Foreign Policy, Theory and Praxis, India's Nuclear Policy, the US Pivot and the Indian Foreign Policy, Handbook of Indian Defense Policy, and India's Afghan Model. Professor Pant regularly writes for various Indian and international media outlets, including the Japan Times, the Wall Street Journal, the National UAE, the Hindustan Times, and the Telegraph. I request the teacher in charge of the Department of Political Science, Shaheed BhagatSingh College, Dr. Rajiv Ranjan Sinha, to welcome Professor Harshvi Pant with a plant and a bust of Shaheed BhagatSingh. Thank you, sir. The moderator of the session, Mr. Prateek Joshi, is a dedicated scholar currently in the final year of his PhD program at the prestigious University of Oxford. With a profound passion for research and an insatiable curiosity, he has been diligently working towards advancing knowledge in his field of study. In addition to his academic pursuits, Mr. Joshi serves as an assistant editor at the esteemed Center for Peace Studies. He is poised to make meaningful contributions to academia and society in the near future. I request the teacher in charge of the Department of Commerce, Shaheed BhagatSingh College, Dr. Shalini Gupta, to welcome Mr. Prateek Joshi with a plant and bust of Shaheed BhagatSingh. Thank you, Prateek. I'm taking the liberty to start the session. However, our first speaker, Professor S.D. Muni, is on his way, so he'll join us later. We are truly grateful for all the session speakers and the moderators today that they have taken out time and they would be enlightening us with their speeches and addresses. Thank you so much. Without waiting any further, I hand over the session to the moderator, Mr. Joshi.
Thank you very much, esteemed guests, principal sir, the lecturers and students. Thank you very much for putting this panel together, and we have with us three distinguished speakers. They represent three different generations and three different specializations within the field of foreign policy and IR. So I'll give a brief background, what makes this panel very special, and why we are also trying to do something where the academia and the policy making can be understood together. So before writing 4 excellent books, Mr. Tilak Deveshwar also served as the Special Secretary of India's premier external intelligence agency, RNAW, and he's brought that experience into his writings. Then we have Professor Pant, who's had a very long career as an academic. He was in the King's College London, and now he's brought that experience within the Indian IR in the JNU. The G20 summit has enhanced India's profile, as in the case of the African Union, or it's posturing towards threats like terrorism. And despite the international polarizations, our government, so those familiar with the workings of G20, I'm sure Professor Pant and Mr. Deveshwar, they would know the difficulties we had to go through as we see a polarized world and the US-Russia war manifesting in Ukraine. So while India's role as a global consensus builder is increasingly appreciated, it has not shied away from asserting its interests both overtly and covertly. Notwithstanding the achievements, there are so many issues that are yet to be addressed. They range from addressing present polarizations, sustainable development, gender issues, international terrorism, and overhaul of the international institutions. I would like I would request Mr. Tilak Deveshwar to come here and present his paper on Pakistan, internal turmoil, implications for India and G20. Then we'll have Professor Hirsch, who will speak on India and the changing global order, the G20 mandate. Tilak sir, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Pratik. Principal, professors, teachers, students, distinguished guests, it's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me to address all of you. And I'm especially a matter of great pride for me that Pratik is moderating the session. Pratik and I have worked closely in the VIF for a couple of years before he went to Oxford for his PhD. So it's a great moment of happiness for me to see him over here. I'm going to be talking about Pakistan, the internal turmoil in Pakistan, the implications for India, and Pakistan and G20, strange as it may sound. Now, as you know all aware that in the last 2 years, Pakistan has been going through some very serious turmoil. There has been a political crisis, often with constitutional implications. Now the president has got into the act. There is a serious economic crisis with Pakistan teetering on the brink of a default. There has been a judicial crisis with the judiciary and the executive on a warpath. Pakistan had the worst climate-induced floods since its creation last year. And the security situation has deteriorated with the activities of the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, and which has trans-border implications. So security has also been affected. Now, all this is taking place against the background of very serious polarization in Pakistan. Pakistan has always been a polarized society, but not to the extent that it is polarized today. In fact, so much so that the former Interior Minister, Rana Sanaullah, said in a TV debate that Imran Khan had brought the situation to such a pass that either he would survive or they would survive. So the normal thing of a democracy and democratic functioning, where you treat your opponent as an adversary and not as an enemy or a traitor, has been done away with. So the functioning of a democratic polity in Pakistan has become extremely difficult. Now the pivot of this entire situation that is taking place, at least the political situation, is the unbridled ambition of Imran Khan to get back into power. He could not accept the fact that he had been removed democratically by a no-confidence motion in the National Assembly. He lost the confidence of the Assembly and he had to go as Prime Minister. He has billed it as a conspiracy, and therefore for the last year and a half, he has been trying every which way to force elections so that he can get back into power. Now, this is something which I think Pakistan is going to pay for a very long time to come, his unbridled ambition. Carried away by his popular appeal, and there is no doubt that he's extremely popular, he started targeting the army generals. not so much as to restore the balance between the civil and the military, but to force the military to intervene on his behalf. The army, for its part, was very apprehensive of Imran Khan's antics, and they feared that he will be targeting the new army chief in case he came back into power. So the die was almost cast. So it could either be General Asim Munir or Imran Khan. But I don't think so you can write off Imran Khan just yet, even though he's behind bars and he has been disqualified from contesting elections. He and his role continues to be central in Pakistani politics. And while it is too early to talk about his legacy, I would just like to mention one aspect of what he has done, which I think is very important for the next couple of years. You see, he was a failure as in governance or in dealing with the economy. But through persistent propaganda, especially on the social media, he created the urge for change among millions, especially among the youth. His narrative of a corruption-free Pakistan shook their faith in the existing politicians and institutions. His promise of a Naya Pakistan captured the imagination of the youth. And this has been left unfulfilled. Now, these unfulfilled aspirations and the resultant anger heightened due to serious deterioration in living conditions as a result of backbreaking inflation is palpable and will be disruptive if he is not returned to power. Political parties will have to factor this in and adapt imaginatively to this frustration and anger, else instability and disorder will remain just beneath the surface. On the economic front, Pakistan is going through its worst crisis. It has been in crisis throughout since 47, but this is the worst possible crisis it is facing. And there are three key elements of this. One, external debt repayments, which Pakistan's own resources, foreign exchange resources, are not adequate to meet. The back-breaking inflation and the steep escalation in energy prices that has resulted in countrywide protests. According to a recent World Bank report, which was released last week, poverty in Pakistan shot up to 39.4% as in the last fiscal year, pushing 12.5 million people into the below the poverty line. It estimates that about 95 million Pakistanis now live in poverty, measured as the poverty line of $3.65 per day income level. You've all heard of the IMF bailed out Pakistan with the $3 billion standby arrangement. This will restore short-term stability to Pakistan. But Pakistan's current reserves are just $4 billion, which are enough for 1 month of imports. Moody's Investor Services and Fitch Ratings have noted that Pakistan has to repay between $25 to $28 billion this fiscal year. And the IMF estimates that Pakistan has to repay $91.5 billion during the next 3 years, from 23-24 to 25-26. Pakistan just does not have this kind of money, so it will have to go back to the IMF for another loan after this standby arrangement finishes in March 24. But all this will do is to postpone the inevitable structural adjustments that are required to bring back Pakistan's economy to some sort of shape. The crux of the economic problem in Pakistan is that the tax base is extremely narrow, which does not generate revenues to pay for expenditures. So they have to borrow even to repay interest and for administrative expenses. In addition, Pakistan consumes much more than it produces, necessitating foreign exchange for imports. But due to loss of productivity and not being competitive, the economy is increasingly unable to earn dollars in quantities sufficient to pay for its import requirements. Therefore, it has to borrow more money to repay the interests and to further function and get imports. Now, if these political and economic challenges were not bad enough, Pakistan is faced with a very serious security situation with the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which is a Pakistan-based organization, carrying out a series of attacks all over Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the erstwhile FATA, in Balochistan, in Punjab, as well as in the federal capital. The TTP, which at one stage had been decimated by the Pakistan army, you may have heard of this Zarb-e-Lazb operation, have been resurrected because of the Taliban coming back into power in Kabul in August 2021. According to a Pakistani think tank, terrorist incidents in Pakistan have increased by 80% in the first 6 months as compared to the previous 6 months. And in August alone, there were 14 November. In addition, Pakistan has a problem with the Taliban in Afghanistan. There have been skirmishes. The Taliban have refused to accept the Durand Line as the international border. They have not reined in the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. So for Pakistan, the western borderlands today are in a very serious crisis, and no easy solution seems to be forthcoming for this. Now, beyond these current issues, these are the current immediate issues which attention gets focused on. There are four fundamental issues that Pakistan is faced with. And in my first book, Pakistan Courting the Abyss, I'd asked a fundamental question. And I had said, is then Pakistan ungovernable, or are its leaders incapable of governing Pakistan? Right? Is Pakistan ungovernable, or are its leaders incapable of governing Pakistan? And the thrust of my arguments was what I call the WEEP factors, an acronym that I had coined for water, education, economy, and population. These are the long-term, non-traditional security threats that eat the innards of any country. I saw Kashmir as a major problem. India was able to establish its narrative that the people of J&K were ready to be a part of the developmental initiatives and employment opportunities being generated in the region. Second, if you read the declaration, you are immediately struck by the fact how distant Pakistan is from its core values and essentials. Let me briefly touch upon some aspects of the declaration. First, the philosophical underpinnings. The preamble to the declaration states, we are one earth, one family, we share one future. It talks about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and the philosophy of living in harmony with our surrounding ecosystem. Now, Pakistan is light years away from any such philosophical ideas. The philosophy of the creation of Pakistan was a two-nation theory, the theory that Hindus and Muslims could not live together and that the Muslims needed their own country. This theory continues to permeate the thinking of Pakistan even today. The genesis of Pakistan is thus the opposite of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Moreover, the treatment of minorities in Pakistan and the sectarian divide between Shias and Sunnis and between Sunni sects underlines that they can barely live among themselves despite all of them being Muslims. Thus, the question of seeing the world as one family is a distant dream. In fact, just the other day, 2 days ago, the caretaker Prime Minister of Pakistan, Anwarul Haq, made this astounding tweet that it was his expectation that all Hindus, not only Hindus in Pakistan, but that all Hindus would see the wisdom of Islam, and they were willing to wait for a millennium for that. So that is the kind of thinking that permeates Pakistan even today. Sorry. Among the practical issues, the declaration talks about gender equality and empowerment, eliminating hunger and malnutrition, delivering quality education, harnessing digital technologies, issues of climate change and biodiversity, condemning terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. Let's again take a look at Pakistan against the backdrop of these very noble issues. 1. According to the UNDP's Global Human Development Report of 2022, Pakistan HDI rank remains at 161 out of 191 countries with no progress from 2019. The World Bank report places Pakistan in the company of sub-Saharan African countries in the Human Capital Index, the lowest in South Asia. Second, Pakistan is the world's second highest number of children, over 20 million, aged 5 to 16 out of school. 12 million of them are girls. It means that 44% of children in this age group do not go to school. Of those who do go to school, the dropout rates are very high. All this is a result of decades of neglect and chronic underspending on education, under 2% of GDP, making it amongst the lowest in South Asia. The gender gap is telling. According to the Pakistan Demographic and Health Survey, almost half of women in the age group of 15 to 25 are uneducated. 61% of rural women are illiterate. Gender gaps in education, health, access to employment, financial services, information, political and other opportunities continues to be very wide. 161 out of 191 countries. One of the most troubling phenomena is that of child stunting, which the Human Capital Review calls a public health crisis. The report finds that around 40% of Pakistani children under 5 are stunted, which is a shocking number. This condemns young children to a life of physical disability, poverty, deprivation, and also exposes them to premature mortality. In Pakistan, there is a fixation with numbers. As a result, the vast majority of scientists in Pakistan produce papers that no one reads, do research where there is no original or creative work, and collaborate with random people only to go on junkets or waste money. For example, there is one superstar professor with the highest Pakistani national award who is credited with 1,000 mathematics research papers over 3 years. That is almost one paper a day. Another publishes an average of 25 thick books in chemistry research, about one book per 2 weeks, and dozens of papers annually. According to a Pak academic, and I quote, for all these successes within campuses, the stench of intellectual rot is overpowering, unquote. A nuclear physicist, Parvez Hoodboy, sums up the end result of such an education system aptly, and I quote, most university students have little curiosity about their subject, no feeling of excitement, no desire to explore. Most have never read a serious book in their entire life, other than a textbook or a religious book. Campus discussions of philosophical, social, or intellectual issues are rare, unquote. In the context of the war in Ukraine, the declaration underscored that all states must act in a manner consistent with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter in its entirety. The use or threat of use of nuclear weapons is inadmissible. Today's era must not be of war. Since 1947, Pakistan has been on a single-minded mission to seek territorial expansion in Kashmir. The reason is that its nationalism is religious. It believes that Muslim-majority areas should form part of Pakistan. Moreover, by having a declared first-use nuclear policy, Pakistan is clearly prepared to use or threaten the use of nuclear weapons. The overall picture of various dimensions of human development is so bleak that it suggests Pakistan may be sleepwalking towards a disaster that can only be ignored at great peril. Comparing the high principles of the declaration with the situation in Pakistan, it is clear that the debates and conversations in Pakistan are as far removed as from such issues as possible, and therefore the question of addressing them just does not arise. To conclude, the bottom line of the current turmoil in Pakistan is that it has become a country whose challenges have become far more than the capacities and the capabilities of its leaders to tackle. The current leadership does not seem to have either the vision or the ability to do so. Whether or not the multiple crises deepen or there is some sort of a bailout is likely to depend less on the caliber of Pakistan leadership, civil and military, and more on the generosity of its friends and the IMF, at least temporarily. If, unlike the past, there are no early solutions to the multifarious crisis, Pakistan would literally be quick marching towards the abyss. As a scribe puts it, and I quote, Pakistan is a frail polity with a battered body and a badly bruised soul, unquote. It may not be able to deal with such crisis for too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and let me first of all thank the organizers for having me as part of this conversation. The picture that Mr. Devesha just painted is so pessimistic that one almost feels bad talking about G20, because G20 has been in some ways a big success for India, and a success, I think, in some ways also for the global governance agenda. So the segue from Mr. Devesha to my conversation is from maybe from pessimism to some degree of optimism about India and about the world order. In some ways we have been talking about G20 and for an entire year, and it's great to see so many youngsters here in this room still engaged with this subject when we have already had the Leaders Summit earlier this year. It has given, the G20 has put the spotlight squarely on India in some ways over the last year, as India has led its leadership of the G20 and taken conversations across a range of issues forward. It has somehow managed to galvanize conversations on international relations in India, which as a student of international relations, I feel particularly nice about, that a lot of youngsters who perhaps a year back would not know what G20 stood for today, perhaps know a bit more about G20, if not everything. So it's, I think, in some ways also has been an educational experience for a lot of India's youth, for a lot of India's population that is not engaged in a day-to-day manner on Indian foreign policy and with Indian foreign policy. So in that sense, I think it has also been a conversation about that India has been having, that we as Indians have been having amongst ourselves about our foreign policy, about our future, about our engagement with the world, what kind of a world we want to live in, what kind of a role we want to play in that world. So I think, therefore, in some ways, this conversation also highlights the differences in the trajectories of what Mr. Deveshar was talking about in terms of Pakistan and India's trajectory, which has completely almost diverged from Pakistan in some ways. So while we are stuck with our neighbors of all kinds, with all their problems and their potential, I think India has also been able to chart a territory, a trajectory for itself, which is quite interesting, which is quite innovative. So I think in that sense, this is also a moment to reflect back that if we were having a conversation about Indian foreign policy a decade back, a large part of that conversation would be about Pakistan. Today, you can have a conversation about Indian foreign policy without talking about Pakistan at all, in fact. So in a sense, there has been this change in the way India has been able to project itself on the global stage. India has been able to articulate a new role for itself on the global stage, and in some ways, the way the world order has evolved. So very briefly, what I want to do is to talk about two things. One is the changing world order, and a bit about changing India, and then linking that up and talking about why, therefore, G20 matters. Because ultimately, that's what we are here to discuss, the G20 mandate, in some ways how G20 has revived the discussions on foreign policy in this country. What role does India see for itself and Indians see for themselves as they look at the world which is changing rapidly? So, if you think about the world order today, certain things are very palpable, are very distinct. One is the changing balance of power. That a balance of power that we saw either during Cold War or in the post-Cold War period, where America reigned supreme, where US unipolarity reigned supreme, where many people were talking about the unipolar moment of the US in the early 1990s. We have come to a point where there is today a discussion about bipolarity or multipolarity. We may disagree, but I think the large argument today is that, look, the world is changing in a way where America no longer is in that kind of a dominating position that it used to be. There are other centers of power around the world. We may disagree about what those centers of power are. We may disagree whether it is a bipolar world where China and America are competing, or whether it's a multipolar world where multiple power centers are there and multiple power centers are trying to shape the global order. But what I think there cannot be any disagreement on is that we have moved on from a position where America was dominating as a unipolar structure in the international system. So I think in that sense, it is now a very fluid international environment where China's presence is very palpable, where the presence of other centers of power is equally palpable. You can think of them as Europe, Russia, India, Japan, the whole debate on the Indo-Pacific, that the center of gravity has shifted from the west to the east, and Indo-Pacific, the Pacific Ocean today is the center of gravity in some ways, both of global economics and global politics. So a lot has happened in the last decades, in the last few decades, as we look at the world, and that means that a nation like India that is trying to engage with the global order, that is trying to find its own place in the global order, will also have to evolve and think how it wants to curate its partnerships, how it wants to engage different stakeholders, and how it wants to articulate its position on the global stage. So in some ways, balance of power, that is, what is that doing to existing multilateral institutions? So if you look around the world today, there is a bit of a despondency about the state of multilateral institutions. The United Nations is not working. The Security Council in particular is not working. The WTO, World Trade Organization, is not working. World Health Organization, we saw during COVID how it did not function at all when it should have functioned, because we were told that it's a technical institution. Everyone is interested in health outcomes, so why would WHO not produce right outcomes? But it turned out that politicization of WTO was so extreme that they could not release adequate information at the right time. Perhaps that could have prevented a number of deaths the way COVID spread around the world, but it did not happen. So now when we look back, we are looking back at a world where multilateral order is flailing, it's failing, and there is a big despondent that our concerns are not reflected. Our concerns are not represented in how the multilateral institutions are shaping up. So that's one aspect of why, what is happening to the world order. There's a lot of pessimism around multilateral institutions. The third element is what some of you would have heard and discussed, this aspect of deglobalization. In early 1990s, when I was a student, one of the biggest books or one of the biggest arguments that was making a splash was The End of History. Francis Fukuyama's American political scientist, he wrote this. He made this argument that, look, if history was a contest of ideas, then at the level of ideas, the West had won. With free market capitalism and liberal democracy, the Soviet Union had been defeated, and now this is going to spread all across the world. And we'll have a lovely, lovely little world where everyone will cooperate with each other, no one will fight with each other. Economic globalization, free market capitalism, liberal democracy will take us to a new dawn. Somewhat of that argument was presented, if you look, and that was the high point of economic globalization. Now today, if you're looking at the world, what are the words you hear? You hear words like deglobalization, de-risking, decoupling. Countries are saying that we don't want to look at economic engagement as a values-neutral enterprise. If we want to trade with each other, we want to trade among like-minded countries. If we want to develop technologies with other partners, they should be like-minded partners. So in the past, we used to say, let's trade and become friends. Now we are saying, let's trade among friends. There's a change in the way nations are looking at their economic partnerships, which is fundamentally different from what it was in the 1990s, or even a decade back, because both the rise of China, the way China has risen, the way China has manipulated the global economic order, and the way the results of economic globalization have not been distributed across societies, within societies, that has generated a backlash. And we are wading through some of those challenges, whether it is in the form of Mr. Trump winning in the US and the kind of policies he put in place, whether it is Europe first argument, whether it is India first, whether the fact that India is today trying to develop its own indigenous manufacturing base. All of these are reflections of a different kind of an economic mentality that is now shaping the world in which we live. So in some ways, the world order is rapidly evolving in directions that is quite distinct from what it used to be. And therefore, once again, all nations, including India, will have to navigate their way through this crisis. Now, if you think about, broadly, these are the parameters in which you think of the world order. But if you think about India, India itself is changing. Today's India has different aspirations. It has greater economic muscle. It has greater diplomatic aspirations, political aspirations, and in sync with those. And the argument that India is increasingly making, or Indian policymakers are making, that we don't want to be a balancing power in the international system. We want to be a leading player in the international system. We want to shape outcomes. We don't want to be a recipient of outcomes that are shaped by others. We want to sit at the high table and determine outcomes. This is a very big change in the way India is articulating its own role, its own global agenda, its own global governance model. And that means that for a number of stakeholders who engage with India, they also have to come to terms with that argument. That it is no longer simply an India of non-aligned movement, where it was balancing different coalitions. Today, even as we develop our multi-alignment policies, the idea is that those alignments, those issue-based coalitions, should give us pragmatic outcomes and operational outcomes in specific domains. So from a leading power to from a balancing power to a leading power, that's a foreign policy articulation that is quite distinct from the way what we used to think in the past and what India used to articulate in the past. So in some ways, India's rise, India's economic rise, India's changing political aspirations, India's changing domestic politics, India's changing aspirational class, rise of an aspirational class in India, and the fact that India today sits at the heart of what we call as the Indo-Pacific. That if Indo-Pacific is the center of gravity of global politics and global economics, that India sits at the heart of that articulation. So therefore, for India is in some ways central to global agendas, global governance, global management, global public goods, and that gives India a certain leverage in the way India deals with the world and the way world deals with India. You would have heard in the last few days when we have seen this crisis with Canada, there have been a number of reports saying that, look, it is no longer the same world where Canada used to be a part of the West and therefore would have greater leverage over India. Today, India has greater leverage in some ways over Canada because of the kind of partnerships it has been able to generate, because it sits at the core of the changing world order. So in some ways, it has been a rapid transformation both in the world order and in the way India is engaging with the world. Which brings me to this idea of why G20 matters. Now, again, as I said, if we were having a discussion about G20 a year or so back, most of us would be quite clueless as to what is this hype about. Because G20 has been in existence for a while, and no one really cared much about G20. But this year, both the way India conducted its presidency of G20 and the specific inflection point that we see today in the world order and India's engagement with that world order, suddenly G20 became very important for India and for the world. Now that means that the change that are being encountered in the global order and the changes that India is encountering within itself, both have produced an outcome which meant that India could project its leadership via G20. Because G20 emerges as a platform at a time when other platforms are not working. There is a north-south divide, there is an east-west divide in the global order. And at that particular point in time, if you think of G20 as a platform, G20 becomes a platform that can voice the aspirations of a large part of the world that feels alienated. And that's what India captured during its presidency, the voice of the global south. That there is a large part of the world that was looking at the multilateral institutions with a degree of despondence at a time when US is competing and contesting with China, at a time when West is competing and contesting with Russia. Major power contestation is at an all-time high. All the major institutional frameworks of the world are not working, and therefore the food, fuel, fertilizer crisis, the economic crisis, the debt crisis that a large part of the world is facing in the global south was not being captured by the multilateral institutions. So the result was that India got this opportunity in the form of its G20 presidency, which it could leverage both to articulate a very expansive global agenda and also to showcase its own leadership credentials as a country that could in effect bridge differences between East and West and North and South. And that became the hallmark of India's G20 presidency, and what we saw earlier in this month in September, where India could come up with a Delhi declaration despite most arguing that it won't be possible. I think that showcased India's leadership, that showcased India's ability to bring countries together. Although the challenges were huge, Russian president was not in town, Chinese president was not in town, yet the fact that all 20-odd countries could converge there and India could make G20 a platform which now has an African Union. From G20 it became G21 with the inclusion of African Union. Again, will be remembered, this presidency will be remembered for the way it changes the very texture, the very character of G20. The G20 used to be a platform where the most prosperous nations, both developing and the developed, used to sit. But now G20 has become a platform where those countries which do not perhaps find, whose voices do not find any space in other platforms, are also represented, in particular the African Union, with the big continent being represented by the African Union's membership in the G20. So in some ways, India could leverage its role as an emerging power, as a leading power, as a power that is increasingly willing to engage with multiple stakeholders, in bringing to bear its weight on the process of G20. It made the process very important, and it made the outcome equally important, because in some ways the outcome is now reflective of a desire on the part of a large part of the world that multilateral institutions need to perform, need to evolve. If G20 can have African Union inside it, then other multilateral institutions should also think about reforming. As India has articulated in recent years, that if the UN Security Council does not have India as a permanent member, then it is certainly a loss for India and for 1.4 billion people. But it is equally a loss for the UN's own credibility. That if 1.4 billion people are not represented in the UN Security Council, it's a challenge for the credibility of the UN itself. So in some ways, India, by pushing African Union's candidacy into G20, also shaped this conversation about a changing balance of power means a restructuring of the global institutions and how those institutions should reflect the reality of today. And therefore, in some ways, very fundamentally, India's leadership has changed the way G20 will evolve in the future, and perhaps other multilateral institutions will take a cue and evolve in the future. That's a hope, but that hope is premised on India's own leadership of the G20. Now, that does not mean that that G20 is going to resolve all global challenges, or that India is going to be in a position to lead on all global challenges. But I think what it has done is effectively as a global leader, that no longer simply articulates its dissatisfaction, that no longer only tells the world that what is wrong with the world. It also provides some solutions to the world. That look, there is a problem. How do you solve that problem? You solve that problem by bringing greater voices into the global governance architecture. So in some ways, framing of the global governance agenda, framing of the global governance architectures, that perhaps has been India's most important success as the G20 presidency proceeded across the entire year, and still will continue to do so for the next 2 months, when India will give the presidency to Brazil. So in some ways, the developing world, the global south, and the restructuring of global multilateral institutions will remain India's formidable legacy in the G20. And that, once again, to conclude, is a reflection of how the world is changing and of how India is changing. That intersection between a changing India and a changing world order is what you saw being reflected in India's use of the G20 moment for itself and perhaps for the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Harsh and Mr. Tilak, for your views and such insightful presentation. So if I summarize it a bit and add my own views, dominant power. And it is in this vacuum that India has made its voice heard, and the present G20 summit is the institutionalization of India's arrival on the world stage as a leading power, where it has stepped out from the good guy syndrome, and India no longer prioritizes being seen as a politically correct entity, and it directly addresses its issues. And we may like it or not, but the fact that the West needs India to articulate some of its points and a lot of things which the West wants India to commit to. The West realizes India's capabilities. And at the same time, India has the discretion whether it should act or not. But at the same time, the progress, the growth, India's articulation as a leading power, its intentions, they're not without the challenges. Like it or not, but China and Pakistan have been able to give a tough time to India in ways that it's challenging to address these issues. And the two countries, they've collaborated in ways that it has posed significant challenges, be it defense issues, be it covert operations, be it disinformation campaigns. So it navigates a very tough road. And having summarized this, if we have the microphone, I would like to open the floor for questions. So we could have questions on G20, multilateralism, how Indian foreign policy is navigating through these challenges, Pakistan, terrorism, how terrorism is evolving, how are we responding to this. So if I could request a microphone which could be circulated among the audience. Okay, or they can, or if anyone has questions, they can raise hand. Sir, please, we'll begin with you. Please introduce yourself, sir, and then.
Hello, I'm Dr. P.K. Khurana, former principal of this college. I'm very glad to listen to the views of Mr. Tilak Deveshwar and Professor Pant and the moderator Pratik Joshi ji. I have a question for Tilak ji, and that is, we hear a lot about POK being taken over in few hours in India. What are your views on this? Is it going to really happen or just a I leave the blanks.
Thank you, sir, for that question. Look, there are two aspects to this. One is the legal position. Legally, and as per the unanimous resolution of Parliament, POK and Gilgit-Baltistan are part and parcel of Indian territory. That's the legal position. The two other, the other aspects, 70 years or 65 years, we have not paid any attention to these areas at all. I don't think so any Kashmiri leader has talked about these. So, my own personal view is this, that this is a part of us. We need to educate ourselves and reach out to people on the other side, because there's a lot of frustration and anger in those areas at the way they have been treated. If you compare the economic conditions of POK with J&K, zameen asman ka fark hai. They have been told over there that you are the base camp for getting Jammu and Kashmir. Therefore, you will not be developed till such time as we get J&K. Gilgit-Baltistan, you'll be surprised, when Bhutto was there, the state subject rule was held in abeyance. As a result of it, a whole lot of Pathans, Sunnis, have moved into that area and changed the religious complexity as well as the ethnic complexion of that area. It was earlier a Shia Sunni Pathans over there. Because the state subject rule has been held in abeyance, we haven't made a noise about it. यहाँ पे when you do anything with 35A, people in Pakistan shouting कि demography change कर रहे हैं. अरे भैया तुम्हारी तो 1770 से demography change हो गई. We have not kept, we have ignored that area. So I think हमारे में बहुत खामी है. We need to look deep inside ourselves. And so before you do anything, because this area is legitimately ours. As somebody said on a TV show, and I was very impressed, he said, claim to आपका है, claim to India का है. If you don't want your claim, if you do nothing to get your claim back, who else? Nobody's going to, it's not going to land up to you on a platter. So अगर आपने अपना claim जताना है, तो then you do something about it. So I hope I answered the blanks.
No, I have supplementary to it. And that is, so what about the resolutions? You have mentioned about the legal part, the Parliament of India's resolutions. What about the UN resolution on plebiscite? What about the UN resolution in 1948? Which Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru ji mentioned.
Those resolutions are defunct because the first part of the resolution mentions that Pakistan has to withdraw all its forces and also the people who have come into that area. Right, so all the settlers who have come, Pakistan Army which is there, Pakistan has not done it for the last 70 years. So when they talk about plebiscite, I think हमारी भी थोड़ी खामी है. We have never said पहले भी तुम तो remove करो. Plebiscite तो बाद में होगा ना. First you remove your forces and all the tribals who came and all the people who have settled in that area. India can still retain 51% of its forces. Pakistan can't. So if you don't accept or don't implement Article 1 of the plebiscite resolution, अब बात गई, रात गई, it's over. Nobody's going to talk about the resolution anymore. Pakistan बोलता रहता है, nobody else does it. And maybe Erdogan talks about it, Turkey, because of political consideration. Nobody else talks about the UN resolutions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. It was an honor to listen to your views. My question is, India has never spoken anything that extreme to a developed nation. So the recent incident about Canada, so how will that affect bilateral relations of India with Canada, given that there's a huge migration to Canada from India? So I want to know your views. Thank you.
Next question, please ask Professor Pant also. So, you see, it's not a question of India using harsh language. I think we've been very mild. We have been telling Canada since 2018, we've given them lists. We have declared them terrorists here. They are on red corner notices, Interpol red corner notices. And yet they're roaming around freely over there. Canadian police has not done anything about them. So, ये तो है नहीं कि your terrorist is terrorist and my terrorist is an activist. बात तो ये हो गई ना. So I think we've been pretty mild. We've been pretty mild. We should be, say, why have you not enforced red corner notice? Are you a member of Interpol or not? And if you are, then how come this Nijjar and company are just hanging around? So these are our terrorists. And it's Canada which has done nothing about them. And I think similarly, if you scratch deep down, what has UK been doing about it? What has the US been doing about it? वो धनाधन घूम रहे हैं, collecting money, sending this, posters, defacing your temples, and now Australia is also getting into the act. So if we don't push back here in the case of Canada, and I'm glad the NIA is doing what it is doing, so you have to stand up and be counted. And I think as Professor Pant very rightly mentioned that in this G20 we have demonstrated your leadership, that we are not going to be pushed around anymore. And if you don't listen to us, there's no reason why we should. Now the Prime Minister Trudeau says that cooperate with us. अरे भाई तुमने क्या cooperate किया हमारे साथ 2018 से? Let's talk about that first. Let's talk about the causes rather than you talk about what is the current situation because it suits you. So I think we have not taken a tough stand. We've taken a normal, any state which should have pushed back some time ago, at least is pushing back now.
Hello, sir. I have a question for Professor Hirsch. So basically, in your speech, you mentioned that the global power is shifting from west to east, and one of the major highlights of the G20 event was inclusion of the African Union. So I want to know that how it will affect the diplomatic relations between India and the African Union.
See, I think in some ways India has long-standing relations with Africa. So bilaterally, and of course we have seen successive governments continuing to be very close to Africa. But I think Africa, of course, in the last decade or so is also changing, and it is often seen. Africa has been seen as a continent with a lot of problems. But Africa is also emerging as a continent with potentially very good demographic dividend and very effective economic growth rates in a number of countries. So if that potential can be tapped, it's a continent of opportunities as well. So now the question has always been that Africa is underrepresented in global institutions. In the UN, it's a bizarre thing that you don't have any African state as a permanent member of the UN Security Council. So if you think of this redistribution of power happening, then in some ways India giving voice to Africa and asking Africa that what are your challenges so that we could represent them at G20, and then finally pushing for African Union's candidacy at the G20. India should be able to harness that for India-Africa relations. Now, of course, there is China factor. China is very prominent in Africa, and China is not going anywhere. China is seen as a source of loose money. There's a lot of money, resources that China can push. And I think that was the pragmatic choice that India made, that India cannot match China dollar for dollar. So what can India do, which is better than China? India can lead on such platforms and give voice to the global south. And in this context, I think it was also a pragmatic decision While ideologically we remain committed to Global South, but also pragmatically India remains committed to this. India views Global South as a block of countries that perhaps will help India in meeting its own developmental as well as strategic needs in the future. So I think balancing that, you saw that India pushing African Union's candidacy, and everyone had talked about it in the previous G20s. For a long time, this was being talked about, but no country was willing to really back it up with concrete action. And I think India showed that if you want to demonstrate your effectiveness, you can at these platforms. So hopefully this will lead to a more robust engagement with Africa, which is I think for India also the need of the hour, and for Africa also as it looks to India for a number of for meeting some of its most pressing challenges. And this has brought in a convergence and a synergy that will be useful for both sides.
Sir, I do have another question. Do you think that India hosting the G20 summit may have enhanced India's capacity to address regional conflicts, particularly with respect to Pakistan?
Sir, no, see, I don't think G20, first of all, G20 is not supposed to be a geopolitical platform. So in the sense, the whole Russia-Ukraine thing, India's position was very clear that let's keep the focus of G20 on geo-economic issues, which is what it was meant to highlight, and when G20 was created, that's what the aim was. Now, unfortunately, today, what is also happening is that there is geopoliticization of everything. I was talking about trade, supply chains, economic policies, technology cooperation. All of that is being geopoliticized. So I think certain aspects will come in, and we saw India, China, for example, being particularly paid out. But what I would say is that on global platforms, the real issue is India and China now. I think India can, with the help of like-minded countries and some of the heft that India has gained, certainly can push some of that agenda, like the terrorism one that Mr. Deveshwar was talking about. Apart from that, if you see whether it is the SCO, whether it is BRICS, whether it is G20, one interesting aspect of what is happening on the global stage is increasingly we are seeing India and China contesting with each other. They are on two sides, and they are pushing their own agendas. And that, I think, is going to be the norm for a while, because I think India and China is the real issue here, not India, Pakistan anymore, at least on global platforms, because that Pakistan does not really have the heft to do anything as far as, I mean, it is not part of G20, it is a marginal player on most of the, as Mr. Deveshwar said, on most issues, it's seen as, as a problem to be solved. So in that sense, I don't think India can leverage G20 to solve its Pakistan problem. But what it can do is it can articulate the issue of terrorism, extremism, again, even the issues on soft security issues, hunger, poverty, lack of good governance. All those issues have been articulated in the New Delhi Declaration, and they have an indirect bearing on what is happening in Pakistan.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Jagdish Vishnoi. I'm political science faculty. So my question to the Professor Pant, I think you have also discussed the deglobalization and more empathize with the political aspect, economical aspect. But recently we have seen that the international media community is creating a very negative perspective and building a different narrative, which is highly Western influenced narrative toward the India. So how India will tackle, towards this highly international media community? And second question is a little bit different from the first question. So India is currently, we are running with an Indic diplomacy, which is highly influenced with an soft power. But current perspective is more with an economical race. The China is more investing in the South African part and in the different where India is also, established the power. So how India will tackle these economical power and lead through the soft power and the Indic diplomacy? So it would be nice if you could highlight the both points. Thank you.
See, on international media, I don't recall a time when they were particularly sympathetic to India. So I don't think this is a new phenomenon. They have always, I think, they have looked at India through certain lenses, and those lenses, they are finding it very difficult to remove those glasses even today, when India has, is certainly doing much better than it was doing, say, in 1970s or 80s when things were not right. So in some ways, I don't think we should worry too much about it, because it's their problem. It's not our problem. We have to do what is right for us. They have to do what is right for them. They will continue to try to do certain things, and eventually they will figure a way out that, if India is important enough, they will have to cover India in the way it is. So, but certainly they have certain lenses: caste, religion, community, poverty. Those lenses remain, and they are certainly part of India. They are not the whole story in India. India has moved on, but they are stuck. So I think it's their problem. Increasingly, you will find that some of them are trying to change. For example, we have seen economists, for example, now, in particular, if we talk of one particular platform, they have tried to balance it out. They are increasingly and very vividly, they would take anti-India positions. Now they are slightly, moving in a different direction, because they are also looking at areas, issues which are cropping up in India, and they are also trying to come to terms with the changing India. See, I mean, the issue here is that I think a lot of things have changed so rapidly, even in India, that I think many in India also find it difficult. I mean, criticism of India is also equally prevalent in Indian media. So it is, it is a story of perhaps the media elites everywhere. But certainly internationally, there is a certain way of looking at India, and it will take time to change. And I don't think worrying about it helps us too much. I mean, it's there, it will happen. We have to do our bit. We have to keep on improving ourselves, and eventually things should be in place. This soft power, hard power, I mean, if one were trying to be too clever by how one would say, look, it's all about smart power. So whether you have soft power, hard power, it doesn't matter. How you use that is ultimately what matters. But I would say that in the past we have not paid adequate attention to soft power. There has been a lacuna there, because a number of our neighbors, for example, in East and Southeast Asia, for example, had been complaining for a while that, look, we have very close civilizational ties, but India seems to forget. Similarly, in the Middle East also, we have seen that soft power element was missing. I think we are reviving it, we are bringing it back into focus, but you will see worldwide that that this is a moment where hard power is really very important, and hard power is making a comeback like anything, whether it is Russia-Ukraine war, or whether it is what is happening in Azerbaijan. I think there are a whole host of areas where you see emergence of hard power, economic and military. And there is often a difference. Many people confuse economic power with soft power. It is not. Economic power is actually hard power, because only when you have economic power can you build your military muscle. Soft power, as defined by political scientists, is actually the power of ideas. How powerful your ideas are, and if you are attracted to those ideas, can you mobilize a community of nations on the basis of certain ideas. So it was related to America at one point, right? America has this democracy, human rights, and the way Americans, the American dream. Those were very attractive ideas for some time, and they were seen as part of this larger narrative. But I think increasingly you are seeing a melding of the two. You are seeing how both are being used, will have to be used very effectively, and especially for a power like India that is rising, it is very important to keep the balance right. You really can't take your eye off the ball on the hard power, and you really can't dismiss soft power as something that doesn't matter, because you have to use both of them, you have to use them smartly, and you have to gain whatever advantages you can wherever you can get from whichever tool you are using. Ultimately, they are all tools, tools to enhance your national interest. That's what they are.
Sir, I have a question, and that is during G20 international conference, we didn't hear much about education. What are your views on G20 members' education?
You have some views on this? No, I said Pakistan. Yeah. So I'm assuming that there are other speakers who will talk on education. I think in some ways the declaration talks of capacity building. If you read the New Delhi Declaration, it is about how international community can develop certain capacities in different areas. Now there I think whether you're looking at it through gender lens or sustainable development goals, everywhere education is critical. Enhancing skill development, enhancing skills, upscaling, all of these issues are intertwined with education. Even technology issues are intertwined with education. So I think education in some ways sits at the heart of many of these conversations that we are having. So while education per se may not be the a part of the new declaration or the ambit of the within the ambit of the conversations, but I think if you look at it, if you look at the declaration itself, if you look at the ambit of the issues that it has tried to address, education certainly sits at the core of most challenges. And most of the way, how do you come out of those challenges? So I think in some ways our new education policy is also a response to that challenge, that we cannot really live anymore in an environment where our education system is cut off from the rest of the world. It has to respond to what is happening in the rest of the world. It has to respond to our own requirements, which are about scaling up our demographic dividend and producing citizens and students who can respond, who can manage the challenges of these times. So in some ways, gradually you see that this happening domestically, which is also now reflected in global conversations on education as to how do countries, whether developing, especially I think with the conversation between developing and the developed countries, that what as a developing country, what is the best thing you can get from the developed world. I think a certain kind of an education system which allows you to harness some of the technological advantages that the developed countries have been able to develop over the course of the year, over the course of decades. So I would say that while not directly, but indirectly, education is part of everything that G20 touches. And therefore, in some ways, capacities of nations are reflective of those challenges that education and lack of education perhaps is giving rise to.
We'll have a last question and then we'll end the... Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Avinav Kumar Misra, and thank to you, sir, that you are giving rational analysis on different points. I would like to ask one question that, in my opinion, that reviving India's culture is playing a very significant role in the development of the international relations affairs, that India is more prominent by flashing own ancient culture. So I would like to ask you that, do you also think that empowering the India's own culture is playing a significant role in it? And I would also want to attach one more question that, sir, different political parties are giving the statements for their political benefits on international stages, that democratic or national, irrespective of their national interests. So it is also hampering the India's picture in the world. So these are two questions, that the culture of India is also playing a part of it or not, and the statements of political parties which they are giving, so it is also hampering it.
I'll answer one part of the question and then I'll leave to Professor Pant. The impact of the revival of Indian culture is having can be made out by this astounding statement with the caretaker foreign minister of Pakistan. He made in Washington, or in New York, I think. When he said visit Pakistan, because Pakistan is the land of Hinduism. We have a 5,000-year-old Hindu tradition in Pakistan. We have a Buddhist tradition, and Islam only came, 7th century. I don't know how long he will survive after having said that. Because in Pakistani textbooks, everything else, Pakistan's history begins from Muhammad bin Qasim and his conquest of Sindh. Suddenly for the foreign minister to say on a foreign soil that we are a land of 5,000 years old Hindu civilization just shows the resonance and the impact of the revival of Indian culture, which is having even on Pakistan, which does not accept or, believes in the two-nation theory and the statement which I mentioned of the caretaker prime minister, and here is the foreign minister talk. So that's the kind of impact.
See, on that, certainly I think it is very important, the cultural issues and the cultural awakening and how education, the way we bring up our citizens, our youngsters, has to be rooted in our value systems. I think that is very significant, especially in a world where where change is happening so rapidly, and I think for youngsters it is very important to be rooted to their civilizational ethos. I would, however, say that as Indians, especially in academia, because I am from academia, we talk more, we produce less. I have not seen any single good work on India's cultural ethos, India's civilizational ethos, its impact on world politics, its impact on Indian foreign policy, and that one can read. So everyone is talking about, Indic civilization, our civilizational heritage, this and that. But where is the, someone has to put in the hard work. And therefore, I think if people here, if academics here are studying that, it's a good thing, but I think we need to see some evidence of what we have done, because that's how you leave it for posterity. Otherwise, this moment will come and go. Otherwise, it is being determined by a certain kind of a political environment. The other issue is politicians and what they do. I think that's politicians. What can you say? They will do what they have to do for various reasons, particularly for votes. And I don't think there is any way one can stop them, or and I don't think there is any way one can prevent that from happening. In a democracy, people have rights, they have responsibilities, they abuse their rights at times, but that's par for the course. And I don't know whether how seriously we should take that as a problem. I think in some ways it also demonstrates a country that is confident with itself, is very a robust conversation internally that is being reflected outside, that we don't care. People speak in different voices, but the country goes on and country continues to make its policies, it continues to evolve. That's something that will keep on happening. So I think in that sense, it's something for politicians themselves to decide, rather than for others to worry about, because that's something we can't control.
Thank you, sir.
Professor Muni is with us now, and Professor Muni, would like to invite you to present your views on. Yes.
Excuse me,
My profound apologies. I had no idea whether the venue was here. I went to Shaheed BhagatSingh College from somewhere else. And today, almost for 15 minutes, we were held up by the Delhi University Students' Victory Procession. So I'm really sorry I couldn't make in time, and I was thinking if I should opt out of it. But on the very affectionate insistence of Rajiv and the organizers, I somehow made it, and I'm glad that my session is still on. I thought it must be off long back. I'll be very brief in order to compensate for my delay and mismanagement of the entire issue. To begin with, I'm really thankful for calling me here. The subject chosen for me is Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, its relevance and its effectiveness. Whenever we have used Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam during G20 in a very significant and important way. And as we have just now seen, the question that comes to my mind is whether this can become a broader framework of our foreign policy, broader framework of our attitude and engagement with the world around us, as it has been told to us by leaders, foreign ministers. So let us look at the world, and I find there are 4 characteristics of the world which we should keep it in mind. First is, of course, that it is a globalized world. We are well connected by means of transport and communication, particularly communications where internet, telephone, I have data, but I am not loading you with them, where we can very freely talk and interact with anyone in almost any corner of the world. 70% of the internet access is there. 84% of the mobile phones are there. Then we are economically interdependent, technologically interdependent. There are supply chains, migrant labor, climate change, and pandemic. They all bring out one point very clearly, that the world is united, and therefore it's like a community, if not a family, in every sense of the term. And therefore we must have some concept which deals with this interconnected world in one way or the other. The second characteristics of the world is that it is a polarized world. It is polarized at 3 levels in a very significant and sharp manner. There are many other polarities as well. US and Russia, US and China, and India and China. And this is polarizing whole of Asia that is of much concern to us. There is also a polarization in terms of the developed world and developing world. And as you know that during G20, one of the very popular concepts was the global south, which implies that there is a global north also. Therefore, this is a world which is divided. On the one hand, it is connected. On the other hand, it is polarized. Thirdly, it is a very turbulent world, in the sense where the center of power is shifting, and everybody acknowledges. This is something which we need not deliberate upon in details, but everybody accepts that it is shifting from west to the east. Not that the west has become weak, absolutely not, but everybody is realizing, including the west, and I'll just mention it when you come to G2 specifically. And fourthly, it is an aspirant world. Everyone is enterprising, everyone is wanting itself to grow and develop. Therefore, we thought that Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam would be an adequate frame to approach these issues, where polarities can be brought together. Since we are already connected, we can feel like a family. We are aspirant, we can feel like a family. And since it's a turbulent world, we have to manage, pacify, calm it in one way or the other. And this approach worked on, since my predecessors must have gone into the details, worked very well so far as G20 conference was concerned. The major achievement was the geopolitical consensus on the question of Ukraine. It was very difficult, but we have done it very well. On climate change, targets have been set, timetable has been laid down. We have introduced the digital public infrastructure in a big way, which is India's achievement. We have, in a way, institutionalized may be a strong word. In a way, we have identified the global south by joining, by bringing in African Union. And we have also asserted the concept of gender justice. Therefore, through this framework, by talking to various aspects, we have succeeded there. Now, how have we succeeded? And I am personally very proud of the Team India, which of course included the Prime Minister for the overall leadership. But for me, more than the Prime Minister, his aides and associates were very, very important, because 3 of them come from JNU. And I've seen all the 3 in my classroom. So it was a moment of pride for me that JNU has done Amitabh Kant, Jaishankar, and Nirmala Sitharaman. And they have done the footwork, which was absolutely necessary, and brought it to the credit, the Team India brought it to its credit, the kind of a success which was not accepted. How did they do that? I mean, one point which was very significant in this entire exercise was the getting together of the global south. In fact, the Indian team liaisoned very well with Indonesia, with Brazil and South Africa. And to some extent, some other countries like Saudi Arabia were also brought in. But this made the developed countries feel that you cannot ignore the global south. And in one of the informal chats, Amitabh Kant told me, sir, in the world, there are $305 trillion floating and waiting to be invested, mostly in the private hands. So the problem was how that money has to be channeled through the so-called multilateral development banks and brought to the developing countries which badly need that. On that hinged the entire consensus in terms of energy transition, in terms of technology transition, and in terms of trade relations which were there, and in terms of climate change funding also. So they evolved a consensus on this, largely by working on that. So I said, we are all very proud of the way we have succeeded and done it. But one point which has not been adequately, it has been mentioned at one place or the other, adequately emphasized it, that how in terms of the concretization of the consensus, is that there has been a very clear climb down on the side of the West. If the West, the US in particular, would not have climbed down, probably the consensus would not have emerged in one way or the other. On the Ukraine war, the Russian side put its foot down and made the bottom line that we should not be named. We are not the aggressor, we should not be named. Now the West was insisting that it is impossible that the Russians go scot-free. But in this consensus, in fact, they have gone scot-free. There are principles which have been underlined, like on nuclear issue it has been underlined, territorial integrity it has been underlined, but these are universal principles. And they apply almost to everybody, including the West, including every other country. Therefore, the Russians have really gone scot-free, but the West has climbed down it. Knowingly, this is what it is. And why did they climb down? Because there are 2 factors which we have not adequately, again, taken note of it. One is that the war situation in Ukraine is tilting in favor of Russia and sending a message that the Western objective of defeating Russia through Ukraine is not possible. And if it is not possible, then how long you can continue to have a war? Therefore, you saw after G20 meeting, even before that slightly, there is some movement of bringing about a negotiation between Ukraine and Russia. And the Chinese are playing a role. The American Secretary of State has also been in touch with the Chinese, and Chinese are playing a role. Whether it will happen or not, we can keep our fingers crossed. But the fact is that what I am underlining is the realization that the earlier set objective of defeating Russia, like the US earlier defeated Russia in Afghanistan, in Ukraine it is not possible. And if it is not possible, then there must be some other alternative. And secondly, which again is part of the India team's exercise, that the global south cannot be neglected at all. Therefore, this went on very well with West, and despite the reservations on some of the countries, which you have shown being expressed now in a different way. Now we come to know, President Biden goes to Vietnam and says, I have raised the question of human rights and democracy with the Indian Prime Minister. And now Canadians say that we raised this question of the, the separatist forces with the Indian Prime Minister. The Americans say that, yes, we have also informed them. The Australians say we have also informed them. So this was all under the carpet when the consensus was being built up. So they have raised other issues, but the fact that the global south has emerged as the most powerful economic unit and economic construct has been acknowledged and accepted by the West, and I think that is the reason why they had to climb. Now, after this victory, the question again which arises is this consensus tactical or strategic? In the sense that the commitments have been made, some of us who keep on reading the joint communiques and agreements and consensus documents in one way or the other, I mean, the issues in the climate change, for instance, have been lingering on for last at least a couple of decades. In the Paris Agreement was a great glory, and then the Americans walked out of it. After G20, there was a seminar, there was a conference in United Nations on climate change. And 3 countries which opted out of it were India, China, and the US, which are the largest emitters of this. Now that raises serious questions whether the consensus was tactical in the sense that West in particular did not want India's initiative to be defeated by not having a consensus resolution, because that would have definitely gone in favor of China about its credibility in the global south. And nobody wanted it that way. Therefore, if it is a tactical consensus, then what do we expect in terms of net results? Is it that again we will have another G20 meeting in Brazil and a similar consensus would emerge, but movement on the ground would be very slow? In Paris conference and later on also it was accepted $100 billion to be given to the developing countries every year until 2030 in order to help these technology transitions and fighting climate change. Has not been achieved. SDGs, where again the world has to cooperate with each other, only 12% of the SDGs have really been achieved by the countries that are affected. So I'm not sure to what extent this is a strategic consensus. I think it is a tactical consensus, which in the given context it was accepted, but I keep my fingers crossed so far as this implementation and commitment to the laid down targets. I mean, there was a huge debate on the emission question, on the energy question, on the climate target. The United Nations now says that if we don't do anything, if we go by the same speed, the temperature will go to 2.8. That is what we are hitting at. Now, this is being a problem, and if this is a problem, then can we think that G20 can be a grand strategy or a grand framework of foreign policy for us? Now, I must confess that the Vasudev Kutumbakam can be a grand framework for us to approach the world. The Vasudev Kutumbakam reflects Indian ethos. There is no doubt about that. Don't forget that some of the Dalit literature has said, as it is normally being claimed, that it doesn't come out of the Vedic roots. It doesn't have Vedic roots in the sense that the 4 Vedas and 11 Upanishads, this word does not appear. It appears in Mahaupadeshas and Hitopadesha, which were written much later than the Vedas and Upanishads. So they say it is not, in fact, this is a word which has come from, the Dalit literature claims, come from Tamil literature, and Sanskrit has adopted many of the Tamil words. So it actually was a Tamil origin term which has been taken. But that apart, if you go into the depth of it, there are some disturbing aspect of it. The Chinese raised objections because Sanskrit is not allowed in United Nations, so they did not allow Vasudev Kutumbakam to be on the official documents of G20, which we wanted to write. But what the more disturbing aspect is at 2 levels. The 2 slokas which are there in Hitopadesh and Upanishads have 2 critical words, which says that those who have a narrow-mindedness look at the world in terms of selfish terms. This is mine, this is yours, you are this, you are that. But those who have a broader perspective look at the world as a family. It's a Kutumbakam. Therefore, when we are saying, we are obviously assuming, or the message goes, that we are looking at, we have a broader perspective to look at it. Others don't have. So there is a question of a division, and I think if anybody gradually goes into it, will point out to this aspect that this is what the problem is. Secondly, the shloka which comes in Hitopadesh has, Hitopadesh is like Panchanya stories to give some lesson and education. And this shloka is narrated by a wolf to a crow and a deer, to whom the wolf wants to consume. The deer and the crow says that you are a stranger, to the wolf, that you are a stranger, these are our people. So wolf tells them that you are a narrow-minded person. You are looking at yours and mine. But the world is a family. You are my family. Therefore, you come close to me. He is trying to attract them. Now, if this is the interpretation, if the world starts taking and digging into this aspect, I think we will have a problem in terms of using this concept for approaching the world. Therefore, this is an excellent concept at the rhetorical level. This is an excellent concept to tell the world that how compassionate we are in order to linking it. But so far as working of a practical reality and realistic aspects of India's interests are concerned, I think we will have to be more realistic and probably look for other way. The other reason is that the very concept of family, Kutumbakam, is breaking down. It is under serious stress. We all hear the live-ins, we all hear the same-sex marriages, we know a lot about the old age houses in great demand because family members don't care about it. If this very concept of family is under stress, then again we need to be careful in terms of using this whole concept. And the world is not a family. I mean, the recent events also, the way countries talk to each other, the question of polarization, the question of economic divisions, all underline this one single fact that the world is not a family. There are deep divisions, and in family there is one more basic requirement. And that requirement is head of the, there is a power structure in family. And the family follows that power structure. Now, on the one hand, we are talking of multipolar world, multilateral institutions. The family concept somehow is incompatible with that. And therefore, we must be careful if we are using Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam as a broader framework of India's approach to the world in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Muni, for your insightful conversation, and he points out to the contradictions in the concept itself, but at the same time he highlights India's policy orientation in the past few decades and where we see ourselves today. I would like to, if someone is interested, they can definitely ask a few questions and then we'll wrap it up. And I would also request, since Professor Muni was a bit late, so we could have a felicitation for Professor Muni, and we'll wrap this plenary up. Thank you so much. So we could have one or two questions if someone is interested. Please introduce yourself. And
good afternoon, sir. Myself Deepak from Political Science Honors, third year. Sir, my question is, in the context of G20 summit, India has advocated the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. However, when we examine India's relation with its neighboring countries, we observe tensions with China, issues related to terrorism with Pakistan, and challenges with illegal migrants in Bangladesh. Is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam more of an idealistic concept rather than a practical reality?
No, I have... should I go there? No, I think in the last sentence I mentioned to you, to my mind, it is excellent concept as a rhetorical projection. But when it comes to really pursuing your realistic interests, I don't think it can take us very far. Now, India's relations with the neighborhood is a bigger question. I think it will go into different aspects. But at present context, at the governmental level, we generally have fairly good relations except our two neighbors, which is Pakistan and China. And this is a perennial problem. One can call it as a failure of neighborhood first, because we have not been able to do it. But secondly, on the other hand, one can not blame neighborhood first, because this is a reality lingering in for decades and all that, and there are very specific problems. For other countries, you know, they can never be without issues. The two neighbors can never be without issues. So there would always be issues. You have done this, you have not done that. But broadly speaking, the general context of relationship between India and its neighbor is I think, very well manageable at the moment.
we'll have the last question and then we'll wrap it up, please.
Hello. Yes, sir. Greetings, sir. Sir, like you in your speech clearly mentioned that India had opted out of the climate session, which was held after G20. So, sir, like we have seen our Prime Minister who's saying that about the Panch Pran in the Glasgow conference, and then like India's contribution to solar alliances. So, isn't this a big hypocrisy? Like we are boasting like India is one of the few nations who's using 20% ethanol in petroleum and other renewable resources, while we are not showing any global cooperation on this climate sector.
I mentioned you, climate issue is not the contribution of India, nor it would be resolved by India. Let us be very clear about it. We are still depending on coal to a very large extent. But India is one of the remarkable countries which has tremendously expanded the renewable energy, and solar, as you mentioned, is one aspect of it. I think we are working very hard on it. We have set targets of 2030 and 2050 when the zero emissions would be there. It remains to be seen whether we will be able to complete it. We are trying our best. But even in terms of the developing countries and SDG goals, India is one of the countries which stands out. India may be last in the GDP per capita where it comes to G20, but in some of these areas, in women development, in digital infrastructure, in SDG goals, in alternate energy sources, I think we have done reasonably good, not remarkably good, reasonably good. And let us hope that we are able to meet the target.
Thank you so much, Professor Muni, for coming and enlightening our audience. Thank you so much, Mr. Prateek, for moderating the session so well. And of course, we are truly grateful to all the three speakers for enlightening all of us with the deliberations on such pertinent issues and for gracing the event with our esteemed presence. We feel truly enriched by all the ideas mooted in this extraordinarily thought-provoking session. I take this opportunity to talk on behalf of everyone here that we are all still grappling with the profundity of deliberations made and issues debated in this first plenary session. This has without doubt been an intellectually exhilarating session. I thank all the panelists for ensuring that all of us take away some key ideas from this session with which we can tinker further. I now request the teacher in charge of the Department of Economics, Dr. Arun Kaushal, and teacher in charge of the Department of History, Ms. Meeta Hussain, to felicitate Professor Emeritus S.D. Muni with a memento of appreciation. I request teacher in charge, Geography Department, Professor Vishwaraj, to come and do the honors, please. Sir, it had to be done in two legs, so we're just trying to combine the two.
रास्ता भूलने के बाद मैं उनसे राजीव जी से कह रहा था कि मुश्किल होगा मेरा पहुंचना, मुझे छुट्टी दीजिए. इनकी बहुत इंसिस्टेंस थी. मुझे पता नहीं था कि ये सब देने के लिए बुला रहे हैं.
No, sir, your views have really enriched the session. Thank you so much for your presence. I now request teacher in charge, Department of Mathematics, Shaheed BhagatSingh College, Dr. Pooja Raj Verma, and the coordinator, BA Program, Saima Iqbal, to kindly come and felicitate the moderator of the session, Mr. Prateek Joshi. May we have a big round of applause, please. Now, after all the intellectual food we have partaken of, without further ado, I request everyone to join us for lunch in the foyer area on the first floor. I request the students, both the volunteer students and the delegate students, to remain seated. Please, the students remain seated in the auditorium. Only the delegates and the faculty members are requested to proceed to the foyer area on the first floor. Also, the dining hall is reserved for the guest speakers, please proceed only towards the foyer area on the first floor for lunch. We'll reassemble here at around 3 p.m. for plenary session 2 of the conference. Thank you so much.
वाला कीपैड फोन धमाकेदार साउंड के साथ कारवा मोबाइल। प्रीलोडेड गानों वाला कीपैड फोन धमाकेदार साउंड के साथ कारवा मोबाइल।
देखो देखो the thing is
हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो 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 माइक टेस्ट हेलो 1 2 3
आ रही है उसमें हेलो माइक यार तू उधर जा भाई तू उधर जा हाँ 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 अरे मैडम तो हेलो भाई जल्दी आ जल्दी आ जल्दी आ यहाँ पे आ तू जो ये अपना भीम पे आ बहुत बड़ी गड़बड़ हो रही है भाई मीटिंग में हमारी आवाज़ तो जाएगी उनकी आवाज़ तो हमें आ रही है भाई मीटिंग स्टार्ट है सर सामने बैठे हैं
माइक टेस्ट
Heartiest welcome, sir. I request you to kindly come on the dais, sir. It is indeed a blessing for me to be welcomed on stage. Thank you, Dr. Hemant. And founding member of Global Labour University. Professor Scherer holds PhD in political science from the Frye University, Berlin. He has taught at the J.F. Kennedy Institute at Frye University and Rutgers Institute in New York. He received a J.F. Kennedy Memorial Fellowship at Howard University Market in terms of social and environmental sustainability. He has written several research papers under various heads that spreads across time, with the latest one titled The Political Economy of Asset versus Consumer Inflation. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us through your virtual presence. We would like to welcome you with our virtual greetings, sir. Audience, can we please have a round of applause for the online stated speaker?
Thank you very much for a kind invitation and the honor of giving me the chance to present some of my ideas about the current situation for the dollar. Shall I continue? I think I know now how to show from one slide to the next. Okay, good. Sorry for the little hiccup.
So it's not choice to be made by the government, it is a choice that society has to make. So economics is about choices, and the choices have to be made by the people, by the society, by the nation. So having said that, another fundamental thing that I want to put it on the cards here is that we traditionally have been talking about, right from the first year of economics, about development and growth. So growth, by and large, is development is qualitative. So I would like to draw that
as the audience with his enriching words.
Mr. Chairman, members of the faculty, student friends, which the chairman has set is too ambitious. I would much rather talk of a very specific area which is really about the global south in the changing international economic order. In fact, the session is really about the international economic order, and I would like to stick to that and discuss a few things which I think are important in discussing, in envisaging. Now, in the absence of state initiative, it becomes very difficult, therefore, to carry out land augmenting practices and technological change. So there are basically, unless the colonial regime took away the taxes and therefore it obtained these supplies gratis. It obtained the supplies free of cost.
भारत की भारती का आओ वंदन करें, निज अर्थव्यवस्था पे मिलकर मंथन करें. A very good afternoon, everyone. I, Dr. Pragya Nayyar, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, SBSC, stand before you today with a great sense of enthusiasm and gratitude as we all gather here to explore and unfold India's presidency in G20 over our topic, Resilient Approaches for New World Order and Viksit Bharat. It is my honor to address such a diverse and knowledgeable audience, brought together by our shared commitment towards innovation, progressivity, and collaboration. Now, in continuation with the plenary session 1, I would like to welcome you all to plenary session 2 and take the opportunity to welcome our speakers for this session. Our first
of the monetary regime and especially the role of the US.
The people, by the society, by the nation. So having said that, another fundamental thing that I want to put it on the cards here is that we traditionally have been talking about, right from the first year of economics, about development and growth. So growth, by and large, is quantitative and development is qualitative. So I would like to draw the attention of the speakers in terms of, there's a lot going on about how Indian economy has been performing and so on, but most of it is in terms of the quantitative measures. So I would like to draw the attention of the speakers about what they would expect or what they would desire to happen in India in the next quarter of a century in qualitative terms. And another thing that I want to put across to the audience is that at one end of the spectrum, India is being touted as the 5th largest economy in the world with $3.3 trillion as GDP. But if we look at other measures in terms of per capita income, the per capita income is a fifth of China's per capita income. And China itself is only a higher middle income country. India is in the lower rung of the middle income countries. So what are the other challenges? If you look in terms of HDI, India is at the 132nd position out of 191 countries. If you see in terms of per capita income, it is at the 142nd rung out of 197 countries. And on the other hand, another figure which is being touted a lot is that India has 169 billionaires in comparison to China, which has something like 455, and USA, which has got some 753. So we have these contradictory, impressions, images, statistics which are floating around, and it confuses people as to what is going to happen, what is going to unfold in the next quarter of a century. So as I said it in the beginning, it's a great goal to have, but the job of academicians, the job of economists in particular, is to delve into all of this and try to come out with a very analytical and a clear picture about what are the different dimensions of the problem and what we can expect and what should be done so as to even try to get on to that path of trying to achieve this goal of becoming a developed country. One more thing I just want to point out, that becoming a developed country seems to be, as though it is a fixed goal. But development itself is relative. So when we reach that point, you will realize that again there is a gap between India and the other developed countries. So that is also something that we must be aware of. And I am reminded of a very similar situation and a very similar conference which happened in 2019. At that time, the slogan was,
that when will India become a $5 trillion economy? And at that time, India was having a GDP of round about $3 trillion. So it was expected, in fact, the target was supposed to be 2025. So, so there are lots of things which are happening, and for us to get a well, judged, well appreciated, assessed view about all these contradictory things which are floating around, I think the best thing is to have more of open conferences and sessions where people, experts, can share their views, and so that we can benefit from it. So thank you for that, and thank you for listening to me.
I would now request our first speaker for the session, Professor Emeritus Prabhat Patnaik, to kindly give or address the audience with his enriching words.
Mr. Chairman, members of the faculty, student friends, ladies and gentlemen. First, of course, I'm very grateful that I have been given this opportunity to come and attend this seminar and to share some ideas with you. Of course, the task which the chairman has set is too ambitious. I would much rather talk of a very specific area which is really about the global south in the changing international economic order. In fact, the session is really about the international economic order, and I would like to stick to that and discuss a few things which I think are important in discussing, in envisaging how this order is going to change in the coming days. Now, when I talk about the international economic order, I don't have in mind only the monetary system. I don't have in mind things like the gold standard or the Bretton Woods arrangement or the neoliberal arrangement. I really have in mind something which is both taking into account the political relations between countries as well as the monetary system that is superimposed upon it. For instance, one cannot discuss the gold standard without looking at colonialism. The gold standard really was superimposed on a relationship between countries and people which was marked by colonial domination. Likewise, one cannot think in terms of the neoliberal economic order without thinking of the way that this has led to political relations between the nation state and globalized capital and so on. So I would really like to look at an international order in terms of a total set of political and economic relationships between different countries and different peoples. Now, to start with, to motivate my discussion, let me first point out to you that the Industrial Revolution in Britain, which occurred in the late 18th century and which in a sense marked the beginning of modern capitalism, it occurred in cotton textiles. But Britain cannot grow cotton. So the remarkable thing is that the Industrial Revolution for which Britain is celebrated occurred in a sector where the basic input could not be grown in Britain itself. It had to be imported. As a matter of fact, large numbers of such imports are absolutely essential for sustaining industrial capitalism, not only in the earlier period, but even to this day. Many of these products are products which are grown in the tropical and subtropical regions of the world. They cannot be grown in the advanced capitalist countries of today. They cannot be grown in a temperate climate. Even if some of them can be grown in a temperate climate, they cannot be grown all the year round. And they cannot be grown often in sufficient quantities. Therefore, what you have is a dependence of the global north, of the advanced countries, advanced capitalist countries, for a whole range of products which they cannot do without, but on the other hand, which they cannot grow. And this is, for instance, if you take beverages, if you take fibers, if you take fruits, you take vegetables, you take even foodstuffs. For a very long period of time, many of you would know that in the 19th century, the Corn Laws were repealed by the British Prime Minister because the food prices were rising, and the repeal of the Corn Laws is what made imports of corn, imports of foodstuff possible into Britain. So the global north depends for a whole range of commodities on the global south, or what I would call the tropical and subtropical regions of the world, because these commodities, while being absolutely essential in the global north, are not really producible in the global north, or certainly not producible in sufficient quantities. Now, the point is, these commodities, of course, include minerals, and we all know the case of minerals, we all know the case of oil, the fact that the global north is dependent, ultimately for a substantial part of its oil requirements on countries outside of the global north. That is well known, and that's true of a range of other raw materials, minerals as well. But that's also true for a whole range of agricultural products. As a matter of fact, these are products which are grown on tropical and subtropical lands. The land mass in the tropical and subtropical region of the world is given. It is more or less fully utilized. Therefore, you cannot really grow any further unless what you have is what economists call land augmenting change, land augmenting practices and technological change, which means multiple cropping, which means yield raising methods being used for producing crops and so on, all of which mean that for a given geographical unit of land area, you would be able to produce more crops. So other than land augmenting practices or land augmenting technological progress, you simply cannot have a larger amount of these crops, upon which, as I said, the global north is dependent and which it cannot produce. And at the same time, as accumulation takes place, as wealth increases, as production increases in the global north, the demand for some of these materials also increases. The point is, how does one accommodate the demand, the growing demand for these materials, with the fact that these materials are produced on a particular landmass whose quantity cannot be augmented? Now, this is a problem which had really worried David Ricardo, the well-known economist. Ricardo, of course, said that because of the fact that this landmass area cannot be increased, ultimately accumulation would have to come to a stop. Ultimately, the world will reach, or the advanced capitalist world will reach, a stationary state where there would be zero rate of growth, income would not increase, and so on. But of course, you could have, as I said, land augmenting practices, land augmenting technological change, which, however, requires a substantial amount of state initiative. You need the government, for instance, to invest in big irrigation projects in order to enable multiple cropping. You need the government, for instance, to develop in its research laboratories new varieties which can then be disseminated among the large number of peasants and so on, so that government initiative becomes absolutely essential. State initiative becomes absolutely essential. Now, in the absence of state initiative, it becomes very difficult, therefore, to carry out land augmenting practices and technological change. So there are basically, unless the world gets bogged down in a Ricardian stationary state, there are basically two kinds of possibilities. One is that the state should be allowed to invest, to spend, to develop new technologies and so on, particularly in the global south, in order to increase the production of these kinds of crops, these kinds of raw materials. The alternative is if you can actually squeeze the local absorption of these products. Suppose you don't actually increase the output of particular crops, but you make sure that less of it is absorbed locally in order to make more of it available in the global north, then again, this is something which would actually meet the requirements of the global north without necessarily its running into a stationary state. Now, I would argue that different international economic orders can really be categorized or can actually be seen in terms of how they have coped with this particular problem. The gold standard, as I said, was superimposed on a colonial relationship. The colonial relationship in that particular period basically meant that the colonial power, Britain in the case of India, really imposed taxes on the population which were required there. But for that, domestic consumption had to be suppressed of the substitute commodities, and this was done through taxation. So the colonial system of taxation was a way of ensuring that the available land was utilized for producing the crops that were required in the global north, while suppressing the local demand for these crops or substitute crops. At the same time, of course, the colonial regime took away the taxes and therefore it obtained these supplies gratis. It obtained the supplies free of cost because the tax revenue accrued to the government, and the tax revenue virtually therefore meant that the government took away these products virtually free without having to pay for them. But there are two separate issues. One issue is how to suppress local consumption or local absorption in order to make these supplies available for absorption in the metropolis. The other is whether you actually get it free or whether you have to pay for it. Getting it free or paying for it is not such an important thing, but the important thing is to ensure that these supplies are available. When the gold standard collapsed and we had the Bretton Woods system did not have any means of imposing such income compression on the populations of the global south. As a matter of fact, Keynes, who was one of the founders of the Bretton Woods system, he basically saw the international economic order. We had a decolonization, countries were moving towards freedom, and therefore the colonial empires were collapsing. With the collapsing of the colonial empires, Keynes actually saw the importance of the economic order as lying in the ability of the state to spend. The Great Depression is something which the world had just come out of because of the war, and after the war the point was that it must not get into such a depression again, and this can happen only if the state manages to spend, state manages to generate larger demand. And therefore the entire international economic order was so geared that it must really encourage states in order to be able to spend more, which basically meant that we had capital controls in that period. We had controls on financial flows across countries in that period, because suppose a government decides to deficit finance more in order to spend more, then the finance capital may get frightened and leave that country to go somewhere else, because of which that country would then meet a financial crisis. To prevent that, you had to have control on capital flows and financial flows. Suppose you have the state spending a lot in order to generate larger employment. Keynes was for full employment. And if the maintenance of full employment was accompanied by, for instance, substantial imports, which the country's exports were insufficient to match, in that case, obviously that country was allowed to put up import restrictions in order to produce goods domestically. So control over trade, control over capital flows, control over financial flows was an essential component of the international economic order that grew up under the Bretton Woods system, so that governments could in fact pursue expansionary policies and thereby generate large amounts of employment. They did. They did generate large amounts of employment, and the period after the Second World War, as you know, is sometimes referred to as the golden age of capitalism. It was a period of very high growth rate. As a matter of fact, the Keynesian presumption, or the presumption behind the Bretton Woods system, was that, look, even without any kind of concern about the availability of these raw materials, which are basically produced in tropical and subtropical lands, the local states or the local governments would spend enough to make sure that these supplies are made available. And at the same time, it also said that the advanced countries themselves could reach full employment. And at full employment, they would not have price destabilization. As you know, with full employment, you may reach an inflationary situation where prices would then start rising, that they would not actually reach such kind of, destabilizing inflationary scenarios, because of the fact that generally it was believed that inflation is never really taken into account in people's calculations when they demand higher money wages and so on. Keynes himself used the term money illusion to cover this particular assumption. He thought that the trade unions really didn't look at real wages so much. They looked at money wages, and as long as money wages do not change, they are not going to demand for higher real wages. On the other hand, even after Keynes's own time, we had the development of something called a Phillips curve, which carried this idea of the money illusion a bit further, basically saying no matter what the rate of inflation, nobody expects inflation to occur, that there are no inflationary expectations. These were the implicit assumptions behind the international economic order that developed at Bretton Woods. These assumptions held good for some time, because of which, as I said, the world moved into what is called the golden age of capitalism. But both these assumptions were proved wrong. There was a wage explosion that occurred in 1968 onwards, when you had all over the capitalist world suddenly workers demanding very high money wages, because they had lost out in the interim, because of presumably money illusion or whatever you wish to call it, but at the same time they wanted to make up. And so you had a substantial money wage demands all over the capitalist world from 1968 onwards. And at the same time, because of the fact that you had, of course, substantial increases in land augmenting practices and in land augmenting technological progress, you had increases in food grain production, increases in agricultural crop production. I'll give you one figure, that the last 50 years, the last half century of colonial rule in India was one in which there was a huge drop in per capita food grain availability in British India. Per capita food grain availability, which was 200 kilograms at the beginning of the 20th century, had dropped to 136 kilograms at the time of independence. So you had a huge drop that had taken place in per capita food grain availability. But of course, after independence, because of government initiative playing this role of stimulating land or augmenting practices and technological progress, you had a reversal. Per capita food grain availability started increasing, though it did not increase to the level where it was at the beginning of the 20th century. But at the same time, the requirements increased. The requirements of the advanced countries for the tropical and subtropical products increased at a faster rate than the supplies could increase or did increase because of government initiative. Because of which, again, you had a massive increase in raw material prices, which occurred again around the same time, say in early 1970s. Subsequently, the raw material prices came down, but the oil prices remained high because of the formation of the OPEC, which as a cartel reduced output to maintain prices where they were. State, government that represents the nation state, wants to impose a wealth tax. But on the other hand, the wealth tax is not liked by globalized finance. Then finance would simply move out of that country to some other country, in which case there'd be a financial crisis in that particular country. So, willy-nilly, the governments representing the nation state have to bow before the dictates of globalized finance. And this is exactly what has happened, because of which now every country has got, with the exception of the United States, has got fiscal responsibility legislation where there is a limit on the magnitude of the fiscal deficit as a proportion of GDP. So the governments cannot spend as they like. They can only have a fiscal deficit up to a certain percent, typically about 3% of the GDP. At the same time, if they imposed taxes on the rich, on the capitalists, then again you'd have finance leaving the country. As a matter of fact, Joe Biden, you must know, wanted to have an agreement on a minimum international corporate tax rate. And the United States suggested 25%. As a matter of fact, other countries did not agree, and finally they decided to have an international minimum corporate tax rate of 15%, which was lower than the actual tax rates in most countries. Therefore, you cannot tax the capitalists or the rich because globalized finance does not like. You cannot have a fiscal deficit beyond a certain nominal amount because globalized finance does not like it. Therefore, the capacity of the government to impose its will and to enlarge its spending to generate larger employment is something which disappears. But at the same time, I began by saying that my concern is with the fact of how does an international economic order cope with the Ricardian problem, that you have increased demand for all kinds of raw materials, for mineral products, for tropical and subtropical agricultural goods, but you have a given land mass. If that is the case, then how do you meet this increased demand? Suppose this increased demand occurs and suppose output of the commodities does not increase, then there'll be a rise in prices. If there's a rise in prices, then immediately austerity measures would be undertaken to curtail expenditures, both fiscal austerity measures as well as monetary austerity measures, monetary policy austerity measures would be undertaken to curtail expenditures which have the impact of curtailing the incomes of the people in these global south. So the idea of compressing local incomes as a way of coping with inflation basically implies that as the demand for a whole range of commodities rises, if supplies are not rising proportionately, then these supplies are really snatched out of the hands of the people of the global south. The neoliberal economic order is really an order that institutionalizes such snatching. But the neoliberal economic order, at the same time, has a lacuna, has a failure. And that lacuna is why the neoliberal order can really can cope with the inflationary threat for the metropolis. It cannot really generate growth. It cannot generate increases in aggregate demand, expansion in aggregate demand. So if the earlier Keynes-inspired Bretton Woods system could expand aggregate demand through state spending, but had no means of combating inflation, we now have a mechanism where inflation can be combated, but there is no means of expanding aggregate demand on the part of the state. This is visible particularly at this moment because, as you know, there has been a crisis in neoliberal capitalism for a very long time now. Unemployment rates have been high. As far as the European Union is concerned, it has had virtual stagnation in per capita real income for well over a decade now. But at the same time, so much so that even conservative economists, for instance, people like Lawrence Summers, they are talking about a secular stagnation having afflicted world capitalism now. So even in the face of this secular stagnation, you find that governments are imposed on the global south, because after all, they don't want prices of agro-based raw materials of the tropical and subtropical regions to rise. Therefore, austerity would continue to be imposed on the global south. As far as the global north is concerned, in order to make the regime politically more stable, you have to cut down on unemployment. Therefore, there has to be relaxation of austerity, in which case it is quite possible that an new international economic order might be imposed. It's just a fear I have, in which the South remains laggard, in which the South is actually stagnating, while the North is one that actually experiences high rates of unemployment. And it is that which has to be prevented. The dichotomy of the world into a developed and the underdeveloped, which the idea was to surmount this dichotomy, to overcome this dichotomy, a perpetuation, an institutional perpetuation of this dichotomy would be extraordinarily tragic. It is in that context that I just want to end by saying just one sentence about what the chairman had said, namely about India 2047 being developed. India being developed means very little, because it is perfectly possible that you can have high levels of per capita income, but the same dichotomy which has historically existed between the global north and the global south may reproduce itself inside the country, between the well-to-do and the bulk of the population. The point, therefore, is not whether we manage in 2047 to have so much GDP, so much per capita GDP, but the point is whether we manage to overcome this dichotomy by 2047, a dichotomy that actually has been getting accentuated over time during the neoliberal period. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and engaging address. It has truly enriched our conference and left a lasting impact on all of us. Without further ado, I would request Professor Scherer, if he's still online, to kindly address our audience. Sir, are we audible to you, technical team?
Yes, yes. And I will see whether my PowerPoints work.
Sir, we already have a copy of your presentation, and we are going to make it live on the conference screen. So you may start with your speech. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for the honor of allowing me to share some of my ideas about the challenges for the US dollar and the global currency regime. And as you have just listened to Professor Patnaik, you will know about the problems of the system and there has been quite some criticism over many years. But what is now new is that there is actually also a force that is trying to actually change the current system. And so at the last BRICS meeting, Brazil's President Lula advocated the creation of a currency with which we can do business without having to buy the dollar. Before I go into the issue of whether that is feasible, let me have a brief look at previous attempts to change the system. Previous alternatives were discussed, of course, at Bretton Woods. Probably most of you are familiar with the controversy between White on the US side and Keynes on the British side. And Keynes had proposed artificial currency for international transfers, and the artificial currency came along with a mechanism to ensure that large, persistent current account deficits should not occur. But the UK was already much weaker at that time, so the US carried the day, and they placed their dollar into the middle of the fixed exchange rate system there. I don't go too much into the contradictions of it. I think Professor Patnaik has explained that quite well already. I just wanted to point out that at the very beginning there was actually a little bit scarcity of dollars because the US was still running a current account surplus. And when that changed, then there were too many dollars, and it was not so clear whether the US would actually rein in on inflation. And so what happened was a huge speculation against the dollar, and President Nixon then closed what is called the gold window, meaning the commitment of the United States made in 1944 that they would exchange dollars for gold at a specific rate there. Now, these turbulences led to quite some discussions, and another alternative was discussed in terms of special drawing rights, again, an artificial currency. Special drawing rights have come, but they have not been placed into the middle of the system. Instead, what we have seen is the switch over to a flexible exchange rate system there, which in a way inaugurated, to my mind, inaugurated the neoliberal age. It boosted currency trade, options, derivatives, and really made the financial sector quite large. And the IMF got a new task. It was the enforcement of debt obligations, and that was demonstrated actually for the first time in the 70s against the UK itself, but then in the 1980s very much against the Latin American countries there. But what is important for my story I want to tell you is that these changes, especially the move towards flexible exchange rates, actually increased the importance of the US dollar there. So the Bretton Woods system moving towards the neoliberal system did not diminish the role of the US dollar. Now, the US can borrow because they print their money in which they borrow. That is very helpful. But of course, they can only do so because they have the economic power, the military dominance. And what I find extremely important for normal times, they have a developed capital market with high liquidity, which is extremely attractive to international investors because they can go in and out of the dollar. and the courts in the US are supporting investors there. And I've just a little graph showing you how the total gross external debt of the United States is growing from year to year. Now, the Latin American crisis, of course, led to a lot of criticism of US dollar and the currency regime, but it didn't really touch the upper echelons of global governance. But the Asian currency crisis, which started in Thailand, that then actually led to further discussions because it was shown that the conditionality of the IMF aggravated the crisis, and the governments were then looking for alternatives to the IMF, and also not just that because the IMF aggravated the crisis, but because of course also the power relationship, that they didn't want to be seen as servants to the IMF. So what did they do? The one thing was self-insurance against crisis, which means that they increased their foreign exchange reserves massively in order to be able to respond to any speculative attacks against their currency there. And nowadays, there are $11 trillion as foreign exchange reserves, which is much more than what is necessary to import 3 months of important goods for a country. Yeah. And self-insurance is, of course, expensive because what you do is you go into the US dollar and then you don't get any interest on that. So it is also squandered money for the country. The other strategy was to try to reform the IMF and to increase the shares that the countries are holding in the IMF and decreasing the shares of the original founders of the IMF. But they were not very successful. First of all, it took very long time, and second, then the changes were quite small. The US did not want to give up its power. The whole reform effort was not enough to dethrone the US, the EU, and the Japanese influence within the IMF. However, not only did the US defend its position within the IMF, it also then proved to be the place to go, even at the time when the US was itself then suffering from a very major financial crisis. The financial crisis of 2007, 2009. And what happened was that the ones who hold money around the world were trusting more the dollar than their own currency. So in the crisis, actually, people went into the dollar there. And the US then also made sure that the dollar is being used. It helped then others who were facing, because of the financial crisis, who were facing then balance of payment problems with liquidity lines, so-called swap lines. And here they were building on something that they had done under NAFTA for Canada and Mexico, the North American Free Trade Agreement. But in the crisis, then they also included lots of other countries there. Interestingly, they did not include some countries who also wanted to profit from the swap lines, like Chile and India. And probably the motive was that these countries had a number of capital flow controls, which the US doesn't like. In 2010, when the crisis was more or less over, at least for the financial sector, perhaps not for ordinary people, then the swap lines were discontinued, but they made permanently for the allies, the European Central Bank, the UK, the Swiss, and the Japanese one. So one sees here that the US is defending the role of the US dollar. Well, now, because of the lack of reforms, the Chinese started their own initiatives in the framework of the BRICS, and it is quite clear why it's the Chinese, because they have accumulated current account surpluses year by year and therefore have the financial means to do so. So what they did was they established a new bank that was supposed to replace the IMF in cases of crises. But when we look at its record so far, we see it acts more like the World Bank. It provides project finance. And the currency that is paid into the new bank is the US dollar. So also this initiative actually, at least for now, is strengthening the US dollar. Another initiative, which is really more in the hands of the Chinese, while the NDP is governed more equally by the BRICS country, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank is also sitting in China, and the People's Republic of China has a large voting share. Quite interestingly, countries like Germany, traditionally very close to the US, has joined this Infrastructure Investment Bank against the wish of the United States. The Infrastructure Bank is handing out its loans also mostly in US dollars. Now, the Central Bank of the People's Republic of China has also started to open up swap lines to a couple of countries, and especially those countries who had received a lot of Chinese loans there. And the final step was now to develop an interbank system that does not necessarily rely on the dollar and is not necessarily under control of the US. And that's, of course, one of the reasons for developing it, meaning that the United States has used its control of the payment system to sanction countries. Yeah. However, the interbank payment system by the Chinese was developed with the help of the system that is in the hands of the Europeans and the Americans, SWIFT system. But we have to see whether it really then will be on its own footing. Now, we should place these initiatives in a context and compare it. And we see that the lending of the IMF is much bigger, and the people employed by the IMF is also a lot more than what the new development bank employs. And the Asian Investment Bank has only 316 employees in comparison to more than 18,000 of employees the World Bank has. The swaps also are just a fraction of what the US is providing. So as a global payment currency, the renminbi, the currency of the People's Republic of China, is still small, and you see here in the graph, it hovers between 3% and 2% there. In the last month, apparently, it is on the upswing. And here we see the current situation. The dollar is still very dominant. The graph on concentration shows that the dollar actually has regained again after the financial crisis. Its main competitor is the euro there. And when you see then in terms of reserve currency, lending, foreign exchange turnover, and so on, one does see that here the dollar is key. Now, when we look into the future, the current situation doesn't help much because it can change quite quickly. You know, if, for example, the use of the renminbi started in this year at 2% and is now in the summer at 3%, it can easily perhaps go up to 10, 12 or whatever in the fall. But we don't know. And therefore we should turn to theory that might help us. And from Krugman, we learn that the dollar will be around for quite some time because it enjoys the network effect. The more people use it, the more useful it is for each person who uses it, and therefore there is this network effect. And there is a certain past dependency because it has been well institutionalized, and that cannot be changed so easily. Yeah. An actor-centered perspective will highlight the action which I briefly mentioned already, how the US is defending the use of the dollar, and that, of course, US finance capital has a great interest in keeping the status quo there, and meaning keeping the US dollar as the world's currency. From the theory of hegemonic stability, it is claimed that world currency is a public good and that it has to be provided by the hegemon. If the hegemon becomes weaker, people have shown that there could be collective provision, that a couple of other countries, meaning now the EU and Japan and so on, could then also support the collective provision. However, as we live in capitalism, and we just listened to Professor Patnaik that the nation state is still around, and national conflicts are there. The question is then, how are these conflicts managed? And from a post-structuralist perspective, we would look for something that is common to the alliance, an exterior against which they build their own identity. And that would be what Kees van der Pijl is calling the Hobbesian contender states, meaning those states who try with mobilizing collective might of their countries to upscale their industry to catch up with the rich countries there. And from the hegemonic cycles theory, of course, we would expect the decline of the US dollar. But when we look into the history, we see that the UK had two cycles, and it cannot be ruled out given the technological know-how of the United States and the population size and so on, that it could also lead to two cycles or half a cycle. So where does it leave us? Well, I would say a key problem for the internationalization of the Chinese currency is its own economic model. Yeah. Its economic model was extremely successful, giving priority of production over the free flow of capital, and steering investments into those areas that would then strengthen the domestic economy, its international competitiveness, and the upscaling there. A few years ago, the People's Republic experimented with the relaxation of capital controls, and what happened was a massive capital outflow. The wealthy Chinese brought their money abroad to Canada and other places there. And that, I think, is a general phenomenon we find among the rich. They usually feel squeezed by the primacy of politics, and they consider that as a risk for their assets, and so they go and try to move their assets into a hard currency at a place where investors are treated preferentially. So if the renminbi should replace the US dollar, it would really then require a major change in the economic system and its autocratic mode of rule there. And the way now Beijing took over Hong Kong, I think solidifies the system itself and the autocratic mode of rule. So I was focusing more on the US dollar with my previous slides. Now let's have a look at the monetary system overall. And here just a recap. Central principles of the current currency regime are the flexible exchange rates, the free movement of capital, and the conditional recourse to IMF credit lines. So I would say these are kind of the three key principles. But what we see is that there is, of course, some deviation, that lots of currencies are managed. Some are actually pegged to another currency, usually the US dollar, but also nowadays some started with the renminbi. And we have some countries who actually then use the US dollar as their sovereign currency there. And capital controls are also a little bit spread out among countries. And quite interestingly, at least on paper, the IMF is no longer so strictly against capital controls. But one could say that some of the aspects that the Chinese are wanting of a change in the monetary regime are already there. So the People's Republic mode is not so special. But what is its vision for a monetary system? And here I still have to learn, because unfortunately I don't master the Chinese language. But what I so far have found, the Chinese are not calling for a return to the fixed exchange rate system of Bretton Woods, nor to the artificial currency that Keynes had proposed with its mechanisms to avoid current account imbalances. And then a key aspect that is frequently overlooked is, what will countries do that have current account surpluses, that are exporting more than they are importing? And China is one of those. My own country, Germany, is one of those. So what will these countries do if there is no longer the US dollar, meaning that the US can no longer go into debt and be the consumer of last resort? And I think that would have to change. So a country that is very much export-oriented needs to consider this. So what I read is that basically the People's Republic of China wants to have a continued control over its own exchange rate, and of course wouldn't mind if more countries would peg their currency to the renminbi. And as China has accumulated so much finance, it is a creditor to many countries, and its companies go out and invest in lots of countries. And one cannot really imagine that this kind of economic behavior leads to interest in comprehensive, strict capital controls at a global level. No, their interest, of course, is quite different. Their interest is that they can move their money in and out as they wish. And when we look at the creditor behavior of the People's Republic, we see that on the one hand, they are quite attractive to other countries because their loans come without macroeconomic demands. They don't have
so preloaded Gano.
All the students, please take your seats fast. Settle down fast, please. I request all of you to settle down. Please take your seats fast. We are going to start in 5 minutes. Please take your seats and keep your phones on silent mode. All the students, please take your seats fast. I think we are good to go now. And please keep your phones on silent mode. कुछ करना है तो डटकर चल, थोड़ा दुनिया से हटकर चल, लीक पर तो सभी चल लेते हैं, कभी इतिहास को पलट कर चल. Good evening, one and all present over here. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Dhananjay Joshi, Guest of honor, Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, our respected Principal Sir, Professor Arun Kumar Ratri, Conference Director, Jairam Meena, Dr. Jairam Meena ji, Organizing Secretary, Ms. Pallavi Manchanda, senior teachers, esteemed guests, distinguished colleagues, non-teaching staff, and my dear students. I, Dr. Ranjana Thakur, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, welcome you all to the valedictory session of International G20 Conference. As we gather here for the valedictory session of this insightful conference, I'm deeply honored to address you on the theme, Resilient Approaches for New World Order, with a special focus on Viksit Bharat, which translates to Developed India. This unique perspective allows us to explore how resilience and development are intricately intertwined and how India's journey can inspire us in navigating the challenges of this new global era. The world is undergoing a profound transformation. Rapid technological advancements, shifting geopolitical landscapes, and unprecedented global challenges like pandemics and climate change are reshaping the way we live and interact. In such time, resilience emerges as a guiding principle, a beacon of hope that lights our way forward. Resilience is not merely about bouncing back from adversity. It's about thriving in the face of it. It's the capacity to adapt, innovate, and persevere. It's about building systems, communities, and nations that can withstand shocks and emerge stronger. As we discuss resilient approaches for the New World Order, we must recognize that resilience is not a necessity, is not a luxury, but a necessity. Now, let us turn our attention to India, a nation that has captivated the world with its incredible journey towards development. India, with its rich history and diverse culture, has embarked on a path of transformation in recent decades. Viksit Bharat, or Developed India, is a vision that reflects India's commitment to achieving a high standard of living for all its citizens while preserving its cultural heritage. The story of India's resilience is not just about economic growth, it's about inclusivity. India's diverse population, with its myriad of languages, religions, and traditions, has come together to create a vibrant and dynamic society. This inclusivity is a source of strength and resilience, proving that diversity can be a unifying force. India has harnessed its human capital, embraced innovation, and built world-class institutions. As we conclude this conference, let us leave here today with a renowned commitment to resilient approaches for the new world order, drawing upon the lessons from Viksit Bharat. Let us embrace change, celebrate diversity, and work together to create a world that is not only resilient, but also inclusive and prosperous for all. May our collective efforts lead to a brighter and more resilient future for all. Now, we will embark on a virtual tour of our esteemed institution, Shaheed BhagatSingh College. This tour will give you a glimpse of our beautiful campus, state-of-the-art facilities, and the nurturing environment that has produced countless scholars. Can we have the virtual tour of the college, please?
दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के दक्षिणी परिसर में आने वाले दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के दक्षिणी परिसर में आने वाला शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज देश भर से आने वाले विद्यार्थियों का पसंदीदा कॉलेज है। भारत के महान सपूत और कोटि कोटि युवाओं के प्रेरणा स्रोत सरदार भगत सिंह के नाम पर 1967 में स्थापित ये कॉलेज उनके सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रयासरत है। 5 दशकों से ये कॉलेज शैक्षिक उत्कृष्टता और गुणवत्ता का पर्याय माना जाता है। इतिहास के आईने से देखें तो यहाँ पहले शैक्षणिक सत्र में 3 पाठ्यक्रमों को लेकर 134 विद्यार्थियों और 10 शिक्षकों के साथ इस कॉलेज की शुरुआत हुई। 1967 में रोपा गया ये पौधा अब बट वृक्ष का आकार ले चुका है। 10 पाठ्यक्रमों के साथ चल रहे इस कॉलेज में आज 3600 छात्रों को 170 शिक्षक गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा प्रदान कर रहे हैं। नेक की टॉप रैंकिंग में शुमार शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज उत्तरोत्तर सफलता के पायदान चढ़ रहा है। इस कॉलेज से शिक्षा प्राप्त विद्यार्थी आर्थिक, सामाजिक, राजनीतिक और तकनीकी क्षेत्रों से लेकर बॉलीवुड तक में अपना परचम लहरा रहे हैं। या यूं कहें कि 50 सालों में इस कॉलेज से जो भी प्रतिभाएं निकली, उन्होंने राष्ट्र के निर्माण में अहम भूमिका अदा की। पिछले 5 दशकों में कॉलेज का बुनियादी ढांचा सशक्त होता चला गया। राष्ट्र की चेतना और विकास के साथ कदम तालकर शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज नॉलेज के एक बड़े केंद्र के रूप में विकसित हो गया। कॉलेज के प्रिंसिपल प्रोफेसर अरुण कुमार अत्री के दूरदर्शी और प्रशासनिक कौशल का परिणाम है कि पिछले 8 महीनों में कॉलेज के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को विकसित करने के लिए लगातार रात दिन काम चल रहा है। आपने कार्यभार संभालते ही सालों से चल रहे तदर्थवाद को खत्म कर 82 परमानेंट देश भर के गांवों, कस्बों और शहरों से आने वाले विद्यार्थियों को सही शिक्षा और मार्गदर्शन मिल सके और समय पर क्लास लगे, ये उनकी पहली प्राथमिकता है। केवल इतना ही नहीं, बीते 1 साल में कंप्यूटरीकृत लाइब्रेरी, नवीनतम तकनीक पर आधारित कंप्यूटर लैब, स्मार्ट क्लासेज और ज्ञान प्रसार केंद्र का निर्माण भी किया गया है। दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय का ये पहला कॉलेज है जिसमें छात्रों और शिक्षकों से जुड़ी सेवाओं को ERP के सक्षम पोर्टल से जोड़ा गया है। अब सभी छात्र अपनी लाइव अटेंडेंस देख सकते हैं और अपने असाइनमेंट ऑनलाइन सबमिट करा सकते हैं। विद्यार्थियों में आत्मविश्वास, अनुशासन, धैर्य के साथ स्वस्थ शारीरिक और मानसिक विकास हो सके, इसके लिए खेलों को भी पूरा प्रोत्साहन दिया गया है। इसके लिए खेल की आधुनिक सुविधाओं से युक्त अलग से विभाग भी स्थापित है। कॉलेज में हम ऐसे युवाओं का निर्माण करते हैं जिनमें दृष्टि और विचार की स्वतंत्रता है, जिनमें नए को जानने की जिज्ञासा है, अपनी संस्कृति और सभ्यता का गौरव है। कुल मिलाकर कहें तो उनकी दृष्टि अपने विश्वविद्यालय के लोगों, निष्ठा, धृति, सत्यम की भावनाओं को अपने अंदर सहेजने वाली है। हमने दुनिया की गति को देखा है। हमारे टीचर्स के बौद्धिक कौशल पर हमें गर्व है, जिन्होंने अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में बेहतर प्रदर्शन किया है। हमने बच्चों के समग्र विकास को समझकर हैप्पीनेस सेंटर, गांधी स्टडी सेंटर, इंडियन नॉलेज सेंटर, इंटरनेशनल कोऑर्डिनेशन एंड डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम, शहीद भगत सिंह स्टडी सर्कल, सेंटर फॉर स्किल डेवलपमेंट जैसे केंद्रों को भी स्थापित किया है। शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज में कॉमर्स, अर्थशास्त्र, राजनीति विज्ञान, भूगोल, गणित, इतिहास, अंग्रेजी और हिंदी के प्रतिष्ठित विभाग हैं। इनमें व्यापक शैक्षणिक अनुभव रखने वाले शिक्षक पूरी निष्ठा के साथ अपना अनुभव नई पीढ़ी को प्रदान कर रहे हैं। हर विभाग अपने आप में नायाब दृष्टिकोण रखता है। शिक्षा के लिए इनके पास मजबूत विजन है, ईमानदार प्रयास हैं। ये शिक्षक अपनी अपनी जिम्मेदारियों को अच्छी तरह से समझते हैं और उनके लिए सार्थक प्रयास भी करते हैं। अपने विद्यार्थियों को G20 विजन की थीम के अनुरूप तेजी से विकसित हो रहे वैश्विक वातावरण में गंभीर रूप से सोचने और जिम्मेदारी से कार्य करने के लिए तैयार करते हैं। आप सभी हमारी इस अकादमिक यात्रा के सहभागी हैं। आप और हम मिलकर मानवीय विकास में सहायक नए प्रतिमान तलाशेंगे जो दुनिया को एक बेहतर भविष्य दे सके। ये एक खोजपरक दृष्टिकोण है, सामाजिक, आर्थिक विकास और मानवीय उत्कृष्टता की एक यात्रा है। साथ ही वैश्विक स्तर पर आर्थिक असमानता दूर करने एवं टिकाऊ, संतुलित, सर्वसमावेशी, दीर्घकालिक विकास को बढ़ावा देने की एक पहल है। नई विश्व व्यवस्था और विकसित भारत के लचीले दृष्टिकोण पर आज के अंतर्राष्ट्रीय G20 सम्मेलन का जश्न मनाने के लिए आप हमारे साथ शामिल हैं। G20 की अध्यक्षता भारत को उन निर्णयों के लिए बहुपक्षीय प्रोत्साहन को समझने का एक मूल्यवान अवसर प्रदान करती है, जिसके दूरगामी परिणाम होंगे, जो मौजूदा विश्व व्यवस्था को एक नई दिशा देगा। आप सभी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के साक्षी बने, इसके लिए मैं आप सभी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
I hope you enjoyed that virtual tour and got a sense of the vibrant atmosphere that defines our college. Now sit back and prepare to be mesmerized as we have a Bharatnatyam dance performance by Neela. This performance will not only captivate your senses, but also remind us of the importance of preserving our rich cultural heritage. Dance performance by Neela.
வெற்றிவேல் முருகனுக்கு வெற்றிவேல் முருகனுக்கு அரோகரா.
அழகு தெய்வமாக வந்து பழனிமலை மீதில் நிற்போம். அழகு தெய்வமாக வந்து பழனிமலை மீதில் நிற்போம். ஆதிசக்தி என்னை தந்தவன் அசுர தம்மை வென்றபடி வேடன். அழகு தெய்வமாக வந்து பழனிமலை மீதில் நிற்போம். ஆதிசக்தி என்னை தந்தவன் அசுர தம்மை வென்றபடி வேடன். அழகு தெய்வமாக வந்து பழனிமலை மீதில் நிற்போம். ஆதிசக்தி அன்னை தந்தவன் அசுர தம்மை வென்றபடி வேடன். அழகு தெய்வமாக வந்து பழனிமலை மீதில் நிற்போம். ஆதிசக்தி அன்னை தந்தவாதன் அவன் அசுர தம்மை வென்றபடி வேடன். நல்ல அமுதமென்னுமோ தமிழில் பாடிடும் அன்பர் வாழவே கருணை செய்குவன். அமுதமென்னுமோ தமிழில் பாடிடும் அன்பர் வாழவே கருணை செய்குவன். அகனுகந்த குருவாம் உயர்சீலன் என்றும் அருள் சுரந்தே காக்கும் அனுகூலன். குமரனாக கோவனாடை குறவியாக கோலம் கொள்ளும் காட்சி என்ன சொல்வேன் கண்டு பூகுமாய் வீணைகள் யாவும் வெல்லே. இந்த குவலயத்திலோ கலியுகப்பெரு வரதனாய் திகழ்ந்தருளும் கந்தனை. குவலயத்திலோ கலியுகப்பெரு வரதனாய் திகழ்ந்தருளும் கந்தனை. குந்தி தெந்தன் பிணிகள் நீங்க மகிழ்வேன். உள்ள குமுறல் ஓய்தே நல்ல வழி செல்வேன். நீலமயில் மீதில் ஏறி ஆவினன் கூடியில் தோன்றும். நீலமயில் மீதில் ஏறி ஆவினன் கூடியில் தோன்றும். நிமலனாம் குழந்தை முருகேசன் தூய நித்தில நித்தில பொன்முறுவல் வள்ளினேசன் விமலனாம் குழந்தை முருகேசன் நோய நித்தில பொன்முறுவல் வள்ளினேசன் அவன் வீழ்நிலந்தனில் அன்பு செய்திடும் அடியர் யாரையும் காத்து நின்றிடும் வீழ்நிலந்தனில் அன்பு செய்திடும் அடியர் யாரையும் காத்து நின்றிடும் நித்திய ஜோதி வடிவமாம் பிரகாசம் தூரல் நெஞ்சை நீங்காதென்றும் அங்கு வாசம் பாபா முருகா வடிவேலழகா 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 பாபா முருகா வடிவேலழகா
வெற்றிவேல் முருகனுக்கு அரோகரா.
Wasn't that a breathtaking performance? Each step of the performance was a harmonious blend of history and artistry. Moving further, may I humbly request our chief guest, Professor Dhananjay Joshi, and other guests to join us on the stage, but just give us 5 minutes to set the stage first. Thank you, students. Now, may I request our chief guest, Professor Dhananjay Joshi, our guest of honor, Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, sir, Senior Faculty Member, Dr. D.R. Saklani, Conference Director, Dr. Jairam Meena, Organizing Secretary, Ms. Pallavi Manchanda, to please join us on the stage. Can we have a round of applause? Esteemed guests and respected colleagues, please join me in extending a warm and respectful welcome to our guest of honor, Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, whose presence here today elevates our valedictory session to greater heights. I request Dr. Jyoti Vashne, Senior Faculty Member, Department of Commerce, to please come and welcome our guest of honor, Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, sir, with a planter and a bust as a token of gratitude. And I request our bursar, Dr. D.R. Saklani sir, to please join us to this welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you, ma'am. Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, sir, is a senior professor, head and dean, Department of Commerce, Faculty of Commerce and Business, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. So we welcome you here, sir, today. Thank you for joining. Moving forward, our chief guest, Professor Dhananjay Joshi, his words, a symphony of wisdom and experience. His address is a testament to the transformative power of education, serving as a lighthouse, illuminating the uncharted waters of knowledge and wisdom, showing us the way forward in our relentless pursuit of excellence. We are privileged to witness a maestro of academia whose words will not only inspire, but also fuel the flames of our collective passion for learning and growth. I request Dr. D.S. Nag, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, to please come on the stage and welcome our highly esteemed chief guest with a planter and a bust as a token of gratitude on behalf of Shaheed BhagatSingh College. Thank you, Nag sir. Thank you, Principal sir. Now, moving further with the program, let me introduce our guest of honor to you, though he need no introduction. Professor Ajay Kumar Singh is Senior Professor, Head and Dean, Department of Commerce, Faculty of Commerce and Business, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. Professor Singh is a chairperson of Delhi University Sports Council. Professor Singh is Honorary Professor of John von Neumann University, Hungary, and has served as Vice Chancellor of Sri Sri University, Cuttack, Odisha. Professor Ajay Singh has been elected as Conference Secretary for hosting in 2023 the 74th Annual All India Commerce Conference of Indian Commerce Association. He is Fellow and Managing Trustee of Indian Commerce Association, past President of Indian Commerce Association Delhi NCR Chapter, past President of Rotary Club of Delhi Moria, past President of Indian Association for Management Development, Fellow of Computer Society of India, Life Member of Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, Indian Accounting Association, and Honorary President of Governing Body of Defined Group of Institutions, DSPSR, and many NGOs. Professor Singh, school topper, SRCC alumnus, Editor-in-Chief, Delhi Business, has earned Best Teacher Award for 2 consecutive years in 1998 and 1999. at IAMT. He won 9 Best Research Papers awards. Just a minute. He won 9 Best Research Paper Awards, 45 awards of national and other levels, 12 international awards and distinctions have been conferred, including 2 gold medals, 1 silver medal, and other distinctions. Professor Ajay was conferred by Indian Commerce Association Best Business Academy of the Year Award, 2011 Gold Medal, and MMSM Research Award, 2011 and 2012 Gold Medal. He has won more than 37 years. He has more than 37 years of teaching experience in all, with 237 publications, including 10 books, 1 international monograph, 126 research papers, 14 articles, 16 case studies, 60 editorial reviews, 2 abstracts, and 8 book reviews published in leading journals, with total citation of 836. H index of 12, and I-10 index of 17 as on August 12, 2023, as per Google Scholar citations. 38 scholars have been awarded PhD degree, and 17 scholars have been awarded MPhil degree under his supervision. Professor Singh has traveled to 23 countries and addressed in more than 200 conferences, seminars, workshops, training programs, and in more than 100 online sessions, webinars during pandemic time. Professor Singh is a blend of a teacher and administrator, researcher and guide, coach and mentor, trainer and consultant, sadhak and yogi, and counselor and healer. I welcome you formally, sir. Now, we have a video message from Vice Chancellor of Delhi University, University of Delhi. And can we have the virtual message played here, please?
All the distinguished delegates attending this prestigious international conference. It's a matter of great pleasure that Shaheed BhagatSingh College of our university is proudly organizing an international conference on a significant theme of resilient approaches for the new world order and Vikasit Bharat. To commemorate our resounding success in organizing this historic G20 summit at the newly built Bharat Mandapam in Delhi, with effect from 9th September 2023 to 10th September 2023, I would like to convey warm wishes to the organizing team of the international conference for their relentless efforts in this direction. This 18th G20 summit is historically significant on many counts. This summit was attended by most number of heads of the states, governments, which has never happened in earlier 17 summits. The new Delhi Declaration, which is an outcome document of this summit, is the largest summit declaration, having 83 paragraphs and 42 annexures, where each paragraph had complete consensus of all the G20 member states, which in itself is a phenomenal diplomatic achievement of our nation under the stellar leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. African Union, comprising of 55 nations of African continent, was included as a permanent member of G20 Forum on the proposal moved by Honorable Prime Minister of Bharat at the inaugural session of the summit named One Earth. This initiative gains significance from the fact that earlier European Union, comprising of European nations, was a member of this group. Now, the inclusion of African Union has made the group more balanced in representation in terms of contemporary global geopolitical realities. Interestingly, the earlier colonizers in the group has been balanced with the earlier colonies, making it truly representative in nature. Significant progressive deliberations at the G20 summit and several bilateral meetings held on the sidelines of the summit with the world leaders has constructively impacted our foreign policy initiatives and has helped Bharat to make a mark in the new world order as a prominent voice of global south. I am sure that the significant measures taken by our nation for its 1.4 billion population through people-centric approach of governance and optimum utilization of the limited resources in the right direction under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister will prove to be the cornerstone for making Bharat a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. At the conclusion, I would like to congratulate Shaheed BhagatSingh College once again for their constructive endeavors in conceptualizing this international conference on a very pertinent issue which I feel has a far-reaching impact on our national development and on global geopolitics, especially in the critical areas of climate crisis, blue economy, energy efficiency, disaster management, and sustainable development, amongst others. I would again like to thank all of you for the success of the international conference and my good wishes for everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Yogesh Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor. What more we can expect as a motivational tool, what our Vice Chancellor, Professor Yogesh Singh, has provided to us. Thank you so much, sir. Now, moving forward, may I request our guest of honor, Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, sir, to please address the gathering.
Good evening to all of you. नहीं मजा आया. Good evening to all of you. ये लगा G20 का भारत है ये जो है. बधाई हो आप सबको. G20 की सफलता की बधाई हो आप सबको. इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस G20 के नाम से जो आपने रखी है उसकी भी बधाई हो आप सबको. प्रिंसिपल साहब को बधाई हो. तो सारी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम को बधाई हो. Honorable Vice Chancellor just addressed to you, Professor Yogesh Singh ji, who is always an inspiration to all of us in the University of Delhi, which is moving at a fastest possible pace, which it has never seen in the history of University of Delhi. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Delhi Teachers University, Professor Dhananda Joshi ji, the principal of the college, Shaheed BhagatSingh College, Professor Arun Atri ji, Dr. D.K. Saklani ji, other distinguished colleagues on the dais, Professor K.V. Bhanumurthy ji, Dr. Sharda Bhanumurthy ji, Professor Amit Kumar Singh ji, other distinguished colleagues from the Department of Commerce of Shaheed BhagatSingh College and other colleagues from different colleges and Shaheed BhagatSingh College, NCC cadets whom I can see standing, making sure the alertness of all the people in the house itself in this hall instead of being roaming around outside and this hall. Distinguished guests, students, it's an honor for me to come back again to Shaheed BhagatSingh College. I have addressed some other conferences also in the past, and today is the valedictory session of this very important conference. We heard the session which was moderated by Professor K.V. Bhanumurthy ji earlier, and international speakers were there, and very intriguing questions were being asked by Professor Bhanumurthy ji to them based on his own experience and wisdom that he has. The former head and dean of Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. May I have my presentation, please? Is there anything which I can move? पहले मैं move करने का कुछ मिलेगा मुझे?
अच्छा वही चेंज करेगा, कंट्रोल मेरे पास नहीं होगा, ठीक है. So next slide please. This is the agenda, although only 10 minutes are there. We are running late by time also. So next slide please. Bharat has always looked at itself as not just independent kingdoms or a political entity, but more from the perspective of a cultural entity and a civilizational unit. Next slide please. और ये जो है इनोवेशन का लैंड है, डिस्कवरी, स्पिरिचुअलिटी एंड वंडर्स का. जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर बानु ले लो ताई मदर फल जानू. अब साइंटिस्ट प्रूव कर रहे हैं कि हाँ ये बिल्कुल एग्जैक्ट वही डिस्टेंस है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. चाहे वो साइंस का फील्ड हो, चाहे वो केमिस्ट्री उसमें हो, सर्जरी हो, एविएशन हो, एटॉमिक थियोरी हो, इट हैज़ प्रूव्ड फ्रॉम एंशिएंट टाइम्स दैट वी हैव बीन लीडिंग द वर्ल्ड as Vishwaguru for thousands of years. Next slide please. चाहे वो scriptures हों, वेद हों. Next slide please. Next slide please. चाहे वो हमारे जो मंदिर हैं उनकी कला में क्या प्रिसिशन है, कैसे अलग अलग अद्भुत अलग अलग जगह पे जाएंगे तो अलग अलग चीज़ें वहाँ पे देखने को मिलेगी. नेक्स्ट. From, if you see perspective of world GDP from 1 AD to 1913 AD, you will see how India has been, in the past and now, what happened now. Next slide, please. Now, story of emerging Bharat so far. India continues to be the top, the digital payments chart. If you see that, you all experience that. आप रिक्शे वाले के पास भी जाएंगे तो भी आपको वो मिल जाएगा फ़ोन पे या कुछ भी. डिजिटल पेमेंट में इंडिया इज़ लीडिंग द वर्ल्ड. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज़. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज़. And people from different parts of the world are coming to India to have these technologies. Next slide please. Now, the journey of making India as Vishwaguru starts from this International Day of Yoga, again in this century, when UN adopted the proposal to declare 21st June as International Day of Yoga, to recognize that this is one aspect of life which needs to be recognized and practiced on a daily basis. And we have seen how the world is now aligning towards adopting this as a way of life. Next. Creating a circular economy in urban areas, this is another dimension which we have been using since ancient times. Next. There is a PhD thesis which has been submitted by Dr. Ashima, awarded now, which has talked about 18R concept now. Next slide. Like recycle, reuse and all that. Story of emerging Bharat in terms of innovation ecosystem. Again, I'm not going to the statistics which is mentioned there. The only aspect which I want to highlight is that number of unicorns, say for example, is increasing as a result of the innovation ecosystem. Next slide, please. The Global Unicorn Index, if you see, India has jumped to 3rd rank here. Next slide, please. India leads the world in COVID-19 vaccination also. More than 200 crore doses administered long back. Actually, this is on old statistics. So India has shown the world in COVID-19 how India can actually prove its leadership role, not only for India itself, but for the different parts of the world. Wherever it was required, it was sent as a diplomatic aspect also, and to saving the lives of people in terms of Vasudev Kutumbakam, if we say, that was reality on the ground, living it, कि हम सारे विश्व को अपना एक परिवार ही मानते हैं. उस तरह से सबको वैक्सीनेशन के लिए इंडिया ने सपोर्ट किया. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज़. अच्छा, India's academia is also now soaring high. If we see the number of Indian universities in the QS World University Rankings, which was 12 in 2014, and now it is 45 universities. You should feel happy about it. You can clap for this, that University of Delhi has also gone up in ranking, and that is because of the contribution of all the faculty members of University of Delhi. Next slide, please. India's export revolution reaching new heights. If you see the comparison from 446 to now 776, which is a 74% jump. Next slide, please. Solar energy also has gone up dramatically. If you see these figures from 2.6 to 66.7. Next. So these are different areas. Abhi aapne dekha Chandrayaan. Next slide, please. Ensuring credit to MSMEs for a prosperous new India, new Bharat. If you see, the numbers are again, all the things which I am showing to you are moving ahead in this northward direction drastically. Next slide, please. Massive increase in renewable energy capacity. Next slide, please. All these are statistics. I'm not reading all of them. Next slide. Global pharma powerhouse. Now it is being said that India is the home for the pharma. Pharma of the world. It's like that. Next. Climate change performance index. 8th ranked best amongst all large economies. India was ranked 10th in the CCPI 2022. Again, it has jumped. Next slide, please. India makes history with Chandrayaan 3 launch, new milestone for ISRO. जब मेरा समय ख़त्म हो जाए प्रिंसिपल साहब तो बता दीजिएगा. लेकिन ये एक ऐसी घटना है जिस पे एक ज़माने में देश को जाना पड़ता था फ्रांस में या कहीं पे कि हमारा एक कुछ लॉन्च कर दो जो है, कैसे हमें लाइन में लगा दो, हम भी कुछ अपना भेजना चाहते हैं सैटेलाइट कहीं पे जो है. और आज दुनिया के लोग भारत में आ रहे हैं और सबसे चीपेस्ट, हाँ मन करता है तो बजाएं. ये गर्व का विषय है. ये नया भारत है कि दुनिया वाले लाइन लगा के खड़े हैं कि हमें भी अपनी गिनती में शामिल कर लो, हम भी कुछ करना चाहते हैं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. ये सब जानते हैं इसलिए ज़्यादा डिटेल में नहीं मैं बताऊंगा. सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग, हार्ड लैंडिंग, सब ने इसको नोटिस किया होगा. मेरे हिसाब से समय वैसे ही कम है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज़. अब तो सन के ऊपर भी वो शुरू हो गया जो है, अब नया ज़माना. किसी ने सोचा भी नहीं, दुनिया में किसी ने सोचा भी नहीं कि सूरज का भी कुछ करना चाहिए जो है. उसके नाम से ही डर लगता है जो है. लेकिन भारत ऐसा देश है जो पंच तत्वों में बिलीव करता है, तो उसमें अग्नि भी एक तत्व है. तो हम तो सारे तत्वों को बैलेंस करके चलने वाले लोग हैं, तो हमें लगता है कि इसके बारे में भी कुछ ज़्यादा ज्ञान होना चाहिए हमें जो है. इसलिए भारत ने सोचा, बाकी कोई विश्व में सोच नहीं सकता क्योंकि पंच तत्वों का ज्ञान उनको उस तरह से नहीं है जैसे भारत के लोगों को है. रेजिलियंस एंड पोस्ट पेंडेमिक वर्ल्ड. There is a growing realization that a shift away from a GDP-centric view of the world to a human-centric view of the world. Like, this Bhutan, a small country, doesn't bother about GDP growth rate. They say we want to value humanity as a whole. So we want to measure happiness index. The world is recognizing the importance of resilience and reliability in global supply chains. There is a collective call for boosting multilateralism through the reform of global institutions. Our G20 presidency has played the role of a catalyst in these shifts. Honorable Vice Chancellor was giving you details about that. You must have seen the way it was conducted. Probably for the first time in the history of the world, this kind of organization was done where it reached to masses in the country. हर व्यक्ति, हर इंस्टीट्यूशन को लगता था ये G20 मेरा है. ऐसा आज तक कभी G20 के इतिहास में नहीं हुआ. नया इतिहास रच दिया भारत ने. बधाई हो सब लोग जिन्होंने उसमें पार्टिसिपेट किया. लीडरशिप कैसे की जाती है इसका नमूना प्रस्तुत किया. माइलस्टोन है वो, बेंचमार्क है जो आने वाले समय में जहाँ भी प्रेसिडेंसी जाएगी उनको मुश्किल होगा समझना कि कैसे कर सकते हैं उनके देश में इस तरह का जैसा भारत ने किया. नेक्स्ट. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, ये हो गया। काफ़ी कुछ आपने देखा, वाइस चांसलर साहब ने भी बोला इसके बारे में, डिक्लेरेशन के बारे में 5 की एरियाज़ हैं, सब जानते हैं आप लोग मेरे ख्याल में। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज़, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। द न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर is a term that refers to the emergence of new forms of cooperation and dialogue among different countries and regions in the 21st century. It is a response to the challenges and opportunities posed by globalization, climate change, pandemics, terrorism, and other issues that require collective action and shared solutions. G20 ने भी उसी की बात करी है। Next. UN, IMF, and the World Bank, they have to really see how they have to see the world differently. हमने एक नया छोटा सा कोर्स लॉन्च किया है, आप में से कुछ लोगों को शायद पता हो, देखिएगा ज़रूर। MBA बिजनेस एनालिटिक्स का एक नया प्रोग्राम लॉन्च किया हमने, उसमें एक नया कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ द अर्थ के ऊपर एक छोटा सा कोर्स है, 2 ही क्रेडिट का शायद कोर्स है वो। उस पर एक FDP भी किया जिन्होंने उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को लिखा है कि UN और बाकी की बॉडीज़ जो हैं वो वर्ल्ड में पीस को लाने में विफल रही हैं। जो वॉर चल रही है बिटवीन रशिया एंड यूक्रेन इज़ एन एग्जाम्पल ऑफ दैट, एंड मैनी अदर कंट्रीज आर फेसिंग सच काइंड ऑफ इश्यूज. सो दे हैव conceptualized a new world order, which you can see it is on our portal also, the links of those FDPs that we have done. So that is a thought about how legal, new constitution can be written, that aspect of that. The creation and strengthening of new regional and sub-regional organizations such as BRICS, the African Union, and Association of South Asian Nations, and the European Union that aim to promote regional integration, development, security, and cooperation. Next slide, please. भारत को ये भी देखना है कि नए वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर में भारत कब तक और कैसे लीडिंग रोल प्ले करता रहेगा. In terms of population also we have to see in this new world order, because the economies of the world, which were developed economies of the world, they have started declining in terms of youth population, and India is on the top of that. So how much population balance is to be maintained so that it continues to lead the world in terms of providing youth manpower with knowledge and wisdom? That also role India has to see. It is said that if we have a population growth rate of 2.1, then we can balance that, and many of the developed countries have lower than that. That is why their young population is declining and aged population is increasing. So that is another dimension in the new world order. We have to see how we can maintain this supremacy in the longer term. Next slide, please. So this Triveni, what I just talked to you about, demography, diversity and democracy, these three we need to see in the Viksit Bharat, that we continue to be on the top of the world for the times to come, so that the world is in the safe hands. It is important that a country which has never invaded any other country, which stands for peace, even if two big countries or two countries are fighting, has a courage to say in the United Nations that we stand for peace, not with X or Y. So that is why it is important that a country like India leads the world. Next slide, please. So reimagining Bharat 2041 एक blueprint बनाया है. Bharat's ascendancy in the last few years is all the vital areas of developmental significance, promises the expected status of a developed nation by 2047. So there are 5 themes, 30 like that, So I'm not going to detail, time is less. Next slide, please. Past 4 industrial revolutions have empowered humans with excellent living conditions, but at the cost of the environment and ecology. Hence, we must aim at building a wealthy, healthy, blue, green, and compassionate Bharat by 2047 that enhances the blissfulness of people. So the important keywords, wealth to aa jayegi. Health is something which requires your attention. वो पैसे देने से नहीं आती है. उसके लिए खुद कुछ तप करना पड़ता है, कुछ साधना करनी पड़ती है. तो वो हर एक को करनी पड़ेगी, उसके बिना नहीं होगा. It doesn't comes with money or automatically. Then blue, green and compassionate भारत. Compassion भी पैसे दे के नहीं मिलता है, जो है कहीं बाजार में ऑफ द शेल्फ नहीं मिलता है कि आपने ऑर्डर किया और घर पे डिलीवरी हो गई उसकी स्विगी की तरह, जो है. इन चीज़ों के लिए आपको खुद ही अपना चरित्र का निर्माण करना पड़ेगा, जो है वो बहुत ज़रूरी है. तो blissfulness is something which is inside you, which you need to discover yourself. So it is easy to attain material wealth and prosperity in financial terms, but it is more important than that is प्रोफेसर अरुण अत्री की पीएचडी है कॉन्शियसनेस के ऊपर जो है, तो वो बहुत ज़रूरी है। कॉन्शियसनेस लेवल लोगों का आगे बढ़ाना जो है, ऊपर की तरफ एलिवेट करके लेके चलना। जैसे कहते हैं सा विद्या या विमुक्त, विद्या वही है जो आपको मुक्त करे जो है। तो एजुकेशन का पर्पज़ यही है कि आप मुक्त होके जिए, लीड विद लिबरेटेड माइंडसेट, liberated leadership style. That is something which is very important for tomorrow's or the future of the world. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much, sir. A thought-provoking address that leaves us with much to ponder. We are elated that Professor Dhananjay Joshi is here as chief guest. Professor Dhananjay Joshi is the founding Vice Chancellor of Delhi Teachers University, established in January 2022 by the government of NCT of Delhi. In a career spanning over 2 decades, Professor Joshi has worn many hats: a teacher, scholar, poet, and author. Formerly, he was the Dean and Professor of Education at GGS Indraprastha University, New Delhi, where he was also among the founding faculty members of the School of Education. Professor Joshi has written various books on education and valuable research articles in reputed journals as well as newspaper of India and abroad. He has published and presented many research papers in national and international conferences, and the same has been published in reputed journals and magazines. He is an associate editor of International Journal of Teacher Education and Teaching, published by Chicago and India. He is jury member and referee of many national and international journals. Professor Joshi traveled to distinct countries and promoted the fundamental ideas pertaining to teacher education at both national and international level. He has been honored by many literary and cultural organizations. This includes the prestigious S. Radhakrishnan Memorial Award 2008 in the field of education, and the Best Speaker Award at the 26th Youth Parliament competition organized by the Government of India in 1991. He also received the Bharat Ratna APJ Abdul Kalam National Youth Icon Award in 2018, the Dwarka Srijan Shri Award in 2018, the Abhimanch Sahitya Puraskar, and the Sanskrit and Hindi Academy Award, among others. Professor Joshi is a passionate teacher, writer, researcher, poet, and environmentalist who has contributed to school education and university education from the last 25 years in different capacities. His dictum is, "Education is the only way of progression and nation building." We thank you, sir, for coming here. Now I welcome you on the stage to address the gathering. Our chief guest, Professor Dhananjay Joshi.
Namaste. Very good evening to one and all present here. Respected guest of honor of the day, of the evening of this very important conference, Resilient Approaches for New World Order and Viksit Bharat. Shri Professor Ajay Kumar Singh ji, Professor Arun Kumar Atri ji, who is a very dynamic principal of Shaheed BhagatSingh College, Professor Bhanumurthy ji, Madam Bhanumurthy ji, Professor Saklani ji, Professor Jairam Meena ji, Madam Panlavi Manchanda ji, और मेरे जितने भी मित्र यहाँ सभागार में बैठे हैं, मैं सभी का एक एक करके नाम नहीं ले सकता, लेकिन मुझे वो तमाम लोग यहाँ पर दिख रहे हैं जो कि काफ़ी समय से मेरे से परिचित हैं। मैं सबसे पहले भगत सिंह कॉलेज को इस टॉपिक के ऊपर, इस शीर्षक के ऊपर इस थीम के ऊपर चर्चा करने के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ, क्योंकि ये भारत के विकसित भारत से जुड़ा हुआ जो सपना है, जो हमारे से पहली पीढ़ी ने जिसका सपना बुना, और हम विकासशील का जो टैग हमारे पीछे लगा रहा, जिसको मैंने जब ज्योग्राफी पढ़ा, इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ा, तो मेरे टीचर मुझे कहते थे इंडिया इज़ ए डेवलपिंग नेशन। मैं सवाल फिर पूछता था कि भारत विकसित कब राष्ट्र बनेगा, और मेरे जैसे कई युवा, ये पीढ़ी मेरी जो साथ जो पीढ़ी बड़ी हुई, वो इस सपना लेके बड़ी हुई, और मेरे से पहले वाली जो पीढ़ी थी जो चली गई, वो भी इस सपने के साथ बड़ी हुई कि भारत कब विकसित राष्ट्र बनेगा, हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन। ये हमने सुना, ये गाना गाया भी, और हमारे दिल में तमन्ना भी रही कि भारत हमारे सामने विकसित राष्ट्र बने। क्योंकि बहुत दुख होता है व्हेन वी से दैट वी आर ए डेवलपिंग नेशन, वी आर ए अंडर प्रिविलेज नेशन, जहाँ आज भी 6.5 करोड़ बाल मजदूर हैं, जहाँ आज भी बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन्स में हमारे देश के बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं जो स्कूल नहीं जा पाते हैं, और बहुत तरीके की चीज़ें जो इतिहास में दर्ज हैं। लेकिन बहुत खुशी की बात है कि शायद जब मेरा बेटा मुझसे सवाल पूछता है कि वी आर ए डेवलप्ड नेशन और वी आर ए डेवलपिंग नेशन, तो मैं उसको ये कहता हूँ कि हम बहुत जल्दी एक विकसित राष्ट्र में बनने वाले हैं, क्योंकि ये आंखों से खुला हुआ जो सपना हमारे देश ने देखा है, ये 2047 तक पूरा होगा, इसकी पूरी पूरी उम्मीद है। क्योंकि ये भारत वो नवीन भारत है, ये इन युवाओं का भारत है जो मेरे सामने बैठे हैं। मुझे राष्ट्र कवि की वो पंक्तियां याद आती हैं कि भरा नहीं जो भावों से बहती जिसमें रसधार नहीं, हृदय नहीं वह पत्थर है जिसको स्वदेश से प्यार नहीं। तो मुझे लगता है कि एक भारतीय के अंदर जब तक ये गौरव का भाव नहीं आएगा, और जो गौरव और जो आत्म स्वाभिमान का जो भाव था, जो हमारे देश के स्वाभिमान को बिल्कुल खत्म करने की कोशिश करी, पूरे कॉलोनियल पीरियड ने ये जताने की कोशिश करी, और मैकॉले हैज रिटन इन हिज मैकॉलेज मिनट इन 1935 ए लेटर रिटन टू लॉर्ड बेंटिक, जो उस वक्त के गवर्नर जनरल थे। मैं जब आज भी इस खत को पढ़ता हूं जो उसने अपने फादर को लिखा, एंड ही रोट इन दिस मिनट, नो सिंगल शेल्फ ऑफ Indian literature is worth than the literature of India and Arabia. What does it mean? No single shelf of Indian literature is worth than the literature of whole European literature. हमारे देश के साहित्य को जाने बिना, हमारे देश की संस्कृति को जाने बिना, विदाउट नोइंग आवर कल्चर, विदाउट नोइंग आवर नॉलेज सिस्टम, विदाउट नॉलेज आवर विजडम, विदाउट नॉलेज आवर साइंस, विदाउट नॉलेज आवर टेक्नोलॉजी, ही जस्ट अब्यूज अस। और हमारे अंदर उसने एक भाव डाला, वो भाव था कि हम सदा उनके क्लर्क बने रहें, उनके नौकर बने रहें। और इसीलिए उसके बाद 1835 के बाद 1854 में जब वुड डिस्पैच आता है, तो वुड डिस्पैच कहता है वी आर व्हाइट मेन्स बर्डन। ही हैज कैटेगोरिकली मेंशन्ड कि हम जो हैं उन श्वेत जातियों के ऊपर बर्डन है, इसीलिए शिक्षा देना उनका कर्तव्य हो। और वो चाहते थे कि हम कर्तव्य निभाएं, लेकिन वो हमें बर्डन मानते थे। इंडियंस के बारे में लिखा जाता था कनॉट प्लेस में, और किसी भी मॉल रोड और सिविल लाइंस में 2 लाइन उन्होंने बनाई। एक मॉल रोड, आज भी किसी हिल स्टेशन में जाइएगा, एक मॉल रोड मिलेगी, एक सिविल लाइन मिलेगी, और उस पर लिखा जाता था इंडियंस एंड डॉग्स आर नॉट अलाउड। कनॉट प्लेस में लिखा गया था इंडियंस एंड डॉग्स आर नॉट अलाउड। तो वो एक पूरी के पूरा जो कॉलोनाइजेशन था, जिसने ये हमारे अंदर ये आत्महीनता डाल दी, और वो गौरांग ग्रंथि जो पूरे व्हाइट कॉम्प्लेक्स था वो इतना ज्यादा था कि उसी वजह से उन्होंने लिस्बन में बाजार लगाए, उन्होंने दासों की तरह श्वेतों को बेचा। बाद में मार्टिन लूथर किंग जूनियर जैसे को कहना पड़ा आई हैव ए ड्रीम। उसी बात पर नेल्सन मंडेला को बढ़ना पड़ा, उसी लिए बाबा साहब अंबेडकर जिनके स्थान पर हम बैठे उन्होंने लड़ना पड़ा। और आज जिस भारत की बात कर रहे हैं, हम इतने खुश नसीब हैं, हमसे पहले वाली जो पीढ़ी चली गई वो इतनी खुश नसीब नहीं थी, क्योंकि उनके सामने वो स्वाधीन भारत नहीं था। लेकिन हम बहुत खुश नसीब है साथियों कि 75 साल बाद आज हम उस हवा में सांस ले रहे हैं जहां हमें उन तरीके की बातों को नहीं सुनना पड़ता जिस प्रकार की बातों को हमारी पूर्व पीढ़ी ने सहा है। तो मुझे लगता है कि उस पूरे मैकॉलियन जो नैरेटिव था वो नैरेटिव और भी चला। टेक्स्ट बुक की नैरेटिव देखिए, करिकुलम का हिडन एजेंडा देखिए, कहीं ना कहीं एक प्रकार से भाषा की या मैं कहिए कि अपनी लैंग्वेज की कोई टूल की तरह ऑपरेशन के नाम पर काम लिया गया और शोषण का दर्जा बनाया गया। यानी कि कहीं ना कहीं ये पूरा का पूरा भारत के अंदर ये डाल दिया गया कि हमारी भारतीय भाषाएं या हमारी जो अपनी लैंग्वेजेस हैं वो इतनी परिष्कृत संस्कृत नहीं है। आपने कभी फणीश्वर नाथ रेणु का मैला आंचल पढ़ा है? आपने कभी प्रेमचंद पढ़ा है? आपने कभी निर्मला और गोदान पढ़ा है? आपने कभी सुमित्रा नंदन भारती पढ़े हैं? आपने कभी तिरुवल्लुर पढ़ा है? या आपने किसी उड़िया कविता को पढ़ा है? या मलयालम भाषा या हमारी बंगला भाषा को कभी जाना है, जिसमें इतना बृहद साहित्य है कि नोबेल प्राइज 1913 में रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर को दिया गया, क्योंकि उन्होंने ऑथेंटिक भाषा बंगला में लिखा, लेकिन उसके बाद भी उन्हें ट्रांसलेट करना पड़ा, तब अंग्रेजी में जाकर के नोबेल प्राइज दिया। हालांकि नोबेल प्राइज किसी भी देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा प्राइज है, लेकिन मात्र ये एकमात्र सफलता का आकलन नहीं हो सकता। महात्मा गांधी को तो नोबेल प्राइज दिया ही नहीं गया, और जब आइंस्टीन को दिया गया तो आइंस्टीन ने यह कहा कि मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य होता है कि हार्ड मास से बना हुआ एक मनुष्य भी धरती पर पैदा हुआ था। तो जिस देश में इतना हमारे गौरव को नीचे किया गया, हमारे आत्मबोध को इतना ज्यादा नीचे लो प्रोफाइल रखा गया, और इस लो प्रोफाइल होने की वजह से क्या था कि अंग्रेजों ने एक रास्ता निकाला, और उन्होंने उस रास्ते के ऊपर उन्होंने कहा ओरिएंटलिस्ट एंड एंग्लिसिस्ट कंट्रोवर्सी खड़ी करी। ये प्राच्य और पाश्चात्य विवाद क्या था? क्योंकि उस वक्त वो ये चाहते थे कि एक ऐसा लैंग्वेज का फॉर्मूला लाएं जिससे कि भारतीय सदा सदा के उनके गुलाम बन जाएं। बिकॉज वी हैज रिटन अगेन, मैकॉले आई एम कोटिंग, वी नीड क्लरिकल एजुकेशन इन इंडिया, वी नीड ओनली पीपल बाय फ्लैश इंडियन, बाय मॉरल्स, बाय कैरेक्टर, बाय टेस्ट, दे ऑल कन्वर्टेड। वो ये कहता था कि मैं सिर्फ ऐसे भारतीय चाहता हूं जो क्लर्क बने, जो सिर्फ दिखने में भारतीय हो, बल्कि अपनी सोच में, अपने व्यवहार में और अपने चरित्र में पूरी तरीके से वो कन्वर्ट हो जाएं। और यही गुलामी की शिक्षा, इसी प्रकार की कॉलोनियल एजुकेशन चलती रही। हमने अपने प्रतीकों के ऊपर अभिमान करना छोड़ दिया, अभी अजय जी कह रहे थे अपनी संस्कृति पर अभिमान करना छोड़ दिया, और एक दोयम शिक्षा चलाई गई। एक दोयम शिक्षा का अर्थ यह था कि जिसमें हमने एक वो वर्ग तैयार कर दिया जो प्रभु वर्ग था, जो सो कॉल्ड अंग्रेजी में बात करता था, जिसके बच्चे विदेशों में पढ़ने जाते थे, और एक भारत का वो बच्चा था जो एकलव्य की तरह जिसने शिक्षा ली। तो जब हम जिस देश में दो तरीके की शिक्षा व्यवस्था चलाएंगे तो देश कभी विकसित नहीं हो सकता। मैंने ताइवान में जब मैं गया और उसके बाद मैं चीन में भी गया, तो मेरे पास हमेशा मेरे जो चाइनीज मित्र हैं उन्होंने मुझसे एक सवाल पूछा कि जब हमने इतनी भाषाओं को जोड़ करके, इतनी बोलियों को जोड़ करके मैंडरिन को अपनी लैंग्वेज बना लिया, एक राष्ट्रभाषा बना लिया, आपके देश में भी बहुत सुंदर सुंदर भाषाएं हैं, लेकिन आप अभी तक एक भाषा क्यों नहीं बना सके? बिकॉज ऑफ सो मेनी रीजंस, आई एम नॉट गोइंग फॉर दैट कंट्रोवर्सी, बिकॉज कोठारी कमीशन हैज इन 1964 सेट 3 भाषा सूत्र कि हमें अपनी 3 भाषाओं को, एक मातृभाषा, एक हमारी लैंग्वेज और एक हमारी जो राजकाज की जो भाषा है, और एक मॉडर्न इंडियन लैंग्वेज, 3 भाषा का कंसेप्ट दिया। लेकिन अभी भी ये सवाल होता है, जब मैं उस कॉन्फ्रेंस में गया तो उन्होंने भारतीय नहीं कहा, मुझे इंदू कहा, और जब भी मुझसे मिलते थे वो इंदू कहते थे। मुझे लगा इंडस से शायद इन्होंने इंदू कह दिया होगा, या जिस प्रकार की इंडिका लिखी मैग्नेस्टी ने, उस प्रकार के मेरे पर में प्रश्न आए। लेकिन जब मैंने एक चाइनीज मित्र से बात करी तो उसने कहा कि हम भारतीयों को इंदू कहते हैं। तो मेरे मन में सवाल आया, इंदू का क्या अर्थ है? हमारे यहाँ बहुत सारे लेडीज के नाम और महिलाओं के नाम भी इंदू होते हैं। तो उन्होंने कहा इंदू का अर्थ है चंद्रमा। अगर संस्कृत में देखिए तो इंदू का अर्थ है चंद्रमा, यानी भारत वो देश है जहां से चंद्रमा की शीतलता आती है। तो उन्होंने भारतीयों को हमेशा से ही ज्ञान का आधार मांगा, ज्ञान का आधार माना, यानी चंदशी इंदु, विशाल इंदु की विशाल किरणें जगत की लीला दिखा रही हैं, अनादि तेरी अगत लीला सभी जगत को लीला दिखा रही हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि जो इंदु शब्द है ये ज्ञान, ये चंद्रमा की शीतलता। उन्होंने कहा भारत हमेशा से 5000 वर्षों से, चीन जो है सदा भारत को अपना गुरु मानता आया है, और इसलिए गुरु मानता आया है क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पर जो बेसिक इन्वेंशंस हुई उसको कन्फ्यूशियस ने भी माना। और आज भी देखिए कि हम कितने परिष्कृत रहे। जो वायरस आया वुहान में, और जिस प्रकार का उनका खान पान या जिस प्रकार की भी उनकी शैली है, आज भी कहीं ना कहीं वो भारत को अपना रोल मॉडल मानते हैं, और ये मानते हैं भारत उन्हें ज्ञान देगा। इसलिए आप देखिए कि जितने भी चाइना से स्कॉलर्स आए वो सिल्क रूट से होते हुए, बौद्ध रूट से होते हुए भारत के उन भागों में गए, वो बोध गया या गया तक गए, क्योंकि वो महात्मा बुद्ध को अपना प्रेरक मानते हैं। जितनी भी भारत के अलावा और विश्व के देश हैं, चाहे वियतनाम हो, कंबोडिया हो, ये पूरा के पूरा जो विश्व के देश हैं, ये भारत को विश्व गुरु सदा से ही मानते आए हैं, क्योंकि हमारे देश ने कभी भी हिंसा को कभी भी अपना अंश नहीं माना। हमने हमेशा ही अहिंसा को अपना अस्त्र माना। और जब महावीर का अगर नाम लें या महात्मा बुद्ध का नाम लें तो उन्होंने अहिंसा परमो धर्म की बात करी। यानी भारत को हमने सदा से, भारत ने हमेशा मैत्री और अहिंसा को ही अपना आधार वाक्य माना। इसीलिए महात्मा बुद्ध ने अपने पुत्र महेंद्र और बेटी संघमित्रा को विश्व के उन देशों में भेजा और वहां पर इतना प्रसार हुआ कि बुद्धिज्म भारत से निकल के ज्यादा फैला। उसकी जड़ें हिंदुस्तान से निकल के बाहर चली गई, हीनयान, महायान और बहुत सारी पद्धतियों में वो गया, तो पूरा बुद्धिज्म गया। और मुझे लगता है इस G20 में भी जो सबसे अच्छा काम हुआ, जिसके लिए मैं आज यहाँ पर आपके सामने अगली बात रखूंगा, कि हमने, भारत ने सबसे पहले ये कोशिश करी, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने, कि G20 में अफ्रीका की एंट्री कराई। अफ्रीका के देशों को जिनको दास समझा गया, जिन्होंने इस धारा में आने के लिए बहुत प्रयास किया, कभी भी उन्हें एंट्री नहीं दी गई। तो अफ्रीका की एंट्री, जियोपॉलिटिकल पूरे सिनेरियो में आना, उस पूरे के पूरे यूरोपियन फ्रेमवर्क को कहीं ना कहीं ये लगता था कि भारत और ये अफ्रीकन कंट्रीज को कभी मौका ना मिले। आज भारत विश्व में आंख से आंख डाल के बात कर सकता है। इसके लिए मुझे लगता है कि भारत की जो शिक्षा व्यवस्था है उसको बहुत मजबूत करना पड़ेगा। और इसलिए ये स्वाभिमान की शिक्षा, ये भारत विकास की शिक्षा और ये अपनी संस्कृति और अपने देश की ऊपर गर्व करने का समय है। और मुझे लगता है जो त्रिवेणी जिसको नाम दिया डेमोक्रेसी, अभी अजय जी ने भी बात करी, डेमोक्रेसी एंड डाइवर्सिटी, हमारे देश की जो ताकत है, जिसके विषय में कहा गया अनेकता में एकता भारत की विशेषता, ये वाकई हमारी विशेषता है कि हमने पूरे विश्व में अपने ज्ञान के परचम को लहराया। हम जहां भी गए, भारतवंशी, उन्होंने हर जगह पूरे विश्व में नॉलेज को ट्रांसमिट किया। इसीलिए आप विश्व के किसी भी कोने में जाएं, वहां भारतीय आपको मिलेंगे। चाहे आप सुंदर पिचाई की बात करें, चाहे पेप्सिको हेड इंदिरा न्यूई की बात करें, चाहे पराग अग्रवाल की बात करें, हम सबको बड़ा इसमें गर्व होता है कि भारतीय आज विश्व के हर कोने में गए हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि आज एजुकेशन का जो मॉडल, जो कॉलोनियल मॉडल था, उसको खत्म करने का समय आ गया। अपने प्रतीकों को, अपने कल्चर को, अपनी बोली को, अपनी भाषा को, इसीलिए नई शिक्षा नीति ये कहती है भारत की जितनी संविधान प्रदत्त भाषाएं हैं, चाहे मैथिली है, अंगिका है, बज्जिका है, चाहे वो हमारी असमी है, मलयाली है, कन्नड़ है, वो तमिल है, वो सभी के सभी, तो मुझे वह पंक्तियां याद आती हैं कि हिंद देश के निवासी सभी जन एक हैं, रंग रूप वेश भाषा चाहे अनेक हैं। तो आज हमें अपनी एजुकेशन को डाइवर्सिफाइड करना पड़ेगा। हमें अपनी डेमोग्राफी को, अपने जो हमारी जो जनसंख्या है उसको अपने लिए, हमारी जो डेमोग्राफी है, इट इज ए ब्लेसिंग, इट्स ए बून, ये हमारे लिए कर्ज नहीं है। आज भारत का जब हर 7वां बच्चा बाहर जाता है तो मुझे लगता है कि भारत अपने देश के लिए कुछ न कुछ सोचता है। और जब हम NRI डे मनाते हैं और हम देखते हैं कि बहुत सारे भारतीय उसमें आना चाहते हैं, और भारत के इन बच्चों के अंदर जब तक हम ये स्वाभिमान की शिक्षा नहीं डालेंगे, जब तक हम उनके अंदर इस आत्मबोध की भावना नहीं डालेंगे कि इंडिया इज द बेस्ट, तो मुझे लगता है कि ये समय बहुत अच्छा है कि हम अब वो काम करें जिससे भारत एक विकसित राष्ट्र बन पाए। मुझे लगता है कि बहुत ज़्यादा मैं समय नहीं लूँगा, क्योंकि आप सभी लोग यहाँ सुबह से यहाँ बैठे हैं। और अजय जी और मुझे लगता है अरुण जी कि मैं जैकेट पहनाया इसलिए मुझे ठंड कम लग रही है, इनको ठंड भी बहुत लग रही है। अगली बार एक कंबल का भी अरेंजमेंट कर देना। तो भारतीय जोक्स आर अपार्ट, बट My dear friends, you are a young man. आपके पास जो आपकी जो शिराओं में आपके पास जो रक्त है वो बहुत गर्म है। मैं उस गर्म रक्त को जगाने आया हूँ। जब पीछे मुझे एनुअल डे में बोलने का एक बार मौका मिला था, तब मैंने कुछ बातों की तरफ अनुरोध किया था कि भगत सिंह कॉलेज से मुझे बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं। भगत सिंह कॉलेज अपने उस नायक के ऊपर गर्व करे जिसने पूरे विश्व में 23 साल की उम्र में वो मैसेज दिया, जो संदेश वो दे के गए, वो जो संदेश है इस देश के युवाओं के अंदर होना चाहिए। उस संदेश का अर्थ यही है कि जब उसकी मां ने उसे कहा कि बेटा तुम्हारा विवाह कर देना चाहिए क्योंकि तुम जो है एक ऐसी राह पे चल पड़े हो, तो उसने कहा कि मेरी मां स्वतंत्रता की जो राह में मैं जो अपने को सर्वस्व भी कुर्बान कर दूं, और मेरा जो जन्म हुआ है वो देश को गुलामी की बेड़ियों से आज़ाद करने के लिए हुआ है। जब चंद्रशेखर आज़ाद ने उसको कहा कि भगत सिंह अभी तुम्हें देश की ज़रूरत है, इतनी जल्दी ये कदम मत उठाना, क्योंकि भगत सिंह के इस कदम से चंद्रशेखर आज़ाद बहुत खुश नहीं थे। उन्होंने, चंद्रशेखर आज़ाद ने बहुत सारे पत्र भी लिखे, लेकिन भगत सिंह एक जुनूनी आदमी था। हर क्रांतिकारी का एक अपना तरीका था काम करने का, चाहे उसमें सुभाष चंद्र बोस का अपना तरीका था आजाद हिंद फौज के द्वारा भारत को आजाद कराने का, राम प्रसाद बिस्मिल का अलग तरीका था भारत को अलग जगाने का अपनी कविताओं के माध्यम से। तो जितने भी नायक हुए हैं, जितने भी सूरमा हुए हैं, छोटा सा जतिन दास जो इतने दिनों तक भूख हड़ताल पे रहा और अंतिम सांस तक उसने पानी तक नहीं पिया, वो सबसे युवा क्रांतिकारी था। आप उन क्रांतिकारी, उन हुतात्माओं के बारे में पढ़ें तो आपके रोंगटे खड़े हो जाएंगे। आप कभी मदन लाल ढींगरा के बारे में पढ़ें जिसने सब कुछ न्यौछावर कर दिया और अंग्रेजों की आंखों में आंखें डाल के कहा कि भारत जब तक आजाद नहीं होगा मैं चाहे फांसी पे भी चढ़ जाऊं, मैं इंकलाब जिंदाबाद बोलता रहूंगा। तो मुझे उस भगत सिंह कॉलेज के उन लोगों से यह कहना है कि अपने अंदर के देश प्रेम को, अपने अंदर की इस ज्वार को कभी बुझने ना दें। लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली दोस्तों आज क्या हो गया कि हमने एक ऐसा माहौल बना लिया, एक ऐसा समय बना लिया कि हमने अपने टीचर्स में स्वाभिमान नहीं डाला। इस प्रोफेशन में वो लोग आ गए, आई एम सॉरी टू से, जो इस प्रोफेशन में नहीं आना चाहते थे। टीचिंग इज कंसिडर्ड द लास्ट चॉइस। एक्सीडेंटल टीचर्स हमने बनाए जिनके पास वो बच्चों को देने के लिए वो जोश नहीं है, उनके पास वो कम्युनिकेशन नहीं है, और इसका कहीं ना कहीं सबका खामियाजा हमारे क्लासरूम्स को भुगतना पड़ता है। टीचिंग इज नॉट ए फर्स्ट लव, टीचिंग इज नॉट देयर पैशन। हमारे आज के बच्चे आईटी में जाना चाहते हैं, वो बहुत अच्छा पैकेज लेना चाहते हैं क्योंकि बाजार उनको बुला रहा है, वो टेक्निक में जाना चाहते हैं। लेकिन मैं ये सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं कि जिस देश ने विजडम ओरिएंटेड एजुकेशन की बात करी, जहां पर राधा कृष्ण अपनी किताब इंडियन फिलॉसफी में लिखते हैं, इंडिया इज ए ग्रेट कंट्री विच टॉक्स अबाउट विजडम, वी केम टू नॉलेज एंड नॉलेज टू जस्ट इंफॉर्मेशन एंड नाउ डेटा कलेक्शन। भारत जिसने बुद्धि की बात करी, पूरे संसार में सा विद्या या विमुक्ते की बात करी, अस्माकम छाजिते यज्ञति यूयम ज्ञान दीपा भवतः की बात करी, वो देश ने सर्वे भवंतु सुखिनः सर्वे संतु निरामया की बात करी, जिसने अनोभद्र कृत्व यंतु विश्वतः की बात करी, वहां पर अगर हमने इसको लास्ट प्रायोरिटी पर रखा तो मुझे लगता है कि कोई देश तब ही सबसे विश्व में आगे बढ़ेगा जिसके शिक्षक सबसे आगे बढ़ेंगे, जिसके बच्चे सबसे आगे बढ़ेंगे। तो सबसे बड़ा रोल है एक आइडियल टीचर की प्रिपरेशन का। जब तक एक आदर्श शिक्षक का, इन आइडिया ऑफ ए टीचर, जब तक एक आदर्श शिक्षक का निर्माण नहीं करेंगे आप एक देश का निर्माण नहीं कर सकते। और हम खरीदी हुई बोरोड और निर्यातित चीजों से शिक्षक को नहीं बना सकते। शिक्षक तो वो होता है जिसके अंदर पैशन होता है, जिसके अंदर ये ज्वाला होती है कि मैं आज क्लास के अंदर अपना सर्वस्व दूंगा, जो खुद किसी प्रिपरेशन करके जाता है, जो किसी तैयारी के साथ खड़ा होता है, जो अपने अंदर पहले बदलाव लाता है, तब विद्यार्थियों में बदलाव लाना चाहते हैं। मैं जब स्कूल में पढ़ता था तो मेरे टीचर हमेशा एक बोर्ड दिखाते थे जो स्कूल के बाहर लगा रहता था, और हम गवर्नमेंट स्कूल सिस्टम से पढ़ के यहां तक आए। वी आर नॉट बॉर्न विद द सिल्वर स्पून, और ना किसी जमाने में इतने एलीट कोई कॉन्वेंट स्कूल होते थे। मेरे स्कूल के बाहर लिखा रहता था शिक्षार्थ आइए और सेवार्थ जाइए। लेकिन आज शिक्षार्थ आइए और सेवार्थ जाइए मुद्दा नहीं रह गया। आज शिक्षार्थ आइए और धनार्थ कमाइए की भावना ज्यादा मुझे लगता है बलवती हो गई है। तो हमारे बच्चे, मुझे ये बात फिर से कहनी पड़ेगी जो एक कोट में हमेशा कहता हूं, द बेस्ट ऑफ अमेरिकन्स आर वर्किंग फॉर अमेरिका, द बेस्ट ऑफ चाइनीज आर वर्किंग फॉर चाइना, द बेस्ट ऑफ जापानीज आर वर्किंग फॉर जापान, बट द बेस्ट ऑफ इंडियंस आर नॉट वर्किंग फॉर इंडिया, दे आर वर्किंग फॉर अदर्स। तो ये सवाल है कि हमें अपने बच्चों को ब्रेन ड्रेन से ब्रेन गेन में कैसे वापस लाना है। वो बाहर जाएं, वो अपना वो बहुत सारे मैं उसके पैरामीटर्स हैं मुझे लगता है, लेकिन अपने देश की जड़ों से भी जोड़ना चाहिए। अगर सारा देश ही भारत से बाहर चला गया तो कैसे एक भगत सिंह जो है यहाँ पर पैदा होंगे, कैसे हम एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम जिसने जो है नासा में जाने से मना कर दिया और जिसने मद्रास एरोनॉटिकल साइंसेस से पढ़ने के बाद हमें 5 अस्त्र दिए, 5 मिसाइल दी और भारत के राष्ट्रपति पद सुशोभित किया। हम कैसे देश में विक्रम साराभाई बना पाएंगे जिनको बाहर से इतना बुलावा आया। हम कैसे जो है होमी जहांगीर बाबा पैदा कर पाएंगे, हम कैसे नंबी नारायण पैदा कर पाएंगे। इस देश के युवा को सोचना चाहिए। आपका लक्ष्य सिर्फ एडिलैंड, न्यूयॉर्क और अमेरिका नहीं होना चाहिए, आपका पहला लक्ष्य अपनी मातृभूमि की सेवा होना चाहिए। तो मुझे लगता है ये समय है, ये बड़ा स्वर्णिम काल है। हमने अपने टीचर्स पर काम नहीं किया। अगर हमने टीचिंग को लास्ट चॉइस रखा और लास्ट रिजॉर्ट रखा तो हम अच्छे टीचर्स नहीं दे पाएंगे। और इसी तरीके से जो गुरु और शिष्य की जो भावना है, जो टीचर एंड टॉट रिलेशनशिप है, उसको मुझे लगता है कि बढ़ाने की बहुत ज़रूरत है। मुझे लगता है बहुत ज़्यादा समय ले लिया, मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार, जय हिंद, वंदे मातरम।
Thank you, Professor Dhananjay Joshi, sir, for your enlightening address. Your presence has enriched our conference immensely. Now I request Dr. Kalpana Gupta, Senior Faculty, Department of Commerce, to please come on the stage to felicitate our guest of honor, Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, with a memento and a shawl as a token of gratitude. And I request Organizing Secretary, Ms. Pallavi Manchanda, to please join Kalpana ma'am for the felicitation. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Pallavi. Moving further, I request Professor Poonam Sharma, Senior Faculty, Department of Geography, to please come on stage and felicitate our chief guest, Professor Dhananjay Joshi, with shawl and memento as a token of gratitude. I request Dr. Jairam Meena, Organizing Director, to please join us for this felicitation. Thank you all. Thank you, ma'am. In today's conference, under the academic deliberations, 2 plenary sessions and 3 technical sessions were held. Under the 2 plenary sessions, eminent speakers shared their views on the focal theme. In all, 34 number of papers were presented under the 3 technical sessions on the theme Economy and Commerce, Sustainable Development, and International Politics. Due to the paucity of time, the detailed report is not read, and the same will be shared with the participants later. I'm pleased to inform you that we had a set of 3 parallel technical sessions held successfully, and we have chosen the best paper, and for that, the best paper awards for session 1 goes to Ms. Apurva Gupta for the topic Exploring the Change Between Education and Financial Autonomy of the Women Working in Urban Informal Sector in India. May I request Ms. Apurva Gupta to please come on the stage? May I request our guest of honor and our principal sir to please present Apurva Gupta, the planter, as a token of appreciation for Best Paper Award. Thank you, Apurva. For session 2, we have 2 Best Paper Awards. Sujaita Chaudhary, Deciphering the Responsiveness of Productivity and Land Acreage to Prices and Climate in the Indian Agriculture Sector. And Dr. Ruma Kumari, they had a tie. livelihood, with the topic livelihood diversification and well-being of the farm household in rural India, a decomposition analysis. I request our chief guest, a guest of honor, and principal sir to please present the planters as a felicitation to the best paper awardees. Sujata Chaudhary and Dr. Ruma Kumari. Thank you. Congratulations. We had one more session left, sir. Session 3, which is won by Mr. Akshay Modi, Indira Patel, and Ishan Modi. The 3 presenters were there. They presented on the topic Swami Narayan Akshardham, a new cultural center of emerging India. May I request all of them to please come on the stage. Thank you, Akshay. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you for your active participation. The helm of our institution, Principal Sir, Professor Arun Kumar Attri, will now extend his heartfelt gratitude and a vote of thanks. His words echo the sentiment of appreciation for the collective effort that makes this evening possible. We eagerly await his words of acknowledgement and celebration as we reflect upon the collaborative spirit that binds us together in the pursuit of excellence. Professor Arun Kumar Attri.
A very good evening to all the dignitaries on the dais, the faculty members, and my dear students. ये formal vote of thanks होता है, but I think this is the most difficult job. तो जैसा कि challenges लेना पसंद है, तो मैंने कहा चलो ये काम मैं ही करता हूँ. प्रोफेसर जोशी का आपने अभी संबोधन सुना, और जो ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम के लोग हैं उनको शायद समझ आ गया होगा कि वैलिडिटी में ये चॉइस क्यों थे. एक और कोइंसिडेंस है जो मैं यहाँ पे बताना चाहूँगा कि 23 नवंबर 2022 को प्रिंसिपल शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज की सिलेक्शन कमेटी थी, और आज जो चीफ गेस्ट हैं और जो गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर हैं दोनों ही उस सिलेक्शन कमेटी के पार्ट थे. तो आपको सर कोई निराशा नहीं हुई होगी, जो आपने चयन किया तो उसकी कोई निराशा नहीं होगी आपको. प्रोफेसर जोशी हमारे एक एनुअल डे प्रोग्राम में आए थे, और कुछ बातें मेरी उनकी बातें मुझे बड़ी अच्छी लगी. और जैसे उन्होंने बताया कि भाई कभी भी कल्चरल प्रोग्राम हो तो भारतीय संस्कृति का रिफ्लेक्शन होना चाहिए. तो सर वो आप ही का इम्पैक्ट है कि मैं हमेशा इंसिस्ट करता हूँ कि इस तरह के प्रोग्राम में हम अपनी भारतीय संस्कृति को दिखाएं, उससे लोगों को प्रेरणा मिले, बच्चों को पता चले कि हमारी संस्कृति है क्या. और आज भी वो कुछ ऐसी बातें बोल गए जो हम आने वाले समय में उसका मैं अनुसरण करने की कोशिश करूँगा शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज में. देखिए, हर प्रोग्राम को करने के लिए बहुत सारी चीज़ें चाहिए होती हैं, और ये जो ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम थी हमारी, ये बड़ी यंग टीम थी, सीनियर लोग भी थे इसमें, कुछ अनुभव भी था, कुछ जोश भी था, लेकिन कहते हैं ना ऑल वेल दैट एंड्स वेल. तो हर चीज़ से हम सीखते हैं, और आज ये प्रोग्राम बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से, सुबह इनॉग्रल प्रोग्राम से लेके टेक्निकल सेशंस, प्लेनरी सेशंस और अब वैलिडिटरी सेशन, शायद किसी वैलिडिटरी सेशन में इतने लोग नहीं बैठे होते हैं। तो मैं उन सभी का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ जो अपनी मर्जी से आए। या ज़बरदस्ती आए। तो सबसे पहले मैं शुरुआत करता हूँ अपने ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर योगेश सिंह जी का, जिनको आना था लेकिन कुछ व्यस्तता के कारण वो नहीं आ पाए, और उन्होंने अपना एक वीडियो मैसेज हमें भेजा, अपना संदेश भेजा और हमें शुभकामनाएं भेजी। प्रोफेसर अजय कुमार सिंह जी स्पेशली मेरे दिल के करीब हैं, मेरे गुरु भी हैं, और इनका आशीर्वाद हमेशा मिलता रहता है। दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय में सबसे पहले इन्होंने ही मुझे अपना शिष्य बनाया, और उसके बाद मैंने इनको निराश नहीं किया। शायद ऐसे स्टूडेंट सर हर कोई चाहेगा। कई बार कर लेनी चाहिए अपनी तारीफ। तो सबसे पहले उसके बाद मैं प्रोफेसर जगदीश मुखी जी का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, जो हमारे कॉलेज के टीचर भी रहे हैं, और आज वो हमारे मुख्य अतिथि थे सुबह इनॉग्रल सेशन में। और सुबह हमने देखा कि कितने सौम्य व्यक्ति हैं और कितने डाउन टू अर्थ हैं, और उन्होंने हमारा निमंत्रण स्वीकार किया और हमारे प्रोग्राम की शोभा बढ़ाई। साथ ही मैं प्रोफेसर नागेश्वर राव जी, जो मॉर्निंग में हमारे गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर थे, ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर फॉर इंदिरा गांधी नेशनल ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी, और साथ में प्रोफेसर धनंजय जोशी जी, जो ICSSR के मेंबर सेक्रेटरी हैं। तो इन सभी का मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं जिन्होंने हमारे इनॉग्रल प्रोग्राम को सफल बनाया। देखिए, मैं नाम बोलूँगा सबके, ठीक है, तो धैर्य रखें। अगर किसी का नाम छूट जाए तो इशारे से बता देना। इसके बाद हमारे जयराम मीना जी सुबह से थोड़े से उदास लग रहे थे, क्योंकि ये दिल से सोचते हैं। अब जरा मुस्कुराइए, प्रोग्राम अच्छा हो गया। पल्लवी मनचंदा, ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी, डिफिकल्ट जॉब, नाउ रियलाइजिंग लग रहा है कहाँ ओखली में सर दे दिया था, कितना मुश्किल काम है। लेकिन देखिए, हम चैलेंजेस से सीखते हैं, और हर कोई चुनौती कुछ ना कुछ सिखा के जाएगी, और ऐसा हुआ भी। और मैं आशा करता हूँ कि इस इवेंट से, देखिए ये इवेंट करना बहुत बड़ी बात थी, इतने बड़े स्केल पे करना, क्योंकि डॉक्टर अंबेडकर इंटरनेशनल सेंटर की जो कैपेसिटी है, जो आप यहाँ बैठ रहे हैं, 700 से ज़्यादा की है। 700 की कैपेसिटी को भरे रखना सुबह से लेकर शाम तक, ये एक अपने आप में बड़ा चैलेंज है, स्पेशली जब लोग सुनना ना चाहते हों, आपके कोई फिल्म स्टार ना हो, कोई इस तरह का एंटरटेनमेंट ना हो, कोई यूट्यूबर ना हो, तो ऑडियंस जो है वो इतनी पेशेंटली सुने सुबह से लेकर शाम तक, ये बड़ा चैलेंज होता है। खैर, मैं सभी लोगों का, अपने स्टूडेंट्स का, एनसीसी कैडेट्स का, स्टूडेंट वॉलंटियर्स जो सुबह से लगे हुए हैं, बड़ा जोश होता है बच्चों में, और ये आप बच्चों, आपकी वजह से, बिना आपके सहयोग के ये प्रोग्राम नहीं हो पाता। तो बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आपने देखा होगा शुरू में एक वीडियो चला था कॉलेज के बारे में, उसमें कैसा लगा आपको वीडियो को? अच्छा लगा? उसका जो वॉइस ओवर था वो कैसा लगा? वो डॉक्टर महेश चौधरी, क्रेडिट गोज टू हिम। उन्होंने अच्छी सी स्क्रिप्ट लिखी, हालांकि वो ज़बरदस्ती मैंने बिठा के रखा उनको कल पूरे दिन और एडिट कराता रहा वो वीडियो में, बट आप देखिए कि बहुत ही अच्छा टैलेंट है और कॉलेज के बारे में और पूरे भारत के G20 जो सक्सेसफुली कॉन्क्लूड किया और देश का नाम रोशन हुआ, उसको बहुत अच्छे से दर्शाया इस चलचित्र में। तो आपका आभार। प्रज्ञा नैयर कहाँ है? हाथ खड़े करते रहो। ठीक है, इकोनॉमिक्स डिपार्टमेंट में ज्वाइन किया है और बहुत अच्छे से इन्होंने प्लेनरी सेशन को एंकर किया, तो आपका धन्यवाद, आपकी पूरी टीम का धन्यवाद। देखिए, जिन लोगों के नाम नहीं बोले जाएंगे या मेरे दिमाग से निकल जाएंगे, बुरा नहीं मानिएगा, इससे सीख लीजिएगा। क्या होता क्या है कि कुछ लोग जो सामने ज़्यादा विजिबल होते हैं वो ज़्यादा ध्यान रह जाते हैं, जो लोग बैक स्टेज पे काम करते हैं वो थोड़े से कहीं बार वो हो जाते हैं। तो आप भी पूरे जोश से आइए, काम करिए, टीम वर्क है। जब मैं बोल रहा हूँ किसी व्यक्ति को तो कन्वीनर बनाते हैं, तो पूरी टीम को मैं दे रहा हूँ। रंजना ठाकुर जो अभी ये वैलिडिटी सेशन को एंकर कर रही हैं, आपका भी धन्यवाद। कहाँ पर हैं? अच्छा, पीछे हैं। लीला जोशी, पूजा रानी, साथ में आपकी अटेंडेंस भी लग रही है, देख रहे हैं। तो सीनियर टीचर हैं लीला। पूजा अभी ज्वाइन किया है, लेकिन दोनों का जोश बराबर था। शाम रात को 11-12 बजे तक भी मुझे ये जवाब दे रहे थे कि वीडियो काम कर रहा है, सारा चीज़ें टेक्निकल चीज़ें देख रहे हैं। डॉक्टर विजयव्रत आर्या, कहाँ है विजयव्रत आर्या? टेक्निकल में पीछे है, हाथ दिला दो। ठीक है, वेरी गुड। सो दे आर कोऑर्डिनेटिंग। सी ऑल दीज थिंग्स आर, ये भी देखने की ज़रूरत है आपको कि कितनी चीज़ों, कितने लोगों का कोऑर्डिनेशन चाहिए किसी इवेंट को करने के लिए। यहाँ से कोई व्यक्ति बोल रहा है और वो उस टाइम पे प्ले नहीं कर रहा है तो बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है। तो थैंक्स टू विजयव्रत आर्या एंड हिज टीम। शिवांगी धवन, थैंक्स फॉर योर कंट्रीब्यूशन। स्पीकर्स के प्रोफाइल सब कंपाइल करना, सबके बारे में शॉर्ट करना, कंसाइज करना, तो आपका धन्यवाद। शिवांगी यहीं मुझे दिख रही थी बैठी। भास्कर, कुमार भास्कर हमारे सीनियर टीचर हैं। कहाँ पर हैं? हिंदी विभाग से। आगे देखो, भागते हुए आ गए वहाँ से। सुन रहे थे कि इनका नाम जैसे ही बुलाया जाएगा तो आएंगे। सारे प्लांटर्स, सबको ये जितने आप देख रहे हैं बहुत अच्छे बनाए हैं आपने, और बड़ा ही इनोवेटिव तरीका है कि प्लांटर्स के ऊपर जो है स्टिकर लगा दिया गया। मैं और लोगों को भी बता रहा हूँ, ठीक है? तो ये बहुत ही अच्छा, बहुत बहुत आभार आपका। जो भी है, आपके साथ जितने भी स्टूडेंट वॉलंटियर्स हैं, टीचर्स हैं, सबका आभार। साथ ही मैं सीनियर फैकल्टी मेंबर्स डॉक्टर DR सकलानी जो रिसेप्शन कमेटी में थे, डॉक्टर कल्पना गुप्ता, डॉक्टर VAV रमन, डॉक्टर मीता हुसैन, प्रोफेसर अनिल कुमार, अनिल जी आपका योगदान है। हमारे अनिल, ये धनंजय जी को जब आप लाए थे पहली बार, तो आपने हमें बहुत ही अच्छे एक वक्ता दिए हैं। हम आगे हमेशा इनको बुलाते रहेंगे, तो आपका धन्यवाद अनिल जी। कमलेश कुमारी मैम रिसेप्शन कमेटी में रही हैं शाम तक, अभी भी बैठी थी यहाँ पर। कहाँ थी? चली गई हैं? हाँ, वो रही, वो देखो, वो देखो। ठीक है। प्रोफेसर पूनम शर्मा बहुत ही सिंसियरली काम करती हैं और इन्होंने सारा टेक्निकल सेशंस को सुपरवाइज़ किया है। आपका बहुत बहुत आभार मैडम। और अभी एक कुछ समय में जो हमारे कॉलेज में जो यंग लोग आए हैं, इन लोगों का, ठीक है सर, धन्यवाद आपका। कोई बात नहीं, आप निकलिए, मैं ये। तो धनंजय जोशी जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थोड़ा टाइम टेकिंग प्रोसेस है, इसलिए तो मैं ये बोल रहा था कि हमारा कॉलेज जो है एक ऐसे ट्रांजिशन फेज में है और पूरे यंग लोगों से एनर्जी पूरी भरी हुई है। और अभी हमने 82 परमानेंट टीचर्स अपॉइंट किए हैं और उसमें कुछ लोग ऐसे निकल के आए हैं जिन्होंने कॉलेज को पूरा अपना ओन अप कर लिया है। और इनके जोश की वजह से काफ़ी कुछ चीज़ें जो हैं हम कंट्रोल में कर पाए। आशीष सिंह, नमन जैन, कहाँ पर हैं ये लोग? बैठे हैं। शुभ सेजवार, आयुष्मान, विक्रम थालौर, शशांक पटेल, जयकर सोडागिरी, सारे यहीं पे बैठे ना। तरुण, लुकिंग आफ्टर एनसीसी, वेरी एजाइल बॉय। रजिस्ट्रेशन का काम सबसे टफ होता है, क्योंकि रजिस्ट्रेशन आज की डेट में कोई पैसे नहीं देना चाहता, और फिर उनको रजिस्ट्रेशन के साथ साथ पूरा मैनेज करना। सो इट वाज अ टफ जॉब, बट प्रेरणा सोनी, बीना आर्या, अमन वर्मा, पंकज यादव, they have done it extremely well. So thanks to you as well. Logistic support, you can see that so many things have to be brought from the college and all is being done by Santosh Kumar. So thanks to you, Santosh. Now, when it comes to technical session, Dr. Shalini Gupta was there, and she is always there, works meticulously, बहुत ही बारीकी से करती हैं काम को। और डॉक्टर वंदना दहिया along with her, she is also there. डॉक्टर सिंपल मोहंती, सुभद्रा वी, इन लोगों ने टेक्निकल सेशन में काम किया है। डॉक्टर शिवानी अरोड़ा, वो भी यहीं पे थी शायद अभी, I also saw her doing this. So thanks to all the technical committee heading technical sessions. Amit Sharma for ensuring brochures and all that. और एक बड़ी अच्छी चीज़ हुई आज जो आपने ऑब्जर्व किया होगा। नितिन कहाँ पे है? नितिन, यस। आप देखो कि इतनी मीडिया वाले आज तक कभी किसी प्रोग्राम में आए नहीं थे। More than 10 media people were there from ABP News, Network 18, इतने सारे लोग आगे सर, ऐसा लग रहा था। उसके बाद मुझे रियलाइज हुआ ये प्रोग्राम बड़ा है ये। So they were all running for the bites. So thanks to you, Nitin. तो सर ये ना जैसे ओबी के फंडे होते हैं ना, जैसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल सिटीजनशिप बिहेवियर, तो आपने देखा होगा एक मेल भेजी थी मैंने, उसमें मैंने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सिटीजनशिप बिहेवियर लिख दिया। तो वो होता क्या है? वो यही होता है कि व्हेन यू गो बियॉन्ड योर कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी, व्हेन यू ओन अप द कॉलेज, एंड दिस इज व्हाट यू आर डूइंग, एंड आई एम वेरी वेरी प्राउड ऑफ यू कि आप लोग ऐसा कर रहे हैं। और कॉलेज का भविष्य जो है, मतलब अभी जो अपॉइंटमेंट्स हुई उसमें जो हमने किया, मतलब मैं अपने आप पर भी गर्व महसूस करता हूँ, पूरे शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज पे गर्व महसूस करता हूँ कि आने वाला जो भविष्य है बड़ा सुनहरा होने वाला है। So this publicity was done extremely well, and Anil Kumar, and Amol, they looked after the decoration and they did it very well. Scientific committee selection of papers and all that was done by Professor Ruchi Gupta and Professor Poonam Sharma. They have also done an extremely good job. So big round of applause for them also. So at the last moment, the press release have been prepared by, in English, Gaurav, and in Hindi by KP Meena. So thanks to you. I would be failing in my duty if I do not acknowledge the professor or the basically session chairs. Professor Madan Lal, who chaired session 1, along with Dr. Jeevant Rampal, Professor Indu Chaudhary and Dr. Sunetra Ghatak. तो आज हमें प्रोफेसर धनंजय जोशी इंदू का मतलब बता के गए। तो इंदू चौधरी जी और डॉक्टर सुनेत्रा घटक, दे वर द डिस्कसेंट्स इन दिस सेशन 1, सो थैंक्स टू यू ऑल। सेशन 2 चेयर श्रीमती अंजलि मखीजा एंड डिस्कसेंट प्रोफेसर मिलाप पूनिया, आप लोगों का भी धन्यवाद। सेशन 3 में चेयर थे प्रोफेसर संजय भारद्वाज एंड प्रोफेसर शांतेश कुमार सिंह वॉज अ डिस्कसेंट, एंड थैंक्स टू यू फॉर स्पेयरिंग योर वैल्यूएबल टाइम। अच्छा, कुछ अभी कॉन्फ्रेंस में कुछ लोगों ने हाईजैक कर लिया था मेरे कहने पे, तो उन लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। डॉक्टर शिखा गुप्ता 2, डॉक्टर नेहा नैनवाल। कई बार करना पड़ता है ऐसा, इसको कहते हैं क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट। ठीक है, एंड वी ऑल डू दैट. बहुत लोग पढ़ते हैं लेकिन ये सारी चीज़ें हमने सीखी और सीखने के बाद हम अप्लाई भी करते हैं. और अप्लाई करिए, आप ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बिहेवियर एक बार पढ़िए, बहुत अच्छी आपको मैनेजमेंट ऑफ ह्यूमन बिहेवियर कैसे होना चाहिए वो आपको पता चलेगा. अभी वो हमारे वो बैठे थे कहाँ, मनी सागर जी, अभी स्टूडेंट यूनियन के इलेक्शन चल रहे थे, तो गया तो मैं वहाँ पे पता लगा जी 50 लोग खड़े हैं, वो आने को तैयार नहीं हो रहे हैं और बोल रहे जी नहीं, हम बोल रहे हैं हम सारे एक साथ आएंगे, हम नहीं आएंगे. उसके बाद मैं गया, एक एक करके सारे आ गए. तो ये बोले सर आपने कैसे किया? मैंने कहा यार ये ना ओबी में पढ़ा हुआ है सब हमने कि कैसे मैनेज करना है. सो समटाइम्स यू हैव टू यूज़ डिफरेंट लीडरशिप स्टाइल, समटाइम अथॉरिटेटिव, समटाइम्स पार्टिसिपेटिव, डेमोक्रेटिक, सारी लीडरशिप स्टाइल्स को यूज़ करना चाहिए. सो शिखा, यू डिड एक्सट्रीमली वेल and thanks to you for owning up this conference at the last moment and the 11th hour, and you did extremely well. In the end, I would also like to thank all my colleagues of evening college. हमारे इवनिंग कॉलेज के साथी भी आए हुए हैं और इनको बोला था 3 से 6:30 तक, लेकिन देखो अभी भी बैठे हुए हैं. तो आप सभी का आभार. हमारे जो इवनिंग के भीष्म पितामह कहता हूँ मैं इनको, प्रोफेसर CS दुबे जी, तो ये हमेशा आगे रहते हैं कॉलेज में और आप यकीन नहीं मानेंगे इनकी इतनी एनर्जी है कि अगले साल रिटायर होने वाले हैं. लेकिन अगले साल ही है ना सर, अगले से अगले साल है, 25 में रिटायरमेंट है, लेकिन इनका जोश पूरा कॉलेज के लिए, आप यकीन नहीं मानेंगे जितने यंग लोग काम नहीं करते, मतलब उससे ज़्यादा ये काम करने को तैयार रहते हैं. तो बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू यू फॉर taking the pains and coming out. और कोई रह गया है? वेरी गुड, बताते रहना. सो मेमेंटोज कमिटी में आपके साथ कौन था? मंजू एंड हाशिर. यस, हाशिर तो हमारा परमानेंट मेमेंटोज कमिटी का कन्वीनर है एंड दे कीप डूइंग दिस. वहाँ पे पास में रहते हैं तो ये करते रहते हैं. और बताओ, बैक स्टेज कमेटी. आ जाओ जरा आगे, आ जाओ इधर, आ जाओ इधर, आ जाओ इधर, आ जाओ. ये देखो, ये बैक स्टेज शुड बी इन द फ्रंट स्टेज. और सहर सईद, नेहती आहूजा, चांदनी ऐसवाल, निशा गुप्ता एंड पूजा रानी. सो और कौन? नहीं, शिखा गुप्ता तो हो गया ना. सौम्या कुमार, सौम्या कुमार टेक्निकल सेशन में थी. सौम्या कुमार, हाँ, सौम्या इज ऑल्सो वेरी सौम्या. सौम्या आराम से काम करती है, साइलेंट वर्कर. सो थैंक्स टू ऑल ऑफ यू. ऋषभ तो मतलब एक होता है राइट हैंड, एक होता है लेफ्ट हैंड, मतलब कई सारे हैंड का ये भी एक हैंड हो गया हमारा. सो ऋषभ, थैंक्स टू यू. डॉक्टर NS नाग, डॉक्टर वरिंदर, डॉक्टर चेतन, डॉक्टर निदा अर्शी, डॉक्टर कोमल, डॉक्टर रमन, सारे जितने भी डॉक्टर्स हैं मेरे हैं हमारे यहाँ मॉर्निंग में, उन सभी को मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ. साथ ही मैं अपने नॉन टीचिंग स्टाफ, ये डॉक्टर नहीं है, मिस्टर RP सिंह, मिस्टर अरविंद वर्मा, पूजा भारद्वाज, मिस्टर चमन लाल. RP सिंह का बोल दिया भाई. वासिफ तो है ही साथ में. मिस्टर झा, सदानंद झा, ये आपने देखा होगा कि मेरे साथ साये की तरह रहते हैं और इतनी कर्मठता से काम करते हैं कि 3 बार अपनी उंगली तोड़वा चुके हैं मेरे चक्कर में. कहीं भी बढ़ जाते हैं. तो आपका भी धन्यवाद. सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स जो आए, सुलभ के कर्मचारी जो भगत सिंह कॉलेज से आए, जगतपाल इलेक्ट्रीशियन, रवि ड्राइवर जो हमेशा काम के लिए तैयार रहता है, मना नहीं करता. कहाँ बैठा है भाई? नहीं बैठा है. हाँ, सबको बोल दिया. All the teacher in charges, जिन्होंने ना चाहते हुए भी मजाक कर रहा हूँ, जिन्होंने लास्ट मोमेंट पे अपना पूरा 100% झोंक दिया और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को ग्रैंड सक्सेस बनाया. देखिए, थोड़ा सा अनकन्वेंशनल तरीका है मेरा वोट ऑफ थैंक्स देने का, एंड दिस इज व्हाट आई एम एबल टू कनेक्ट विद पीपल, एंड दिस इज व्हाट आई फील दैट दिस शुड बी. सो वंस अगेन थैंक यू एवरीवन. जितने भी स्टूडेंट्स हैं, मैं आपको फिर तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ. बच्चों, आपने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है. एनसीसी कैडेट्स ने, एनएसएस वॉलंटियर्स ने, जितने भी वॉलंटियर्स हैं, सुबह से एनर्जी आप लोग लगे हुए हैं काम करने के लिए. बच्चे देखो, फोटोग्राफर जो फोटोग्राफी सोसाइटी के हैं, इवनिंग से भी कुछ बच्चे आए हुए हैं. तो उन सभी का शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप लोगों का. अगर किसी का रह गया है नाम तो मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ, और उसी व्यक्ति को मैं धन्यवाद कहता हूँ, प्रोफेसर केवी भानुमूर्ति. सॉरी सर, एक्सट्रीमली सॉरी. मैं एक चीज़ और बता दूं, जब हमारा सिलेक्शन हुआ सर प्रिंसिपल का, तो आप और धनंजय जी थे. जब मेरा टीचर में सिलेक्शन हुआ तो प्रोफेसर केवी भानुमूर्ति वाज द हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट. सर नमस्कार. यस यस यस. देखिए, कॉन्शियसनेस, नहीं, सर ने मुझे जो गाइड किया था, मैंने उसी पे अपनी सिनॉप्सिस रीड्राफ्ट करी थी. तो सर ये बात तो तय है कि आपके बिना और प्रोफेसर केवी भानुमूर्ति जी के बिना ये मेरा रिसर्च वर्क नहीं हो पाता. बहुत से कम लोग जानते होंगे कि मैं रिसर्च भी थोड़ा ठीक ठाक कर लेता हूँ. लोगों को लगता है कि ये थोड़ा सा एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर टाइप का आदमी है और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में ही थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा देखता है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है. सर के आशीर्वाद से मैं थोड़ा सा रिसर्च, वो बात अलग है कि समय नहीं मिल पाता है तो रिसर्च नहीं कर पाते हैं, तो कॉन्शियसनेस पे काम किया था और वो आज भी उसको अप्लाई करते हैं सर. तो उसमें ना कॉन्शियस, कोई जाके पढ़ना, डेविड हॉकिंस का स्केल है, और 200 से ऊपर का अगर कॉन्शियसनेस लेवल है, अगर गुस्सा आता है ना आपको, तो 200 से नीचे है. तो 200 से ऊपर है आपका तो माना जाएगा. और सर जो है बहुत अच्छे टेस्ट करके बता देते हैं कि आपका कितना लेवल ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस है. तो सर की स्पेशलिटी है उसमें, और वो एक अलग ही अद्भुत है सर का जो पर्सोना है, और थोड़ा मतलब वो डिवाइन है वो चीज़. तो कभी समय हो तो सर के आप वीडियोस देख सकते हैं, या सर की वर्कशॉप हो तो वहाँ पे जाके आप देख लीजिएगा. तो सभी का मैं एक बार दोबारा से कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद. नमस्कार. शुभ रात्रि हो गई है, ठीक है. हृदय से धन्यवाद. धन्यवाद.
A heartfelt thank you, Principal Sir, for acknowledging the efforts and contributions of everyone involved. Your words resonate as a testament to the unity and dedication that have brought this evening's success. May I please request all of you for the national anthem? Please don't leave the hall, Abhi. Just rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा. विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा. तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे. गाहे तव जय गाथा. जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
As we conclude the session, We cordially invited all distinguished guests and esteemed attendees to join us for an elegant high tea. But the high tea is not for the students. And thank you for coming today and giving your prize time. Thank you.